Hello.
What up?
Aloha.
Not much. Not much. Just wanted to tune in, listen to your conversation, if there is one going on.
Well, there was. We're kind of in a lull at the moment.
Oh, okay.
We're talking about how different social media platforms create different types of interactions about this topic, like Facebook,
Oh,
X, YouTube.
yeah,
They have certain types of interactions more productive than others.
true.
So on X, it's nearly impossible to have a civil conversation about flat Earth, globe Earth. And it's just a bunch of spurging children, basically.
Yeah, I've heard some conversation a couple of days ago. There was some guy that was, I think he was rage baiting you, like he was trolling you, like he was constantly saying like the boat appears bottom up, like, and he
Oh,
was
2 days
saying,
ago?
yeah, he was saying it for nearly like 2 hours or so. With like whatever you would tell him, whatever you would respond, whatever fact you would come up with, he would just constantly like push. He was constantly pushing that same thing over and over again for like 50 times.
Is he the one that Is he the one where he told them the same thing would happen on a flat Earth, and then 45 minutes later, I asked him what our argument was, and he said he
Yeah,
don't
yeah,
know.
yeah. You've been,
Yeah,
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 he
yeah,
was a special one. My
yeah.
God, what is he in here for? To argue just to argue?
Who, him?
Yeah, him. Yeah, just like if you don't know the other side's argument, what are you arguing against?
Exactly. Yeah.
He said, I don't know. I just know you're a flat earther. That's what he said. I know you think the Earth is flat. That's what he said. That's what he's arguing against. I think the Earth is flat, and he don't like it.
In India, I was at the world's biggest Walmart today.
Did you have sensory overload?
It was so big. It was so big that it looked flat.
Oh my goodness.
I mean, I gotta tell you, man, it didn't really feel that much bigger than a regular Super Walmart.
Well, there's no Walmarts here. I think the nearest Walmart's
Really?
like in Yeah, I think there's a Walmart in Dorchester, and there's one like in Saugus. Both of those are like what's like 10 and 20 miles away. Yeah, there's no Walmarts here.
Interesting.
But I was out of town, and I went to like I hadn't been in like a Walmart, like like a a super Walmart with groceries and all that stuff. I was like I didn't even know, I couldn't even think, dude, because it's just so much shit. It's like a sensory overload. I couldn't believe how much crap they have stocked. 'Cause space is a premium here, right? So there's stores, dude, you like Targets, but it's like it's a shoebox, and they only sell stuff that's like absolutely necessities for human life. They don't sell any extra stuff. So it's like, man, how come you have 50,000 packages of the exact same cheddar cheese brand, cut, style. Like literally, I've never seen that much shit in my life, dude. And the aisles were wide. And the freaking aisles were tall too, man. Shit was stacked like, I don't know how many shelves up. There's like 15 shelves up. Yeah, it was pretty weird. Weird experience.
Yeah, when I was in college, I had some friends from Germany and Austria. They were just amazed how you could have aisles of the same product. Like, how is this aisle just filled with the same product? What the hell?
Dude, I was like, I'm looking at the section with cheese. Okay, so they got like whatever Walmart brand, I don't know what it's called. Shredded cheddar cheese. So the vertical, so they're hanging on little pegs. You know how they do with the little hole. So that's like 20 high. And then it's like 20 wide. Like, man, do people really like this cheese, or do you just like make them buy it because there's nothing else to buy? Like, you don't give another option. Like, buy this cheddar cheese or else. I just couldn't believe, like, yeah, it's just like so much stuff, dude.
You've been to Aldi's before?
Yeah, I've been to an Aldi's. Yeah,
Where they
we have
they
one of
kind of
those.
like rotate out. They rotate out their stock throughout the seasons. I like that about them. You get to
There's
experience
one here, but
different
I don't really
brands.
go to it often, if ever.
Aldi's have kind of taken over here. Everybody's trying to match their prices and their stock rotations. But yeah, I've always wondered, like with giant stores like Walmart, the perishable stuff like the foods, does all that get sold? How can you
Yeah, I
is the
know,
volume
man.
of people? Is there that many people that they actually do move the stocks that they hold?
All I know is that they sell all that cheese, no one's shitting in the fucking entire state. Okay.
Fuck, man.
Yeah, what do they do with the food? And they can't give it away. So it's like, it's messed up, dude. But I understand, because if they give it away, then people won't buy it. And if people don't buy it, then the farmers don't make money, then nobody has anything. So,
They can still give it away. They can just give it away when it's getting close to the best buy date, and then give it to a food bank.
I think
yeah,
that
I mean, I'm sure they do that. They probably do that.
I think there's tax breaks go with that as well over here. If you donate something to charity, you can claim an additional tax back on it or whatever. So yeah, a lot of the food does go into the homeless system over here just as it's going out of date. You might see maybe about a day or so on it, maybe 2 days. But yeah, it's also it's good PR for the companies as well to donate to people who are needy. But yeah, there shouldn't be an issue. We shouldn't have we shouldn't have people who need food, and we shouldn't have an overglut of food sitting on the shelves going off.
Hey, dude, you ever had Antarctica chickens before? Look at the chat, dude.
That real chicken?
What are those?
Is it chicken?
Those are
They're
chicken
absolute
fries?
zero. Yeah, absolute zero chicken fries with not freezer burn, like freezer entropy. Who freaking knows?
Dude, sure they ain't
It's like
moss or fungus.
there's like a half an inch of ice on these things, dude. Whatever, they're getting cooked. Nuke it.
That's right, man. Nuke that franken food.
I thought there was an air fryer, but it's actually a freaking miniature dishwasher.
You'd have to drain the air fryer after throwing those in it with all that fucking ice.
Let's add another minute.
What are you off today, AI? You're not working or what?
I'm working right now, bro. Cooking this, and I'm gonna go screw some wood, bro.
Oh, all right.
I gotta paint some wood.
I didn't hear your nailer going.
There's like an epidemic of glue letting me down, man. You guys have any trouble buying super glue that don't work? Like expensive ones, not like the cheap
Super
one you
glue
get
has
from, like,
not
the dollar
worked in
store.
like 20 years, man. Super glue stopped
What?
working when I was a kid.
Yeah, nowadays you got to have the spray. Like you got to spray something, and then you put the glue on it. CA glue, which is basically super glue, is CA glue, but then they have this like spray now. You have to put on the surface.
I did buy silicone glue, which is turns out it's just super glue, but it's for gluing silicone. And I got that shit on my fingers, man, and I didn't think I was gonna get my fingers apart. And it was like stuck to my fingers for days, man. Could not get it off. So yeah, they do make super glue, but just not. You got to buy it. This was like specialty glue I had to buy.
I got this glue. It's called Rapid Fuse Flex Gel Super Glue. DAP. Now, I used to get DAP Rapid Fuse all the time. It worked great, but this is a gel version. So, what do you think happens when you turn it upside down and try to get the glue out? It don't come out because it's gel. And then if you squeeze it, it just deforms the container because the container's like super strong, so you can't even squeeze it out. It makes no sense. I had to take the whole lid off and stick like a popsicle stick in to pull the glue out. Like some of these people just don't think they're doing their products. They're like screw those guys that are buying my product.
Remember in the 90s when they made like prefabbed walls and doors and things like that?
Yeah.
Yeah, so I'm having a problem with a prefabricated door. The door handle, it's like a turn door handle. Like it's got an actual physical handle. And that kind of broke off. And there's no way to get the fucking locking mechanism off because there's no screws. I don't know how they got that thing on there. I don't know if they put the hardware on when they pressed the door together or what they did, but there's no way to take it apart. And I can't figure out. Oh, well, I mean,
Press
it's
that handle.
threading.
Is there, if you look inside the handle, is there a metal clip that clips onto the square bar to open the door? It's just it's a press fit. It's a metal clip. It's really hard to get apart. But yeah, they used to use like little grub screws
It's
underneath them.
inside the handle.
Yeah.
So the way this is like, okay, so you got the handle goes through the door. So it's a long. It's like a glass door to an outside patio, right? So it's got the long strip. It's just one piece that's like, I don't know, 12 inches long, where the lock and the handle are in the same mechanism.
Yeah.
Right? So the handle broke off. That handle, so both handles are attached through a long screw that goes all the way through a door.
Mm-hmm.
But the handle is shaped so it's like a square at the end, and that goes inside like a plastic piece that actually turns the actual fucking lock mechanism.
Yeah.
So it's just the stupidest fucking design ever.
I
And I
know.
can't figure out how to get it apart.
some of them were made. It was the if
I
it's
tried
old
to
enough.
glue it. I tried to like use fucking epoxy. I used like 3 different types of epoxies. I used liquid steel. I used all sorts of shit. And it's like it's made of stuff that's like super non-porous. So the epoxy or liquid steel will work for like a week or two,
Uh-huh.
and then it comes out because it doesn't really bind that good. And it looks like I did nothing.
Yep.
It's like a hard PVC plastic, and the well, then that's the problem. It's PVC plastic and fucking like a brass handle, but it's not brass. It's like
Coated.
shiny, coated gold.
Yeah. It's a
I don't even
plastic.
know what it is, dude.
Yeah, it's like a brass coating, but it's actually plastic and then laminated. Well, coated.
Yeah, something like that, dude. But it's man, nothing sticks to it, man. I've tried a bunch of different types of adhesives. I guess I could use something crazy like freaking butyl rubber or something like that.
But when it comes to
I also
plastic,
didn't try like scoring it up and doing weird shit like with the drill and try
yeah,
to.
would welding be an option? Could something hot
Well,
be
no,
put in
you
place
couldn't
and
weld it. No, that would be
what
impossible.
plastic? Well, you know about thermodurics and stuff like so. And
I
would
mean,
you?
I could drill a hole through the front of the handle and try to get something and just total fucking cob job bullshit. I'd rather just replace the handle, but I can't figure out how to get the fucking handle off
Yeah.
without taking the whole door apart. And I don't even think I could take the whole door apart because I can tell that the door was like, it was like one half is like it's like a metal sheeting over wood, and I could tell they had like some sort of press that just pressed the door halves together. They
Uh-huh.
fucking threw glue down, and they have a big fucking hydraulic press, and they just smushed it together with the hardware and everything inside it.
Yeah,
It's
that's the
prefab.
problem
It's
with
prefabricated. So
that's
the whole it's part of a section of a wall that's like glass windows, right? That whole section of wall is the prefab. It isn't just like that one door. The whole thing, right? So
yep.
it's like
Yeah. I've got you.
I know who made it. There's a company called Peachtree. They're all out of business. They've been out of business since the late 90s or 2000s. It's a friend of mine. It's not even my house. But I've tried to fix it, and I get this thing where it'll just keep bothering me. I have to fix it, or frickin' I'll be on my deathbed like, I gotta fix that fucking door handle. Wheel my bed over there.
You could always cut the whole thing out and then just rebuild it and fiberglass it in place and
Could also just replace the door, but it's a really nice freaking door. It's really nice, dude.
yeah.
It's all high quality, but it's like, except for the innards of that freaking stupid door handle was cheap freaking aluminum and it snapped off. It needs to be replaced altogether too, because I can hear the springs creaking inside. The springs are worn.
Yeah. Prefab's a great idea until it needs some sort of like maintenance. If it's bonded in place, then it's always been an issue.
Yeah, but they could have just used like off the shelf hardware. You know what I mean? That just screws
Yeah.
together. They didn't
Yeah.
have to like use hardware that pushes together and doesn't never comes apart again.
Oh, dude, you gotta make sure your subscription is current. Then it will release.
My subscription to what? Fuck Me magazine.
Oh, you don't like how Tesla doesn't have door handles, and you gotta like have the subscription to open them.
Oh yeah, damn yeah. Let me in my car. Duct tape. Don't you think I already tried duct tape? That's the first thing you try, no matter what it is.
Yes, but have you tried zip tape? Zip tape is the bomb, bro.
Dude, AI,
How's it?
Orion just totally
What?
just like showed you the fuck up, dude. You got chicken fries. He's got heirloom potatoes, tomatoes, ground beef, beef tallow, Trader Joe's onion, salt, and black pepper. And you got freezer something, because it's not freezer burnt, encrusted freaking chicken fries.
Dude, there's all kinds of good stuff in this homeowner's fridge. I thought the chicken fries were gonna be good, so I opened.
Oh shit, you didn't even pay for that? Dude, he's got the best meal in town, dude. It's free food. Yeah, he wins, Orion. It's free.
And then there's like these steam bags, you know, like rice and beans and
Some of them are pretty good, man.
protein. Yeah, I love steam bags, dude. Especially the ones that come with pasta, but those are harder to find now. So they used to make
Right.
steam bags with pasta and meat right in it, so it was pre-cooked and everything.
I missed that. How did you get it for free?
He stole it.
I didn't steal it, dude.
He borrowed it with no intention of giving it back, okay?
No, bro, it's thou shalt not muzzle the ox that treadeth out the corn, or the carpenter that worketh on thy house. It's scripture, bro.
You mean amen.
I think those heirloom tomatoes are underrated. Because like a few months ago, I started buying them just because I thought they were funny looking, and I just think that the way they're so weirdly shaped and colored, you know, not organic anyway, is like, why not try heirloom tomatoes? But the thing is, I discovered that different colors of heirloom tomatoes have totally different flavors. Like I got a purple one the other day, and it literally tasted like a cross between a tomato and a plum. Like it was colored like a plum, but actually tasted kind of like a plum. It was a tomato.
Maybe it's a
And
hybrid.
like the yellow one that you see in there in the picture, like those yellow ones taste really good, but I don't even know how to describe it. They don't taste like regular tomatoes.
I mean, I'll get like the cherry. They have like packages of cherry tomatoes, but they're all different colors. So they'll be purple, yellow, red, orange. And you're right, they all do taste different, though it's very subtle. I think the yellow ones are less acidic. They're less sour, maybe, than the red ones. Purple ones are probably like a happy medium, I guess, and they're sweeter.
I was kind of wondering is that tomatoes are technically a nightshade, and I'm wondering if like different color heirloom tomatoes have less of that like nightshade poison, that natural occurring poison that naturally occurs in nightshade plants. I don't know.
What is it? What is that again? What's the name of that poison? I forget. Oh, belladonna.
I think you'd find it in paprika too, because paprika is a nightshade as well. I mean, I'm not too worried about it myself. I don't have any particular reaction from that. It's just one of my brothers mentioned to me a while back that like he has like some kind of bad reaction to nightshade foods we eat.
Well, there's also, what is it in tomatoes? Lectin or something like that? What is it?
I think lectin
Or not lectin. It's something like that. Lupine, or it starts with an L. I know that.
Yeah, lectin you only find in trees, like tree trunks. I think.
Ah, it says it contains lectin in the seeds, skins, and juice.
Maybe I'm thinking of a different kind of material.
That's what makes it like bitter. That's why it's just like if you make tomato sauce, make sure you don't make it with the seeds in it or the skins or the juice. Boiled down the pulp or whatever, the food pulp. I mean, don't listen to me though, dude. 'Cause I'm still drooling over those frickin' synthetic chicken fries, man.
Something you could do with those chicken fries to make them better is go to the butcher shop, get like half a pound of beef fat, put it in a Pyrex dish, bake it for an hour and 15 minutes at 270 degrees Fahrenheit, and then take the beef fat chunks, throw them in the trash, and then take those chicken fries or maybe bread or whatever you got, and
Bread,
throw it
chicken
in there
bread.
and just have it soak into it like a sponge.
Yeah, take that chicken bread.
So that's the
That's all it
bread.
is,
That's the
right?
bread that the bread that the chickens didn't eat when you throw it out on the ground.
My God.
Yeah, typically like every other day I make homemade croutons, but instead of soybean oil as the cooking oil that fills the bread, I have like low carb bread made from seeds and eggs and stuff like that. And then I just, cook it with seasoning, but also put the beef tallow in with it. So it's like beef tallow crouton.
How come I always envision like chicken nugget manufacturing as like the Play-Doh Fun Factory? We're just like squeezing out gobs of like chickens that they just threw in a freaking industrial sized blender and turned it into like
Dude.
mush and just squeeze it out like a turd onto a freaking conveyor belt of wax paper.
Well, yeah, it
Do
is
you
kind of
remember
like
the
that.
old? Do you remember the old butter squeezers where you put the butter, a chunk of butter in it, and then it's like a nutcracker. You squeeze it, and it comes out like spaghetti.
Oh yeah, yeah. Jeez.
Yeah, you pretty
That's
much
how
named
they.
it
That's
there.
how they make
You know
chicken nuggets, bro. They just put the whole chicken right in the squeezer, and then they just squeeze it right out.
the Christmas chickens and the Christmas hams that everyone. Yeah, that's how all that happens.
Does anybody here eat raw meat?
Occasionally,
Sushi,
Yeah,
anyway.
it's sushi today.
it's getting harder to catch though as I'm getting old.
What about like beef and organs?
Nah, never have that I can remember.
I've tried eating like fresh ground beef from the butcher shop before, but it like I don't know, I just feel like it was just easier to eat cooked, and I feel like I didn't know what to mix with it to make it taste good. It's not like raw salmon or raw tuna. Like it's easy to figure out things to mix with those animals to make it taste good, to make sushi out of it.
Let's see what else I got here. I got Atlantic salmon, meatballs, all kinds of frozen fruit, chicken breast, purple carrot Alfredo cavatappi. Holy crap, dude!
Please tell me your salmon is line caught and not farmed.
Dude, I'm having Alfredo, bro. Check this out. Best keep refrigerated and enjoy by August 18th, 2024. What the? It's good. It's good, bro. Austin, this says like sublimated. It's like dry. Oh, I'm gonna click it anyway. See what happens. I think this guy moved out like a year ago. Like this food is like his family's food from like last year. Pop quiz. What is the Glober's answer to the Black Swan? The classic one.
Refraction. Cluck cluck bagok.
How do they know it's refraction helping them out?
Because the Glover before them said it.
It's actually the right answer, but let's give them the benefit of the doubt that they're not just copycats. They actually thought for themselves. So one method is they just appeal to refraction generally, right? Oh, refraction, sprinkle it on top. The other method is that they look at the image and they say, hey, the cranes are all warped. So this is artifacts, right? That show you that there's extreme refraction going on. And then they show us that classic image that's always shown after they say that, where it's another daytime image of the oil rig, where you can see a crisp water line in front of it, right? You all remember that one, I'm sure. And then they say, look, there's no distortion here, so it's not being refracted. So this represents the true horizon in front of the oil rig, right? But what about observations that are further, right, than the oil rigs are, that show, for example, the Rampion wind farm? If you guys don't know that one, you should definitely watch that one on Dr. Don G's channel. I think it's called Black Swan: The Implications, on Dr. John Dee's channel. And so on the Rampion wind farm, you could see the whole column of the wind turbine all the way down to the water, and you could see the black paint underneath the yellow paint. So you could see it on every one. So that means that they're all sticking out of the water the same, even though they're receding off in the distance, and they should have, a curve that's growing and growing. And it's a pretty clear image. And so then the Glober will say, oh, well, that's happening because of refraction. But wait a minute, didn't they just say in the previous Black Swan that if it's a clear image, there's no refraction? And guess what? The amount of refraction that they need would actually result in artifacts such as miraging, mirrored images, etc., because they need an extreme version of refraction. So they actually shot themselves in the foot with their previous claim when it comes to that. And there's plenty of observations like that, many, many of them, where they have to appeal to refraction. Otherwise, they're forced to concede that the Earth is like 25 times the size, right? And they like to believe that it's the 3959. So no matter what, they lose. They either admit they're wrong about the size of the globe, or they admit that the Earth is flat. But either way, they're wrong. Talked about that with Claude today. It's pretty fun times. Claude, the AI model. About an hour, we got it to basically concede that there's no refraction in existence that can justify these observations, because the amount of refraction needed has never been measured out in the field. And not only that, if there was the refraction they need, then the images wouldn't look clean. They would look all wobbly, double images, miraging, et cetera, et cetera. So the Claude basically had to say, hey, there's no extreme refraction measured that could do this, and there's no artifacts in this image demonstrating that refraction is going on. So it's clearly not that.
So, has anyone speculated this Sunday?
Want to hear my speculation?
Okay.
I mean, it's actually not really speculation, but just follow along. So, the known territory of the Earth is flat, right?
Okay.
How wide is that territory? Just it doesn't have to be exact. Just like imagine the North Pole's the center, and you got a left side and a right side. So you could call it a radius or diameter. It'd be a rough estimate.
I'd have to go on Google Earth and then draw a line from like Nunavut somewhere high to like the bottom of like South America.
Well, if you just take it like latitude lines, right? And if you define the equator as when you can't see Polaris anymore, which is zero declination angle, and then you have more land after that, right? So you're going south. You're going to reach the Antarctic Circle, right?
Okay.
And that's like I don't know. I mean, you could conservatively say 10,000 miles. We could just use that number.
Yeah, I was gonna say 8, but yeah, we can go with 10.
So you don't know what's beyond the 10,000 miles, right?
Yeah, fair enough.
Right, so you had a bowling ball in your hand. Is a bowling ball a perfect sphere?
A bowling ball in your hand. A bowling ball is per sphere.
Yeah.
Technically, yeah. Besides the holes, but yeah.
No. Well, yeah, the holes. So the holes, if you imagine the holes as a circle, which they are, right? And if you put that one of the, let's say the thumb hole, if you put that on the top, so you orient the ball so that's facing upwards, right?
Yeah.
And then if you look at it sideways, you would see that there's a curve, and then all of a sudden there's a flat line. So if you're looking at it as an orthographic line drawing, there'd be like this ball, and then there'd be a flat spot on the top of the ball, right?
That's what it would appear like if you're like tiny.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay, so now fill that thumb hole with water, but not that it overflows, right? So that now you have contained water in the thumb hole on top of your ball, right?
Okay.
So now imagine that contained thumb hole with the ball is 30,000 miles wide. And so the Earth that we know would only take up a third of it, right? So there'd be 2/3 that we hadn't known until you reach the edge of the thumb hole, right?
Okay.
Now, is there
say
any
that again?
What?
Say your question again. The last part.
Yeah, you got the thumb hole.
Yeah.
The thumb hole is 3 times larger than the known territory of the Earth that we inhabit, to the Antarctic perimeter being 10,000 miles. So it's another 20,000 miles before you reach the edge of the thumb hole.
Yeah.
So if you were to go south and keep going south, in this example, you would reach the edge of the thumb hole, right? Eventually.
Okay.
And when you got to the edge of the thumb hole, you'd be, if you looked at it orthographically, you'd be approaching where that curve rate starts to take over, right?
Yeah, if this was the bowling ball example, yeah.
Right. So within the known territory, what measurements could you do to know or not know, or to prove or disprove whether or not that something like that is occurring beyond the known territory?
Well, when you have to see the beyond the known territory or like the edge, you know what I'm saying? Is that what you're saying, or no? Or you're just trying to determine how is the land flat without seeing the edge?
No, no. If you measure the known territory, and the 197 million square miles allegedly is flat, and everything's arranged between two horizontal parallel planes, which is benchmarked to sea level. In the bowling ball example that I just gave you, that would also be true in that example, correct?
Yeah, because water finds its level.
Yeah, you have level water, contained. Up is up, down is down. Horizontals are parallel. So in other words, that form of the Earth would not be incongruent measuring the known territory flat. There'd be no way to
Bowling
prove or
ball?
disprove it. It'd purely be a philosophical or reasoned preference, basically, to choose one or the other.
Well, anything involving the globe is philosophical.
Well, I didn't say it was the globe, did I? I said it's a bowling ball. So now, once you get to the edge of the thumb hole, right? So the water is contained within the thumb hole. So now you're at the side, and it's curving down. And then let's say there's water. You pour water on it. What happens when you pour the water on the side?
So now you're off of the pond, and now you're on the curved part, right?
Yep. Yep.
All right. Well, huh?
Keep in mind, we already said that all horizontals are horizontal. Vertical is up. So a vertical is perpendicular to the thumb hole pond, basically. So if you put water on the side of that curve, what would it do?
I don't know. I feel like this is a trick question. I mean, like,
dude, you could just analogize it with the bowling ball. If you put water on the side of the bowling ball, what would happen?
yeah, that's what I feel like it would happen. The water just, go dribbles off, right? If you're saying that the crater of the water is at the very tip top, and then it would just go in the direction that the bowling ball is going. I mean, yeah, right? I don't know. Is there like it's going down?
So your intuition.
Wouldn't it just go to like another like? Wouldn't it be peaks and valleys and like other terrain though, like on the bowling ball?
Yeah, there could be terrain that's oriented going down a curved side that could catch water. Kind of like if you imagine you're rolling your bowling ball in some clay and you have lumps on it. But yeah, the water's still going to go down, right? The water's not going to all of a sudden change to going inwards to the center of that ball, right?
Yeah, it's why are people are Globers saying that it's gonna fucking they're gonna put gravity to the bowling ball?
No, I'm
and
just
say it's
saying that I
slower?
tried explaining this to some flat earthers and they couldn't comprehend why the water wouldn't stick to the side of the ball because they're so indoctrinated with arguing against the globe model that they can't even imagine a third idea.
I mean,
So
yeah,
if you tell them you could have a flat earth atop a giant bowling ball just as I described and all the physics be equivalent, they're like, no, because the water would stick to the side. I'm like, why would it?
oh, that's a trippy one. I mean, I was kind of fighting it a little bit, but like I just kind of just went with my logic a little,
Yeah, because keep in mind, I laid out the bowling ball example that up is up, down is down, horizontals are parallel. Where down isn't radial.
I'm trying to picture
So
like
even after parsing all that out, dude, I had flat earthers in the past. Like they just couldn't comprehend it. Like the only way they can imagine a ball when you're analogizing the earth is if the water's sticking to the side of the ball. Like literally you are stuck in a
that
loop.
doesn't that would never happen. That's like never been proven in the existence of anything. Like, am I wrong?
Right, but it's just an exercise, dude. Like for
Yeah,
example,
no,
like
I get it. Look,
all
cognitive
of the measurements, and all of the, let's just call them proofs that can tell you that the known territory is flat, right, would still work with that scenario, right? So, you still have all the laser tests would still work the same. All the Sea Sparrow missiles would still blow up the enemy. It's just that once you get beyond the 30,000-mile perimeter, the terrain alters in a way in which is really incompatible with living on or using in any meaningful way. Because at least in the globe model, whatever conception, the down vector is radial to the surface, right? So you're always being stuck to it. So you always have like an interaction with the surface, which is you can use it. But in this example, the surface would be like retarded, be like trying to build your house sideways on a cliff. Be stupid.
Yeah, that's what I'm picturing. And then like how the water systems would work, how like irrigation would work. You have to think of everything like totally differently. Like the people that would be living that like, but then how would that even be possible? Like, okay, you go to a certain extent and then you're just upside down. Then what? What the fuck? Like,
No, you wouldn't be. You,
you wouldn't
dude.
be. You just fall.
If
It
you
would be
got,
so
if you,
steep.
if listen, if you put something, if you listen, take a GI Joe man, put him on the top of the bowling ball. He stands up. Put his feet on the bottom of the bowling ball and let go of him. What happens? He doesn't
Yeah, I
stand
know.
up, does he?
That's exactly what I'm saying. It's just like eventually, like it'll be so steep where you'll be like, well, I guess we're not going that way because we literally can't walk up this hill anymore. Like, like error, like danger. Don't go past this line. Like fucking unless you bring like a
Right, and
freaking
that's the
rope.
way that. So right, so if you're a flat earther and you're given this hypothetical, like you should be able to think the way you're thinking. You shouldn't be corralled into this concept. Well, if we're a flat Earth on top of a giant ball, then that means that water's sticking to the side of the giant ball. Like no, that wouldn't follow.
Right. It's just kind of playing into the cognitus like of the globe reality that you've been spoon fed your whole life. Cool.
Dude, I had them screaming at me. The water would stick to the side.
Holy. I mean, then you just have to like just go through a train of reasoning. Then you just be like, okay, why? Anything after why is just a bunch of baloney, and like if they don't cog this out of that, then they're just gonna start explaining gravity and shit. Like what the fuck? Like not real gravity, but like ball gravity. Like
Yeah. So yeah, like yeah, exactly. So if the Earth was a ball, it would have ball gravity. Think about it. They're like they can't think like outside the box. Like just so, for example, you could have up be up, down be down, all and up and down are perpendicular, and no, not perpendicular. Sorry, up and horizontal are perpendicular, and all horizontals are parallel, and be living on the top of a giant ball. Like that's not incoherent at all. But when they hear that, they hear the globe, like the globe that they left behind. They hear the heliocentric gravity pulling everything to the center. I can walk around the whole globe, and down will constantly change. It's like, dude. So what does that tell you? It tells you they're not really free. They're not really free from that model, are they? Still infesting them somehow.
That's funny. I'm so glad I reversed to learn the globe. Just had no idea about it, and I had to learn through Flat Earth. It's like the most useful tool. It was painful, slow and painful, but it was way more effective than knowing the knowledge first and then having to like throw it out of my brain.
You got to learn a lot about the history of science too, and the whole bullshit stories that led up to this place.
Yeah, I mean, I never read them in the textbooks, but I saw the
Well,
animated
they don't tell you in
pictures.
the textbooks because then you wouldn't believe it. So they gotta, just leave that part out.
Yeah. Well, the animations were enough to tell me that it's BS, but I mean, yeah.
I mean, if they told you like, here's Newton's theory of gravity, by the way, he didn't believe it. That wouldn't be too good.
That's actually pretty true. It's like 80% of people who come in with that here, like literally don't know that.
We'd say it's 99.5%, maybe 5 in 1,000. No, maybe.
Really? I guess the
Of
anti-Globers
Globers?
Yeah, we just had one today. We just had one today. He was talking all about what Newton believed, what Newton thought, what Newton postulated. I'm like, what the heck are you talking about, dude?
An apple fell on his head.
You guys just don't understand what he said. You're misconstruing what Newton said. That's not really what he said.
The Newton whisperer.
Well, that's the excuse they give, Well,
Oh,
you
is
just
it?
don't
Yeah.
understand.
I love it when they do that. Like, you don't understand what he meant. Like, okay, like these guys, they think they can like read the mind of a dead person and what they really meant. Tell us what they really meant, dude.
I feel like they did that with Eratosthenes the most, but it's the funniest when they can't even pronounce his name right, and they still like you don't understand. Like, bro, you can't even pronounce his name properly.
Dude, my favorite is Ed Mosto. Remember Ed Mosto? Out at the Steenies. Out at the Steenies.
Dude, that's the most popular one now. I feel like everyone says that. Boombaclat. There's some people I don't miss.
And Mosto was one of the first Globers that, when told, hey, go out and do an observation, that he actually like did it within a week. So he gets credit for that. Of course, he did a half-assed job, but at least he went out and did it. So it was like a body of water observation. So he went to a river, that was pretty long. But then when he started describing, he was like up on the bank of the river, and I'm like, dude, you didn't go down into the river. You got to get low, bro. Him and Jen Panda, they were on Friday Night Fights. It's pretty, not Friday Night Fights, what was it called? The Arena. But then we had this Friday show that Mickey hosted. I can't remember what it was called. It might have been called Friday after all. Yeah. Who's your favorite Glober? Matthew or Danny Faulkner?
You rarely hear from Danny Faulkner anymore.
He was just in here a couple of days ago.
Yeah,
We had an
you see.
interesting discussion.
Oh, really? You actually talked.
Yeah, we talked about concepts of objects leaving the Earth in regards to, trying to isolate what he means by gravity's pulling them back down.
My favorite Glober is Jesse Pathalize.
That's your favorite? That's depressing.
Yeah, he's fun though.
Why is he fun? What's your favorite? What's your best thing about him?
I just like how he, the way he deals with theodolites, and he believes that they can see forever, that they don't have a limit.
Oh. Yeah, I can see why then. Yeah, if I heard more Danny, I think I'd be a fan of his. I don't know. I just heard Matthew Learns too many times. I mean, he's
Well,
good, but I mean,
yeah, he is. Well, like Jesse even has he's even measured flatness, and he just disregards it and throws it away. He takes measurements until he gets the one he wants, and then he'll show us that one. But he fails to show all the ones that disprove him.
right.
He said I did 47 observations that were all congruent. And then he was pressed a little bit. It turns out it was just like watching something for 47 seconds. So he counted it as multiple observations.
I don't know. The Globers have been pretty underwhelming lately. It's been a while since we've had an actual, stage or anything noteworthy in the past 6 months. I don't know, unless you got anything.
My favorite is Peter.
I was gonna say Peter's the newest one, which is funny. Yeah, I mean he kicks ass, which is hilarious. I remember when he was like on the fence. Well, he wasn't on the fence, but he was like spurging a bunch and just like completely lost his cool like multiple times. And then I didn't see him for a while. Then all of a sudden he comes back a flat earther. I'm like, oh shit, I guess you gotta lose your mind to be a flat earther. I mean, it's kind of true. Battling the globe so much. I still want to see his paper on outer space and gravity. I'm making it. It'll be coming out eventually. All right.
Well, he had that argument like a year and a half ago that the container was way out in space. That's what his contention was, is that the pressure keeps going, but the container is way out in space.
Yeah, I don't know how you would even claim that. That's why I want to see it for myself. What he has to say.
Didn't he start that GF6? Is that the name of it? The troll group? Isn't he the founder? The creator
Yeah,
of that?
yeah. Him and
Yeah,
like
I
2 or
reserve
3 other guys.
yeah, I
creator of it.
reserve any belief that he might actually have. I'm not gonna fully accept anything. He's, as far as I know, he's never apologized for that or has even talked about it openly.
Would you accept a video of self-flagellation?
Possibly. Possibly. Yeah.
I mean, even if he did go back to the globe, I mean, hey, you'd probably be the like strongest believer out of them, just because he can steel man all the flat Earth arguments.
If you've never seen it, you should watch it. In one of the episodes, he basically says that he missed us. And 24/7 crew was the only intellectually stimulating crew. He missed his buddies, and he wants to know how to get back to where he can hang out with us again.
Who is this?
Peter.
Yeah, he always
Yeah, he
says
made a
that.
little mini show. He made a little mini show, and he wore like a, like a gentleman's, not
I
a
saw that.
bathrobe, but like a night robe with a cigar and his legs crossed, like a little fireside chat.
Indubitably.
He even cut some onions, to make it look more sincere. But I get what he's saying. It's like most of the people that discuss the topic are like just completely boring to talk to.
Oh, sweet! I got my TikTok account back. Let's see if there's any live flat Earth.
You go live on TikTok while you're on Discord and like intermix them.
Oh, dude, I totally could. I just don't have an audience right now.
'Cause I heard some recommendation from some TikTok like grower profile or whatever. It's like you should just just do intermittent lives, like just shoot out a 1 minute video, like whatever you're doing. If you're doing something interesting on the topic you like, just turn your live on and talk about it. Be like, hey, I'm hanging out 24/7. We're talking about this, yada yada, blah blah blah. All right, see you next time.
Do you know Rooster?
No.
Okay, he's like one of the more honest flat earthers on there. Like I was in there and I was calling out some newbie flat earthers on ice wall and blah blah blah, and they're all yelling at me. I had like 4 people yelling at me in the chat. They're telling me, kick this guy out, he's a fake flat earther. And then the host was like, well, what is he saying? And I told him what I was saying, and he's like, well, he's not wrong, like you can't prove any of that. And then the whole room just like shut the fuck up because the head honcho started talking. I'm like, yeah, well, they were still salty at me. It was pretty funny. I say like half of the flat earthers hate me on TikTok because I just specifically seek them out and call them out in their bullshit. I just wait in the background and wait
Well,
for them to say.
yeah, but if you think about it, like take all those platforms, like nine out of 10 people I encounter are those types of people, like the actual, real, legit, just the facts, ma'am. Flat earthers are very few.
Shout us out.
Like actually, in our corner, even taking in, the sister servers that we've had and stuff. Like even if you take into account Nathan Oakley show, the Quantum Racer show, and that group, then a couple of others. Like we're kind of spoiled because even among that, there's a little bit of esoteric and stuff, but very very little compared to the other forums and servers.
Yeah, like it used to be today, it would be like esoteric, like it'd be crazy. Like maybe like 3 or 4 years ago, even like it would be like Speculation Sunday, it would be like ether and this and that, and we've just completely gone away from that, which I'm glad. Like you said, we're lucky. But yeah, like India was saying, it was like going back to 2016 arguments on TikTok. That's all it is.
When I got with Flat Earth showing up on my radar, I only really got good content. I can't remember any esoteric content that came my way. I mean, I definitely got exposed to Eric Dubé, but even then, it was like mostly like the 200 proofs and stuff like that. And so there was some errors in that, but it wasn't like esoteric stuff. He's like, a boat can be seen at this distance and this and that, and the mechanical motions of the stars, with Aries failure, and all these different pretty, bona fide, factual type, empirical type stuff. It wasn't, Earth is surrounded by an ice wall, therefore it's flat. And then my first like quote unquote home flat Earth server was 24/7, so I skipped out on the majority of all those esoteric stuff, which we know is nice. Not that there weren't those people in 24/7. If like you remember the epic battles between Lemon Bird and Quantum Eraser. Oh man.
Yeah, I haven't even peeped their group in like 6 months. They've probably still got the same old internet following though, like on their YouTube. I don't even know about the inner workings of anything else, the background beef and stuff. Alright, I'm trying to find some more flat earthers and globers on TikTok. Give me a second. Oh, I found the guy who keeps blocking me. Okay, let's see if I can get his chat.
Here and
Oh,
debate
I'm
you
in.
live and show you up and make a fool out of you.
Alright, let's do it. Oh, they're talking about Bible verses and stuff. I gotta wait.
What verses that are flat Earth verses? Or something
I don't know.
else?
I'm not sure. Talking about one sec. Ephesians TikTok. Ephesians 6:11 to 17.
I don't know that off the top of my head.
Put on the whole armor of God, that may be able to
Oh, yeah.
stand against the sons of evil.
You may be able to stand against all the fiery darts of the wicked one, and having done all to stand. Therefore, take on the breastplate of righteousness, the helmet of salvation, the sword of truth. You know what armor isn't listed in that ensemble, brother? A back plate. You don't get a back plate. It's forward, or you're getting stabbed in the back.
Damn.
That's right. Forward or death.
I wish I could live stream this. He's got like the heliocentric delusions, the truths about our world. He has a whole thing laid out.
He blocking you because you like, hey, bro, your ice wall nonsense is not legit.
Yeah, I told him that, and then he's like, "We live in a firmament because the stars in the sky are like water." He's like, "There's water where the stars are and stuff." He's like, "I could prove it by putting a light in a Tupperware of water," and that was his proof. I'm like, "Bro, that's what you got?" I'm like, "That's not like how you you know."
Like
Not
that's
what we
like
do.
Jesse putting his laser in the fish tank and saying, "Hey, look, I emulated the atmosphere."
Yeah, so I called him on his BS, and then he just immediately blocked me. He's like, "You're a fake flat earther," blah 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 blah. And he's one of the like bigger TikTok flat earthers. This guy, the stage.
You debate him, bro.
So why not unite on that? Rhymes, bro.
What are you saying? Rhymes?
Therefore, the Earth is flat. Should I open with this guy?
TikTok, dude. As long as you have at least a moderate bit of charisma and you talk about a bunch of esoteric nonsense, you get a following, and they'll even tell you that you're awesome, and then you'll start to think you are.
That's it, man. I mean, it was hurt when I had to hear the Enoch guy, Nathan Thompson, just speak about esoteric stuff, and then I called him out, and then he retracted his statement and said I was right. And then I came back to a stream the next day, and he was talking about the exact same thing that I called him out on. I'm like, the fuck? Like, like, all right, I guess you
New
can
day,
cater to
bro.
whatever audience. What do you want? All right, you can just cater to the esoteric tards. And he's trying to sell his book, right? I have all this, these PDF files.
He's got a book?
Or not a book. He's got like a bunch of PDF files you can buy for like $85.
What, $85 for PDFs, man? What the heck?
Yeah, dude, someone bought it on the air, dude. I was like, oh my gosh.
That's almost as bad as Jaron selling How to Be a Man and Make Your Woman Happy for $300.
Dude, it was like, he was like, dude, I had to go to libraries. I had to pay like the library like thousands of dollars to get these books, and to get them like put into like from books into like, you know, translation online. Like, he's like, the amount I paid for it was like the total, you know, grifter. The fucking
Bro, can you imagine paying Jaron $300 for him to tell you how to treat a woman?
What would Jaron know about keeping a woman happy? He's still with the woman he lost his virginity to.
No, they divorced, dude.
Oh,
Where you been?
she woke up, is what you're saying. Oh, he's so good at keeping his woman happy, she divorced him. Wild.
No, I think it was the other way around. I think she was doing naughty stuff, and he kicked her out.
Oh, so he couldn't keep her happy. Exactly.
Hey, dude, $300 for an entertaining evening with Jaron. I mean, who cares what he's talking about? It's Jaron, bro.
I'm buying it. No, I shouldn't be making fun. It's kind of sad, you know, the kid lost his parents and whatnot, but I don't know. Silly.
All right, I got the guy here. All right, say what's up.
What's up?
All right, this is the Discord Flat Earth crew, and I guess you are the TikTok Flat Earth crew. So, like you said, we're trying to merge communities a little bit.
Yes, I have my original account was banned for 3 days, but this is my backup account. So same name, pretty much, just the stage CPR.
Cool, bro. Yeah, we are 24/7 Flat Earth Discord, and yeah, you can find us on Discord. We got a website which is 247flatearth.org. Find us on there. All the links. You can join our chats, and yeah, it's cool to talk to you. How long you been a flat earther for?
since June 1st, 2023. I was woke up by my daughter's spirit. So basically, I was an atheist my whole life until Christmas Eve 2022. Me and my wife, we lost a child at no cause, and it woke me up to God. And then 6 months later, June 1st, 2023, I saw my first flat Earth video, and I instantly knew Earth was flat. That's also my daughter's birthday. Fast forward to July 29th, 2025. Me and my wife, we had another daughter who looks exactly the same. Not a single difference, in my opinion.
Cool, interesting. So, what was that flat Earth video about, and how did that like impact you?
So it was actually a flat Earth video on all of the evidence. Water, it always seeks level. Water depth requires a physical containment. The sun, how the sun moves around the Earth and not the Earth moving around the sun. And the very last part was how the Bible actually proves that the Earth is flat.
Cool. No, yeah. Any of those like stick out to you? Like, what was your favorite, or just like all the above? You just took it in, and you're like, "Wow, this makes a lot of sense," and I'm balls deep now.
So my favorite is the fact that Antarctica is the highest average landmass above sea level, and when you really think about water depth on the Earth, all water depth on the Earth requires a physical container, regardless of scale.
Okay, that's cool. Well, so Antarctica is the highest continent. So how does that have to do with like flat Earth? You said that like the water is at scale, but like, what do you think Antarctica is? Like an ice wall, or like what do you think?
Yep. So Antarctica actually surrounds the entire, holding in the depths of the ocean. Antarctica is physical land with over a mile of ice above it. And that's why we're not allowed to go there. Because people they don't want us to realize that water depth, no matter its scale, requires a physical container surrounding said depth 360 degrees.
Huh, that's interesting. Yeah, I see your the flat Earth map here with the ice wall, and yeah, I feel like our in the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord, we kind of have a different take on that, where we don't know or don't think Antarctica is an ice wall. So I guess we're both flat earthers, but we kind of disagree on that point. So I would just ask you to like demonstrate how you know that Antarctica is an ice wall, like around the whole, like keeping the water in, as you say.
There you go.
A picture?
So, picture of the ice wall. There's people standing on it, and obviously you can tell it's hundreds of feet taller than the water.
Right. No, I see the picture.
What do you see? You see beyond.
Right, that's the horizon. I see maybe a mountain behind it. I don't know, I can't really see.
You see beyond. Nothing but ice at the same height. Right?
Yeah, that's our like perspective. We can't see. We can only see a certain distance, right? So I see like the land, and I see the sky and the clouds in the background.
You guys like the flat go through
No, we're 24/7 Flat Earth Discord.
What is y'all's take on it? What do you?
Hold on, Jesse. Hold on. Okay, so physics of water depth proves that the Earth is a stationary topographical plane, and there's a simple statement below, and it says, if you can show me water deeper than 4 millimeters on Earth without a physical container, then Earth is a globe. So you might wonder what that means. When we look at this diagram, we see this the front side profile view of a river. The river's depth is solely dependent on this green line or river bank. As you can see, the river bank starts above the water on one side, travels down the side across the bottom and up the other side, creating its depth. If there was a flat surface below this river and I took this green line or riverbank away from the depth of the river, the water depth itself would fall due to density and gather on the flat surface at less than 4 millimeters. To be exact, 3.857 millimeters due to surface tension, cohesion, and adhesion. Neil, do you and your followers follow me so far on the physics of water depth?
Yeah, I think so. Let me ask them. Does anyone want to chime in?
I would agree that you could probably say that under water's natural physics that it's exposed to, it would only get no more than 4 millimeters. But to say that if you showed me some that wasn't doing that, then the Earth would be a globe, that wouldn't logically follow. So, for example, you could have differential forces that are causing the water to reach greater than 4 millimeters, but that wouldn't change the surface curvature of the Earth being nothing, right?
Yes, by changing the density of the water, like say if you were to add salt to the water, you would have 8 millimeters and no more. That's the only way you can create water deeper than 4 millimeters on Earth without a physical container. So what you seem to forget is I'm asking, or the statement says, without a physical container. Because on a globe, we are contained by water, correct?
Yeah, so you're just positing the idea that, you know, Globers would say, oh, I can show you curved water, I can show you a meniscus, I can show you a water jet, but you're saying that the forces that allow water to do that break down at a certain level, and this is the quantity of that level. So in other words, a Glober would say that, and you say, yeah, but you can't get that to occur past 4 millimeters, so, you know, supposedly, if that's what you meant.
Yeah. Right. Yeah, exactly. And that's what I'm saying. Like, water depth on the Earth requires a physical container because let's go to water on 4 different scales. 1 second.
We're trying to get to the fact that we have a disagreement on the ice wall, right? Because you think the ice wall goes completely around like the edge of what our existence, and I think that's where we're having a little hiccup. We agree that, you know, water keeps, you know, the land keeps water in, right? But to actually say that there's a physical ice wall completely around, I think that's where we disagree.
Is we don't know if it's completely ice all the way around. It could be land. We're not allowed to go past certain points. It's no longer international waters, and there's treaties that keep us from actually exploring those places. So, but what he's about to show you proves it.
For all we know, the dome goes stretching around and then just contains the oceans, and there isn't ice that's blocking it, but the firmament itself.
Yeah. For example, like whatever's happening in the Antarctic perimeter could be thousands of miles before the other thing starts to occur, right?
Nice, Steve.
Okay,
What's that?
Okay, so what we have are 4 different scales of water. Okay. Now, all 4 of these scales of water in reality are the same. However, on the globe model, the cup, the pond, and the lake are the same, but the ocean is different. It has no physical container. Okay, I will now explain how all 4 of these in reality are the same, starting with the cup. The water depth inside of the cup is solely dependent on the physical cup surrounding the water depth in question 360 degrees. The physical cup creates the depth of water in this top left image. Agree or disagree, and why?
Yeah, it's a cup of water, and yeah, it holds. Yeah, the container holds the water in. Yeah, water is our benchmark for level, right?
That's so the physical cup is creating the depth, correct?
If that's what you're saying, sure, yeah.
This is what I'm saying. I'm asking you. The physical cup creates the depth of water, correct? Because if I didn't have this cup and I poured this, let's say I measured this and it was 3 inches of depth, let's say I poured it on the table that it's on, would I have 3 inches of depth?
The water would just spill everywhere because it's not contained. It's just a flat table.
It would spread out, correct?
Yeah. Yeah,
Okay.
I think we understand
So
the containment.
This cup. What's creating the depth?
The cup, the walls, the containment.
The walls. Yes, okay. So that means the pond is the cup, but on a greater scale. Agreed?
Yeah.
Okay, so the lake is the pond and the cup, but on an even greater scale. Agreed?
Yeah.
Okay, so once we get to the ocean, this is where everybody was taught in school to change the physics of water depth and say this amount of water surrounds a ball via gravity, but the highest continent above sea level is?
You're saying Antarctica? That's what you said?
Antarctica.
No, I'm asking.
Oh,
what is
yeah.
the highest continent above sea level? Okay.
Yeah, one of our
Yes,
Toby said that. Yeah.
Okay, so
Personally, I would caveat it with the highest known continent above sea level.
no matter the scale,
Right.
the scale, 1 second, the scale does not matter. Water does not care how much water is here. It doesn't care, okay? No matter the amount of water, it will always require a physical container surrounding it 360 degrees. Okay? The oceans are physically contained by Antarctica. Antarctica itself is physical land with over a mile of ice above it.
I think we agree on that Antarctica is a mile above, right? But the part where we disagree on is on one side, you're saying that nobody can go there because the government's not going to let us, right? And we're like, okay, so we can't go there. So therefore, anything else after we're saying we can't go there is just based off of assumptions, right? And off of the conclusion that the conclusion.
So, why?
Yeah, they're not allowed certain like parallel like degrees. Is that correct?
Coming way low now for us.
Tell me why.
You tell me. It's your claim.
Think about it. I just told you water depth requires a physical container. Okay, the oceans are physically contained, sir. What do you think they're physically contained by?
Yeah, but you're just showing me a picture of the ice wall.
Neil, my answer for that is land past Antarctica. There you go.
Tell me why we're not allowed to go to Antarctica.
Sure, if anyone of my panel members want to chime in.
I got one.
Well, it may be the case. It may be the case that Antarctica is the perimeter of which past there's no more ocean, but it could also be the case that Antarctica is just a stop along the way before the final perimeter. And so that Antarctica is not the thing actually containing the whole oceans, but land past Antarctica is. And we wouldn't know that since we've never been there.
You guys believe they have to tell you the truth? They don't come right out and tell you the truth, but they have to tell you the truth in one way, shape, or form. Do y'all believe in that universal law?
I don't know of any evidence that that's a universal law.
Steve, pull up the flags.
They believe in the land outside the ice wall.
I know that voice.
That's definitely
That's one of the Flat Earth brothers, isn't it?
Yeah,
that's one of the Flat Earth brothers, isn't it? Tell me that's not one of the Flat Earth brothers.
You mean
Founded Earth brothers? Yeah,
brothers?
that sounds like one of those fellas to me.
So you're showing the UN thing, right?
What's missing out of all those pictures?
United Nations?
Yeah.
What's missing? Yeah, tell us.
I'm the Neil's the crazy one.
Well, when it comes to iconography, if you have United Nations, Antarctica isn't a nation state, so it wouldn't be eligible to be part of the United Nations, would it?
One second. Neil and his Discord friends are flat earthers as well. Okay, Nicholas, just so you're aware.
Then you all know.
Go ahead, Neil. Your guy was saying something.
Go for it, AI.
Oh, I was saying that if the UN flag represents people that are eligible to be members of the UN, right? And that's the iconography that it's using, then Antarctica wouldn't be included because Antarctica is not a nation state, so it can't be part of the United Nations. So for that reason, it could be excluded.
Which one? What is missing out of each one of those symbols?
What's missing, guys?
But that's your positive claim that there's an ice wall.
Is this live feed just a troll? I mean, you'd have to be a troll to come up here and say the Earth is flat. Like that would be the only reason.
Can we mute this guy and continue with the conversation? Appreciate it.
Nicholas, the Earth is flat, bro. Take care. Go ahead, guys. Sorry, Neil.
All right, so you're trying to like say what's missing, and I'm supposed to say an ice wall, but it's your positive claim that there's an ice wall. It's not mine.
Antarctica, gentlemen. Antarctica is missing off of each one of those sigils. And they're showing you with the olive branches wrapping around that is the ice wall that's wrapping around. They have to put it in your face. They have to tell you the truth, whether you like it or not. You don't have to admit it. I understand what you're saying, that you're thinking that the firmament goes all the way down and it's containing the oceans. However, that containment is for the gas. The bottom containment is for the water. Water's above from the water's below. You have a separation of the two.
Yeah, but it's all assumptions. I'm not saying that the containment in the firmament is assumption, like it's required, right, for gas, But like to say that the whole entire outside of what our existence is ice and containing the water, we don't know because we haven't been, and it would be just an assumption, and it would be kind of a little bit fallacious to say that you actually know what's here, even though nobody has recorded any measurements in real life, in real person.
Look at my latest video with the ice wall. Go ahead.
Do you believe the America?
There's a south illuminated one blocked. There's Tiffany. Goodbye.
Do you believe the Americana Encyclopedia Americana is 1938?
What does that have to do with the ice wall and you proving it?
I don't know, because they talk about taking a prop airplane from New Zealand over to the ice wall and seeing a 13,000.
One sec, guys. And then flying. One sec. We'll just show them the ice wall. Go ahead, Zay.
Oh, there's
top right.
So 20% Flat Earth Discord crew. They are showing me the ice wall apparently.
Stays in place.
Well, to be fair, Neil, unless they're showing an isometric perspective of the entire Antarctic perimeter containing the ocean, then showing a portion of an ice wall, which we all agree with, that the Antarctic perimeter has ice cliffs that could be described as ice walls. No one's doubting that.
Is that an ice sheet, bud?
Yeah, can we pause the video? Hold on. We'll pause the video so I can talk. All right. No, please pause. Okay, so I'll talk.
Yeah, you kind of got to relay a little bit, Neil, because they're not always coming through for us.
Okay. Yeah, so essentially you showed me like how far did that ice wall go in that video? Would you assume maybe like 500 meters, a kilometer, maybe like 2 kilometers? But you would say it's less than in that picture, right? In that photo, whatever, or the video, it was less than 2 kilometers shown. We can just say that, right?
It's a part of entire ice wall?
Yeah, I mean, you're just showing me like 2 kilometers worth of land. Yeah, yeah. No, listen to you. You're taking like one part of like 2 kilometers, and you're saying it goes around the entire Earth. Oh, and here's like I'm getting kicked. Oh, ready? 3, 2, 1. Oh, and I'm gone. Yep.
Weak sauce, brother. So if I show you $200, that means I have $1,000. If I show you $1 million, that means I have $10 million because I showed you an amount that would be part of 10 million if I had 10 million. This is illogical, friend. Yeah, they're definitely making some logical leaps and assumptions, which aren't necessarily unreasonable, but they're not treating them properly as if they are. They're treating them as if they're conclusive proofs. You know, basically just making assertions and claims without backing them up.
Yeah, every time I get to that part, they start freaking out and immediately call me a troll, you're a fake flat earther, and block me, as you just saw.
Yep.
Well, the only regret I have is that we really couldn't hear them through, and it would have been nice to have them on our recording talking.
Oh, okay. Yeah, we got a little bit of it at least, but yeah, it was decent.
But yeah, I mean, that's just an example of, and you notice how they said like some things like it's a universal law that they, quote unquote, whoever they are, have to tell you the truth. And I said, well, I don't know of any evidence for such a universal law. And they just, just glossed over it like as if it's just axiomatic that they, quote unquote, whoever that is and whatever that means, have to tell you the truth. Where'd they get that idea from? Did they get it from them? They said that they have to tell you the truth. Therefore, now you think they're always going to tell you the truth about everything because they're tricking you because they actually don't have to tell you the truth. Just like cops who are allowed to lie to you. They tell you, oh, I'm not allowed to lie to you. But guess what? They are allowed to lie to you. So that was a lie.
But why would they lie?
Now, look, I'm not saying it's unreasonable that as you go further out towards the Antarctic perimeter, there could be ice surrounding the entire Earth. But notice how I parsed it with could be.
And it
What if
doesn't
the
mean it's all
Antarctic
Antarctica
perimeter?
either.
Yeah, exactly. What if the Antarctic perimeter? Because there is ancient maps supposedly, right? So, for example, that Chinese map that was in the one newspaper that shows more water and more land beyond the what we would consider the Antarctic perimeter. So the Antarctic ice, quote unquote, wall could be transient. You know what I mean by that? Like it could be there sometimes and not there sometimes. So for example, if it melted, there'd be a way to get through and go on to more ocean. And this is just these are all hypotheticals, but they're possibilities. And they didn't provide any evidence to exclude those possibilities, except a piece of graphic arts, which I easily said that this is a graphic which represents nations that could be eligible to be part of the United Nations. And since Antarctica is not a nation state, why would it be included in the graphic? So they're assuming that the graphic is a map of the world. What if it's just a map of nation states, of which Antarctica isn't one? But they know better, right? They know the truth somehow. Somehow they do.
Yeah, because of revelation of the method, right? Oh, that's an Illuminati. The Illuminati has to tell you, and if you're too stupid to realize, that's their premise, man. Like, and we were talking about this morning. Like, Jedi was bringing that up, and talking. So I think he was talking to someone, and we were saying, yeah, like Antarctica could be a little island continent, except it wouldn't be a continent. It's actually an archipelago, right, which is covered in ice. So it's a series of islands in an arc shape that has been iced over, right? A lot of it's just water underneath there, no land, right? But yeah. Right. So it could be this little island continent place, right? And there could still be a big ring, like you were saying, a big ring of ice around. Now, they could be going to some of these locations and telling us it's Antarctica, but it's not really.
Exactly. What else would I? Oh man, I was thinking of something. What was it? Oh, with the revelation of the method. So in the book of Job, Satan is basically, inquiring of God to, accuse people. And God says, "Have you considered my servant Job?" And Satan says, "Hey, he's only honoring you because you give him so much wealth." And then he says, "Okay, you can take away his wealth and things that belong to him, even his family, but you can't touch him." And that doesn't work. So Satan goes back, "Oh well, he's only still honoring you because you didn't let me touch his body, right?" I think what he said is flesh for flesh, but a man will give all that he hath for his soul, meaning his body or something like that. I think that's what he said. But anyway, so then God said, "Okay, go ahead. You can harm him, but don't kill him." And then God said, "And make sure you reveal the method." Oh wait, no, he didn't say that.
Right.
So no, evil is not obligated to tell you what it's up to. There's no universal law. Okay, I mean, unless you got some document that you got that from, and then you'd have to prove that. Maybe they're not obligated to tell you. Maybe they do all the predictive programming and revelation of the method just to lord it over you that they're going to do it, and they're going to tell you they're going to do it, and there's nothing you can do to stop it. And there is no law for them to do it. They just do it because they enjoy fucking with you. Right? That's a possibility.
I think it would be really cool to bring more people in like that,
I got one.
Yeah, and
You
I
need a
just want to
better
say
audio interface, though.
Yeah, I'm
it's
gonna turn Crisp off.
yeah, it's an example of how they've exchanged one belief system for another,
Okay, 3, 2, 1. 1 second. Hey, brother. Okay, got you with my chat. This is the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. If you want to say what's up, give your name and what you're all about the globe.
Absolutely. Yeah, so my name is James Abdelis. I'm the founder of Coilmetrics. I deal in particle physics, specifically, atomic particles and how they interact between each other, like protons and neutrons, that kind of thing. But keeping that separate, I'm a glober, and I'd like to talk with you guys today a little bit about the gravitational models, understanding orbits and periods, and how we can judge our distance from the star based off of just using the inverse square law of light alone. And this gives us a direct measuring stick, even outside of conventional science, that we can utilize to determine our position in the solar system, and that it furthers the proof of our orbit around our star. Now, I guess the first thing I would ask, Neil, in the 24/7 group, you guys, do you believe that the sun and the moon are in the firmament or outside the firmament? Because I hear a lot of different stories when it comes to that too.
Oh yeah, totally. We're actually not sure, right? We can't make a claim to that exactly. That would kind of be like just assuming it because we can't physically tangibly reach it. We can't physically tangibly reach the dome, quote unquote. So yeah, we're not sure. We don't really claim a model, right? We don't have like a model of you see like most people with like the ice wall. Yeah.
Okay, cool. Well, let's clear that up a little. So we don't. Flat Earth is not a cosmological model. It's not a claim about the Earth in relation to the cosmos. It's a claim about the Earth in relation to its own surface. So the flat Earth model is that all the points on the surface are oriented between two horizontal parallel planes with the extent of the width much greater than the extent of the height, which is the mechanical definition of flat. That's the flat Earth model. That's what we think here. We don't make claims about things that aren't the Earth that we can't possibly know.
Sure. And that makes a lot of sense. And thank you for clarifying. I mean, and you just have to understand too, like the flat Earth community is widespread, and we get so many variations and versions that it's almost impossible to keep track of. And then like everybody has their own interpretation, and when they shed that, especially when it's not, and I love what you guys are doing because you're actually grouping up together and promoting a single a single maybe not a model, but at least an interpretation that's unified. Let's put it that way. So that makes it a lot easier. Now, so for me, I guess the first thing I would say though, so if I were to talk about orbits, that wouldn't disprove your model at all, right? Because you're not claiming that there's no orbits, I guess. Is that what you mean to say?
Well, we're not positing the idea that the Earth is an object in the heliocentric cosmology, where Earth is just one of many celestial objects floating in a giant cosmic void that are interacting with each other and circling around each other. No, from our observation point, the Earth, for all intents and purposes, is equivalent to the floor of the universe, and everything is above us, and interpretations of what's going on in the sky can't ontologically change the status of the physical structure of the thing we're standing on. What we're standing on is tangible, measurable, and accessible, and demonstrably flat.
Okay. So I have a question, and this is the first thing that comes to my mind, and this is just a simple thought experiment, if you will. We're all familiar with the snow globe, right? So basically, essentially flat Earth with a clear dome over the base of the disc, right? And we shake it, snow falls, snow globe, right? So here's my concept, just as a quick thought experiment. If I were to take a little mini flashlight, like or better yet, forget a flashlight. Let's just use a Christmas LED light. Just one Christmas LED light off of a tree. And we take that one LED light and we place it anywhere around that glass. Like, I mean, at any position. You can pick whatever position you want. It could be towards the side. It could be on the top of the dome at the apex. It could be down towards the middle, whatever. Now, regardless of where I put that LED light, from the surface of the disc looking upward, because of just standard geometry, you would be able to see that light no matter where you are on the surface of that disc at all times, because it's only it's a two-dimensional plane with surrounded by a 3D dome. So
but at that scale, that's fair. That's fair, and I agree. But at that scale, you're foregoing any media between the light and the observer. So, for example, I could show you a flat printed map of the Earth with a mag dome put over it. If you know where the mag dome is, in other words, it's not a single lens or a single plane of glass. It's a continuous media that alters the path of the light in a manner in which you can put a flashlight on it, and you cannot get the flashlight to illuminate the entire piece of paper under the dome. So it's actually not the case that a single light source must necessarily be seen from all positions or light up the entire surface.
Like thicker in some places and thinner in others. Is that what you mean?
Well, it could be that, or you could just say it's a variable distribution of the light through a medium. And that's all that's needed to not be able to see a light at all times. And since that is possible, and coupled with the fact that the Earth is measured to be flat, then somebody telling me that if there was a light above a flat Earth, I'd always be able to see it. I can take that and put it to the side because it's not necessarily true. Whereas if the Earth is flat, then it can't possibly be a globe, which would be necessarily true.
Okay. Now, the next thing that comes to mind is, every 69 miles on the Earth's surface, we change 1 degree. Or we curve 1 degree. What are your thoughts on that? Do you just
Well, that's a model. I agree that would be equivalent to the model because of the circumference. And when you say we change 1 degree per 69 miles, well, if you take something and divide it, right, by 360 and it equals 69, then of course that would be equivalent. Now, when it comes to this, most people are saying we're seeing a celestial object decline 1 degree every 69 miles we travel. Now, the problem with all of this is there's no contiguous measurement greater than 20 miles of this occurring. So it's not validated in reality.
All right. So how about now on the other end? Because I'd like to understand your perspective as well. So what would like if you were to think about maybe the top 3 points that you could make to a glober, like if you were trying to convince a glober that the Earth was flat, what would be the top 3 things that you would use? What would be your
Fair, but I would never accept the endeavor to convince someone. I would just present them the facts. So the number one gold standard is water. So water is the standard benchmark of level of which the entire world is benchmarked against, being sea level. And either that level is curved, right, 360 degrees around, coming back on itself, or it's not. Now, when we understand level in any local sense, it's horizontal. It's equivalent to horizontal, perpendicular to plumb, or vertical. And that's how we operate in the world. Now, that being said, we have tools that can measure that. So, for example, we can use local water levels, but we can also use lasers. And whenever we're doing construction projects and we want to make something flat, like a flat floor, we'll shoot a laser across and we'll do what's called a laser transit, where we level the laser, we shoot the laser beam, and then we take a storyboard, which tells us how far the laser beam is from the surface. And we either have to raise the surface or lower the surface in order to level it. Now, when you apply that laser transit measurement methodology to the Earth's surface water, let's say a sufficient sample size of 25 miles, which should exhibit a curvature rate that would cause the laser to deviate from its target by 90 meters at 25 miles. So if you set up a laser 2 meters off the ground, you set up a target 2 meters off the ground, 25 miles over water, and you hit that laser to the target, then that means that the 90 meters of drop isn't actually present. And so the giant hump of Earth curve, which is supposed to be there, has been measured to not be there. And if you extrapolate the physics of water, which we already have agreed is the standard benchmark of level to which all elevation profiles over the entire surface area of the Earth are benchmarked, then that means that from the top of Mount Everest to the bottom of the Marianas Trench is between 2 level horizontal parallel planes, parallel with sea level. Therefore, the Earth is flat, and not only flat, flatter than a piece of paper.
I would say the same thing. Like if we and it's interesting that you mentioned that, because we had a similar conversation earlier today in one of my other lives about it, and again using the globe model. If we were to shrink the globe down to the size of a cue ball, it would be 4 times smoother than a cue ball. And again, we're talking about relative in size. Like we think about the Marianas Trench at its greatest depth is about 7 miles deep, right? In Mount Everest, you have the height on that. I mean, we did it earlier today. I forget, but
5 miles. It's 5 miles.
It's really irrelevant. It's the height. 5 miles. Okay. So, even at the greatest peak and the lowest depth, when we look at the microscopic, the pores inside of a cue ball, that would be those pores. What appears to be like a Thomas like English muffin, like all nooks and crannies on the Earth's surface, by the time you shrink all that down in size, you know, when you take something like that and you shrink it down in
Yeah.
size, it has more you know, more stability and more structure and more, you know, crystalline structure than even a pool ball.
Yeah, I think when you outdo that profile, it ends up with a ratio to the fourth decimal place.
Right. And so we have similar nature in thinking on that. You're and again you're looking at it as a 2-dimensional plane, whereas I'm looking at it as a 3-dimensional plane, and that's fine.
Not at all.
You know, I guess
Not at all. Listen, dude, friend, hold on, brother. Hold on. There's no such thing as a 2-dimensional Earth.
Oh, okay. Well, if I didn't mean to use the wrong words. I didn't mean to offend you.
Yeah, so the globe would exist in 3 dimensions, and a flat Earth would exist in 3 dimensions, right?
I'll just stick with that.
Yeah, the difference between the difference between the two ideas is that one's benchmark standard for the variations of the elevation profile is around a curve, and the other is around a horizontal line, and that's the difference.
Right. So here's another question. And this one comes to mind now. I know you guys mentioned you don't subscribe to a specific model. You still believe that the ice wall surrounds the exterior? Is that accurate for your logic or no?
I mean, not necessarily. There could be, as you increase your distance going south, you encounter ice, but whether it encapsulates the entire perimeter is unknown. And it could be transient, like sometimes it's there, sometimes it's not there. The correct answer from our position is unknown.
Okay. So see, it's hard for me too, because you know, here on TikTok, I know you guys are Discord, and it's strange because, you know, here on TikTok, almost all of the flat earthers here, and I can't speak for everybody, of course, so that would be wrong, but why I said almost. At least almost all of the flat earthers I've encountered here on TikTok, and I'm talking about thousands, have stated that their position is that there is an ice wall. If you try to escape the ice wall, you'll be unalived. You know,
yeah, I agree that there's those types of sentiments out there, and it is the case that the Antarctic perimeter is highly restricted, and you do need certain permissions. But that's neither here nor there, because in between us and wherever you reach the ice, there's an ocean, and that ocean is filled with water, and water has a certain natural physics to it that when at rest, it's the benchmark standard of level, and that level is either curved or horizontal. And when you measure it, it shows itself to be horizontal, and that means that the water from when you leave the coastline of wherever you're going to head towards Antarctica, from the time you leave that coastline to the time you arrive at whatever's out there, you're traveling over level, horizontally arranged water that's not curving in a manner sufficient to create a ball, and therefore the Earth is flat. So the ice wall is highly irrelevant.
Okay. So the reason I brought it up, the reason I started with it is because again, I can only talk about what I know so far from the flat Earth community I've encountered, right? And that's all I can really discuss. So in the models
that's not entirely true. That's not entirely true, friend. I'll posit an idea for you.
What's that?
I'll posit an idea that what you said isn't entirely true, because you can discuss.
I couldn't hear what you said. You got to remember, I'm going through 2 microphones here, so.
Yeah, gotcha. See, you can discuss the topics we brought up, which is that water is measured to be flat, and it covers 70% of the known territory of the Earth. and the physics of water make it the benchmark standard of level. And if the level standard covering 70% of the Earth is horizontally arranged, then that means the Earth is flat.
I mean, I can't agree directly, and I got an audience comment that I'd like to use as an opener to that. Parallel curved lines are level relative to each other.
I would agree with you. I would agree with you that
part of the issue that I mean, I can't agree to the fact that water remains level, because even when we
you do agree. You do. You already said you agreed. You agree. Listen, whether you realize it or not, you agree that the benchmark standard of level, even if you think the Earth is a globe, is the surface of water. Like that's what it's all benchmarked to. So you agree that water is level. You just imagine that level to be a giant curve, where I'm telling you that it's measured to not be curved, but actually to be flat. That's the difference.
Well, I mean, I understand your position. You know, I do disagree. I do not agree. But you know, you're entitled to your opinion. You know, I'm certainly not going to get into an argument over it. I mean, it's really not a matter of opinion. I mean, it's a matter of scientific fact. Let's put it this way: if I have a baseball and the ball is round, right, and I were to coat it in Jello, okay, the only way for me to make the Jello level to the structure of the ball would be to give it the exact same mill thickness across the entire baseball. So if I did something
principle.
like 5 millimeters in thickness across the entire baseball, I am now level with the surface of the baseball from the exterior. If my mill thickness,
And that level would be curved, correct? That level would be curved, right? And if that was the case, the level would be curved, right? Right. So when I say the Earth's water is measured,
and I'm sorry, but that denounces your claim, and I don't mean to be disrespectful.
it doesn't. No, it doesn't, dude. No, it doesn't. Not even close. Okay, your claim is that if you have two parallel arcs, they're parallel to each other, you could define that as level. Those are curves. And that is true, they're curves. Now, curves have a rate of change of slope over distance. In other words, they have an increased rate of drop over distance from the observer's standpoint. That can be measured. So your claim is correct that if you had two concentric arcs, one higher than the other, but they're carrying the same curvature rate, that they would be quote unquote level to each other. We already know that that's how level works. But the question is whether that water that's on the Earth's surface is curved or not whether it's level or not. We all agree it's level. What I'm telling you is that when you measure it with a laser, and I'm telling you this test has been done, real quick, brother. This test has been done demonstrating that that level is not curved.
I mean, we can prove this with another factor also. If we look at different points across different continents, sea level is different. Let's say, for example, in Rhode Island than it is in Florida. Sea level is different in Ireland than it is in New Zealand. Sea level is different in Australia than it is in South Africa.
That's why, right, correct. That's why the benchmark is mean. Right, correct. That's why the benchmark standard is mean sea level, dude. Right, correct.
I mean, sea level is sea level from local proximity. Sea level. Okay, and
let's say, yeah. Let's agree. I'll agree with you. I'll agree with you that the sea level varies.
Different areas across the globe, or even across the world for you. Just test and see if sea levels are different. I mean, I don't have.
Hey, friend, let me help you out, dude. It's called mean sea level for a reason. That's because they take an aggregate of measurements and they run a mean on it, right? So we understand. We're not saying that the seas don't rise and fall. Okay. We're not saying that they're at variable altitudes at any given time, at any given point, but they have a mean, right? So they're constantly fluctuating within a variance. And that variance of fluctuation is arranged between two horizontal parallel planes, not two concentric arcs. And we know this because when we measure the water, it measures flat, not curved.
Sorry, just getting rid of some riffraff in my chat. I don't mind having discussions, but when people start attacking, that's when they gotta go. So I mean, okay, so let's move on. So that was number one. What's number two for you? So we started with your benchmark. What would number two be?
Yeah. So the only way to know that the Earth is flat is if it's actually measured to be flat. The only way to have a ubiquitous measurement across the whole surface is to use a standard that can be benchmarked to, which is water. So once you measure the water that it's flat, you don't need anything else. That's sufficient. That's number one, number two, and number three.
What have you ever heard of something called the thin blue line? You ever hear about that before?
Yeah, that's when you don't mess with police officers.
That's funny. So when you get high enough in altitude, and like before you actually leave the Earth's atmosphere, you come to a point where you can see the blackness of space, and you can see the curvature, not only the curvature of the Earth, but also the horizon of the majority of the atmosphere. Like, because the atmosphere is multi-level, right? You start running out of oxygen at a certain point, and then you start, all the lighter and lighter gases start coming into play, So basically, above the oxygen line, and once we start getting into 50, 60,000 feet, this is where this thin blue line rests. And there was an episode of MythBusters. I was revert back to this, where they went up into one of these high speed planes, a jet, and this is one of the fastest jets ever created. Now this thing can do about 1,000 miles an hour, and as many of you know, this is the speed of rotation of Earth. So the myth bust wasn't about whether the Earth was a globe or flat. It had nothing to do with that. It was about, can they keep up with the sun as they are, in other words, could they have a never-ending sunset? So in other words, if they flew fast enough, could they keep up with the sun and the Earth's curvature at the same time, and not lose the sun through sunset? And that's what they did in the show. And they tracked it for about 20 minutes. They slowed down so that they could watch the sun set, and then they sped up so that they could catch up to the sun at the time it was setting. And all of this is it's on MythBusters. It's not government. You know what I'm saying? It's Discovery Channel. It's we're all familiar with the show. And bottom line is two things were solved in that, because when you get up that high, they got to surpass the thin blue line, so they were able to to see the curvature of the Earth, and also it tracked the fact that the Earth truly is moving at 1,000 miles per hour in its rotation.
At best, they proved the sun was constantly moving away from them. I could argue that, right? There's no conclusive there that the Earth is the thing that's moving.
That was my point. They're traveling at the rate of sunset. So the Earth, because of its curvature, is rotating counterclockwise in the globular model, and it's rotating counterclockwise at 1,000 miles per hour. Sun rises in the east and it sets in the west.
So they're traveling west, following the sun as it's setting. And as I mentioned, they slowed down. They let the sun go over the horizon, and they boosted up. They went like almost 1,100 miles an hour. And as they were able to not only catch up with the sun, but maintain the state of seeing the sun as
All I heard there was evidence that the plane is moving and the sun is moving. I didn't hear any evidence that the Earth was moving.
Right.
So,
Catch up with the sun or the Earth? Which one?
that's the first thing. I mean, the rotation is certainly proven with that experiment. But secondly,
Not at all. I mean, all I heard was the sun is moving and the plane is moving.
Right. So, but that proves the rotation. It shows. I mean, these are well documented velocities that the Earth is rotating at.
Right. So you're referring to consequent. If the Earth was rotating, the sun motion would be caused by the rotating Earth. If I see the sun moving, the Earth's rotating, dude. That's not logical.
Hold on one second. I gotta bring one of my guests up.
Is that all we need? Is something to become a well-established philosophical principle?
Yeah.
Awesome. Let's take a little break. Let's introduce his guest to the panel if you want, or do you want to go up to you?
So this is Bama Trader. He frequents many flat Earth chats. He's the perfect guy for you because he was on the fence himself. I'm pretty sure at this point he's a Glober, but he looked into it. Bama, this is Neil, and I'm sorry I didn't get a chance to get introduced to your guest properly, Neil, or if I did, I missed his name.
No problem. We got our main guy. We got Mr. AI, and then we got also Mr. T-Dub, but you're mainly talking to Mr. AI.
Yeah, take it away, AI Overlord.
Bama, you can take over.
Oh, yeah.
Awesome.
Well, I've never been on the fence. I've been a Glober, even before we even got into, it took me being on TikTok for 4 years before I actually stumbled into these Glober Flat Earth lives.
Cool.
Prior to that, I mean, my personal experience with all this is, number one, I've been an amateur astronomer, and number two, I've also installed satellite internet. So, and as an amateur astronomer, I've observed the movement of the sun, moon, and planets extensively. And what I find when I look at how the flat Earth model defines the movements of these celestial bodies.
Well, hold on. Let's not talk about the flat Earth model, because let's talk about the globe, right? You're trying to prove there's a globe, right? I mean, if you want to, like, because you don't know, like, you just joined the room, right? So we're not.
They don't subscribe to a particular model. They basically, the bottom line so far, from what I understand, is that at least in what they've described, is that they're talking about a geometric shape. They make no claim as to where the sun is, whether it's whether there are orbits. So they're not denying any of that. And their panel is Neil. You said it's 24/7.
Yeah, Flat Earth Discord.
All right, 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. Just so Bama, so you know what's up.
Okay.
And I'm sure, and Bama, he'll be the first to tell you too, like what we encounter here normally. So forgive us for
thank you for your civility.
Your own beliefs. So anyway, go ahead, Bama. It's all you. So really, just work on improving the globe model to them. That's what they want to hear.
Well, I mean, and that's what I'm kind of working on right now. And like I said, and you are correct. I truly don't know what you guys, how you guys explain or how you guys view like a flat Earth model. But my experience,
I can explain it to you very simply.
Okay, well, hold on for just a minute. What I understand is that the sun and the moon are opposite each other, and they
Don't
just
care.
360 degrees. A few
Don't care.
three
Well, why should we have to listen to what somebody else thinks when we're right here and we said we'll tell you what we think, and you said hold on, I'll tell you what someone else thinks. How is that fair to us?
Well, I'm just telling you my understanding of how
Well, okay, that's your understanding of other people who aren't us. You're talking to us. Why wouldn't you want to know what we think?
Well, okay, I'm more than willing to listen to what you think. I just wanted to explain to you what my understanding of how the sun and moon
And that's fair. That's fair. But I've noticed that in the flat Earth community and even in the globe Earth community, there's dozens upon dozens upon dozens of different views about varying things, right? So there's no reason to talk about the counterfeits, right?
Mm-hmm. Okay.
So here's the flat Earth model. It's very simple. The flat Earth model is that all points on the surface of the Earth, the extent of the width being much greater than the extent of the height, are oriented between two horizontal parallel planes. That's it in its entirety. Nothing to do with the sun, nothing to do with stars, nothing to do with creation, nothing to do with eschatology. It's just about the surface, orientation of the surface. That's it. I told our other friend, who I think is the host of the show you're on, that we've measured the surface water to be flat, and it's the benchmark standard of level and covers 70% of the known territory to which all elevation profiles are benchmarked. And that means that if 70% of the surface is flat and between two horizontal parallel planes, and the benchmark of the elevations are between two extended horizontal parallel planes with the extent of less than 15 miles, that makes the surface of the Earth over the 197 million alleged known square miles flatter than a piece of paper, my friend. So yes, the Earth is not only flat, it's very flat.
How do you account for like mountain ranges, valleys, like Mount Everest and stuff like that?
Yeah, no worries. No offense, but I just literally got through the sentence saying the elevation profiles from the highest elevation to the lowest elevation are between two horizontal parallel planes with a swing of 15 miles, which includes the top of Everest all the way to the bottom of the Marianas Trench.
Okay. And please forgive me. I'm actually trying to wrap
No
things
worries.
up. But okay.
Yeah, no worries, brother.
Now, so we're between two flat planes. Is that what you're proposing?
Well, like this is a mechanical definition of flat. So if you go into any mechanical handbook or any engineering handbook and you're trying to design a flat surface, they're going to give you a definition that the extent of the width being much greater than the extent of the height is between two parallel planes. Now, that's because you can have a flat surface diagonal, you can have a flat surface vertical, right? And so the tolerance of those two planes being constricted against all the surface variations being much narrower than wide versus the height. So for example, the Earth is 197 million square miles allegedly, right? And it's only 13 mile swing from the highest point to the lowest point. So that means that it's very wide and very thin topographically compared to its width. And so all of those topographies can be squished between two parallel planes, which are horizontal because the water's horizontal and it's benchmark standard to sea level.
Okay. So, and like I see a sun, I see a moon, I see stars. Where does that? Do y'all have that on your model?
Okay, no offense, brother, but you literally asked me that when I go outside, do I see stars? Yes. Do I see a sun? Yes. Do I see a moon? Yes. But guess what I don't see? I don't see an Earth up in the sky. I only see an Earth beneath my feet. So the things in the sky are what they are.
For us is you're not giving us any meat on the bone to actually even have a debate. Like,
No, I did give you, no, dude, I'm not going to allow that to fly. I'm giving you meat on the bone. You don't like the taste of my meat. I gave you the big, fat, juicy meat, and that is that the surface is measured flat, my friend. Why don't you contend with the fact about the surface instead of always wanting to go to things about the sky and then tell me I have nothing to talk about?
Well, here's my thing, and forgive me while I'm trying to wrap my head around this. This is a very unique explanation of flat Earth. I have never heard anything.
It's the only possible. Listen, friend, I agree with you, but check this out, my friend. I'm going to be blunt with you. It's the only possible explanation for a flat surface. For example, I am leaning my hand on a granite countertop. Do you know how they make a granite countertop? They do it in the mechanical method I just told you by grinding the surface to be between two parallel planes. What they don't do is talk about the sun when they're trying to make a flat countertop.
Well, okay. So between two parallel planes, are you saying that there's another plane above us, or?
No, they're reference planes, dude. So, for example, if you have a flat surface, right? Like if I zoomed in on this granite countertop, there'd be microscopic cracks, right? We agree with that, right? There'd be like an up and down, little pits, little valleys. But if you took a reference plane on the top and a reference plane on the bottom, they would be like less than a millimeter, right? Less than a fraction of a millimeter, even, because a lot of granite countertops are actually on the flatness scale. They're in the 4th decimal place.
So the bottom of your
let me ask you a question. So now, in reference to the countertop, let's say I were to use the exact parameters of the curvature of the Earth, and I were to manufacture a countertop to that spec, depending on how long it is, however long it is, I follow the exact curvature of the Earth. Would that not be level?
Okay, at the scale of a countertop being 8 feet long, the variance of the curvature versus the surface pits would probably be very similar. But keep in mind that when I told you we measured the Earth to be flat, I gave you a sample size of 25 miles. And I gave you a variability of 90 meters over 25 miles, right? So I already gave you these metrics, but guess what? Back when I gave it to you, you completely glossed over it and wanted to talk about the sky again, and then had the audacity to accuse me of not presenting any meat on the bone.
I want to stay on the countertop for a second, because let's say I made a countertop that was 25 miles long, and
absolutely.
And I put a water droplet anywhere on that countertop. Would it roll in any direction, or would it just stay where it is? Because I'm going to bet my life.
A water droplet on a countertop would surface cohes with the electrostatic properties. So it's neither here nor there. It has nothing to do with the shape of the Earth at all. Now let me advance your thinking real quick, right? Let me advance your thinking, brother. If I took a countertop and I made it 25 miles long, one end of the countertop would be at one altitude. And if it was following the curve of the Earth, the other end of the countertop, relative to the frame of the initial part of the countertop, would be 90 meters lower, minimum. And guess what? We can measure that with a laser.
At all points. It'll be level at all points.
Okay, let me help you out, friend. If I take a laser and I want to level a floor, okay, I shoot the laser across the floor, I level the laser. Now the floor is either going to be parallel with the laser or not parallel. If the floor is sloping up, I'm going to get a differential reading. If the floor is sloping down, I'm going to get a differential reading equivalent with a slope. If the floor is curved, I'm going to get, as I mark it, as I go, I'm going to get a rate of change of slope. In other words, the slope's going to increase every time I measure, showing me it's a curve. So whether or not it's level at all points doesn't mean that a laser can't measure it. I don't know why this is so hard to grasp, my friend.
It's not hard to grasp. It's that your concept of level it fails when we talk about curvature. We talked about
I know it fails when you fail to grasp it, dude.
We scale it up and we go to the size of the Earth. Now you disagree.
So,
Okay, listen. If you, all right, let me help you out. Let me help you out. If you take a straight standard line from an observer 25 miles removed from a target, and you level that line at that location, and then you don't alter the orientation of the line, you just continue the line as a ray out in space. That line will continue to increase in altitude while the curve of the Earth drops down and away, and the gap between the two will get bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger. Now, if you imagine that that ray is a laser, you can actually measure the differential and see if the Earth is actually curving down and away, or if the laser is actually going parallel with the surface.
Right. And now let me ask you a question. Do you have a study that you can provide a link to that you can show
Yeah,
that
absolutely.
there's no curve, that the laser maintains its level with the water?
Yeah, I can show that the laser hits the target, demonstrating that it's maintaining its level. And I can even do you one better. I can do 35 miles. I can do 25 miles over water and 35 miles over land. And now, to be fair, my friend will have to pass it on to you because obviously I can't give it to you directly. Excuse me.
Even in the Michelson Morley experiment, it was only a term of 6 miles, and in the Michelson Morley experiment that denounced the ether, the mirrors had to be adjusted in height from mountaintop to mountaintop, even just because of the fact that light, as it reflects and bends off the mirror, it's moving in a straight line, and to add for the curvature over the course of 6 miles, they had to adjust the mirror in height and elevation to match the target. So that's how I know that this is false information.
Okay, that made no sense, brother.
So again, the Michelson-Morley experiment is
Yeah,
one
yeah.
of the famous experiment.
Yeah, Michelson Morley was, I don't believe it was a 6 mile range, but I could be mistaken about which experiment you're speaking about.
It was a 6 mile range. And over the course of the 6 miles, from one position to the next, okay, they had to adjust the height of the mirror in order to return back back to the target.
Talking about the attempt to measure the speed of light AI. It's not talking about. I don't think he's talking about the other one.
Michelson Morley did not use a 6 mile path. Okay, so you're wrong. Michelson Morley was a self-contained unit. It was referencing itself. It wasn't traveling 6 miles, dude. So you're speaking about a different test.
And his grandmother's.
Well, I don't know. I searched. Listen, I searched it up, and it said it wasn't. So I mean, I don't know who to trust. You, somebody I don't know, or Google, somebody who I don't know.
Then you're going to have to do further research and not just trust a 30-second search.
Michelson
Or
did a
not just
speed of
trust
light
you,
test.
or not trust you, because I know for a fact how lasers work, and I know they're used for targeting, and I know laser transit is a sufficient measurement methodology, and I know that the maximum variance at that range that the laser could be displaced is less than 10 feet. Out of the near 300 feet, it has to be moved. So you're appealing to light being relocated through space as it's traveling, but it's not sufficient to defeat this test that I'm talking about. It's just not sufficient.
All right. Well, we're going to no, this has nothing to do with you guys. I want to get back to my show. I entertained Neil
Awesome.
to do this debate with you guys.
No, thank you.
I want to get back to
Thanks, bro.
I got to talk about my medical stuff and I know you guys don't want to hear about my medical crap, so I'm going to bounce off of with Neil really quick. I wish you guys the best tonight, and I hope you can find another chat to jump into. I have
definitely.
some things I want to talk about with my audience.
No, thank you for sharing your time, and
I appreciate you guys stopping in.
Awesome. No, thank you for your time. Coil Metrics. That's Coil Metrics on TikTok. If you guys want to check him out, he's a pretty decent.
Post his link.
Yeah, we will post your link in the
If
chat.
you want to see all of my physics work, it's on coilmetrics.com, guys.
Great presentation, by the way. Very well done.
Yes. Yeah. But to be fair, since you don't understand how level works when in regards to a laser shooting and the variable difference of a curve dropping down and away, I don't think I'd be interested in the rest of your physics work, brother. No offense.
All right, well, that's your personal opinion. I love you too. Thanks for stopping by.
Awesome. Appreciate it. Check you guys later.
Cheers, guys. Thank you.
Listen, guys, I want to be frank here. He basically was positing the idea that I don't know how level works while simultaneously saying if I level a laser and then shoot a laser over a curve, because I leveled the laser, it's just going to naturally follow the curve. That's basically what he was cognizing there for a minute. It was really painful to witness, bro. It was basically his cog disc kicking in.
Yeah, that was great. Good job, dude.
I mean, basically, this is how it would work, dude. In construction, we set up our laser to measure the floor, and no matter what we do, we can't measure the floor because it always measures the same. Is that how lasers work?
According to him.
Well, I do understand that if the thing I described was true, that would debunk his globe, and so his self-protection mechanism kicked in with his cog disc, and he didn't actually try to flesh out how the test was actually done. He just went to his own rebuttals without actually inquiring further about the test, and he did it multiple times. And then what really frustrated me is he had the audacity to tell me I didn't offer any meat on the bone when I offered the only thing that could actually prove whether the surface was flat or not, and that would be direct measurements of the surface.
Oh yeah, that was classic. He didn't know that both those guys didn't know how to react to you because they'd never heard it like this. Like he even said, like this is pretty. I've never heard it put like this before. You know.
Yeah, it's very easy
awesome.
to debunk and dismiss esoteric claim stacking flat earthers, isn't it?
Right. Exactly. And he said thousands. Oh my god.
Yeah, if you get on the internet and you go to the right forums, you could wreck 1,000 flat earthers in a day easily. Because you're going to encounter guys like he explained, where they make all kinds of extraordinary claims about the sun and the moon's physical location, things that have nothing to do with the shape of the earth, but somehow they have to talk about it because they're flat earthers. And now we have to have claims about the sun. We have to have claims about the stars. We have to have claims about, the heat death of the universe. We have to have claims about the Big Bang. I mean, who knows what else they want us to have claims about. But it seems like the only thing they weren't interested in our claims about was whether or not the earth was flat.
I will say like 90% of the flat earthers are like that over there. That's all they want to talk about is the sky.
All right, now, friends, that was very entertaining. And I enjoyed it, and I hope you guys enjoyed it. But now I have to practice some Odyssean self-control and get my work done. So for the love of God, if I unmute myself, just ban me.
Thanks, I appreciate it.
Yeah, that was very entertaining.
Yeah, and thank you too, Neil, for like hooking that up. Yeah, it was fun.
No problem. I'm looking for more right now. I'm looking for the bigger ones because those were just like the low tier ones, like not a lot of viewers. And I'm looking for the ones that are like.
Find that black guy with the long hair. Find him. Get him in here, bro. I want vengeance.
Okay, well, you can help me. Then get on your TikTok and start scrolling, bro.
Wait, is that the guy that talks about the sun?
I'm not sure, man. Like, he's so cocky, man. He loves himself something shocking. And him and his panel just like, they did this thing with like going to Google Earth and sharing my location, like doxing myself. I said, I'm not going to dox myself. And he went, oh, why not? Oh, it works, does it? Oh, Google Earth's a globe. You must be thinking that it would show your location because it works because it's a globe, right? Oh, ho, ho. And then they just like went into this like heckling manic like fucking cacophony. It was so weird, man. They just like wouldn't let me get a word in, and I ended up saying, oh well, if I can't respond then I'm going, and I left. But man, he was all up in the camera going, oh, and like doing the boo-hoo sign as if I was crying and shit. It was like, it was bad, man.
That's so irritating.
Just scrolled over one. I had one. Give me a sec. I'm gonna find it again. I mean, unless there's some other, you want to guys take a little break from it. I mean, as well. Have a little
Yeah, it's all
intermission.
good, man. Like, yeah, whatever. Yeah.
Any Globers in the chat right now? Doesn't look like it. I'm scrolling. It is 9:16 p.m. So the cream of the crop aren't on right now, but I mean, see who we can find.
How many people are in the server right now? Say what? That sounds like a Glover.
Wait, you what?
You said that guy sounds like a Glover.
Who,
No, I was
Jesus?
just curious what he said. It sounded like he said I touched myself. I was like, wait, what?
Oh my god!
No, that's why I wanted to clarify. Wait, hold on. That's why I wanted to clarify what he said. I didn't hear him like clearly.
No,
Me
he said, I
neither.
think
I
he
just
said,
heard his
I
voice.
talk to myself.
Oh, talk to myself. Okay. Yeah, okay. Yeah, that's a better T word. All right, cool. Apologies. Sorry, I heard the wrong thing.
Man, somebody got mosquitoes? No? Oh, it's a fly. No! My tobacco!
Yeah, when I was on TikTok, everybody was always trying to refer me to this one specific surveyor. I forget the damn guy's name now. I don't know
Jesse
if that happened with you
Kozlowski.
guys today. No, it was like a different guy. It was like a specific dude on TikTok. Like every time, like I would debate with any of the Globers on TikTok, and they would get stuck, right? Because I would always refer back to the measurements of the surface of the Earth. I would tell them that the Earth is measured flat, and they'd be like, "Well, it's not. There's a surveyor that measures curve." I'm like, "Who the hell is this guy?" They would keep telling me his name. Like every single person that I talked to, and they kept referring back to this guy. I finally got a chance to talk to him, and he's like, well, "Who cares that we measure that
Know
the Earth's
exactly who
flat? Who cares?"
I know exactly who you're talking about.
Yeah, I forget the damn guy's name, dude.
No, you don't want to say it. Unless you plug somebody else that somebody's channel that's debunking it.
Yeah, 'cause he was denying it the whole time I was talking. We don't measure the Earth flat. We don't measure the Earth flat. I'm like, yeah, we do. We convert it, like with Habersign. He's like, oh, you know about Habersign? He's like, okay, yeah, we do measure the Earth flat. But he's like, who cares?
What? No way.
Yeah, dude, I
Did he
got him to
say,
say,
yeah,
who
that's
cares?
locally?
No,
Someone
he
who
just
didn't
said that
say,
we do
yeah,
measure the Earth
locally.
flat. He actually admitted that we do measure the Earth flat, but he just said, who cares? He's like, is that the best you got, that we measure the Earth flat? I was like, yeah. It's like
Yeah,
that's like
that's
all
it.
we
That's
need.
all
What
it
the fuck?
takes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I was like, yeah, if you guys want to, say believe in your globe, that's perfectly fine. You're a grown ass man. You can believe whatever the hell you want. I mean, it was just funny. I was like, all right, well, I will be taking my leave. Yeah, if you guys ever want to have fun on TikTok, you guys can go blast those guys. They're pretty easy. They're like low tier. Like one guy over there. I thought they were talking about there's this black dude over there. He's probably as cocky, if not more cocky than Talon. And he always talks about the sun's path. That's
Oh,
like
that
all he
guy? Yeah,
talks
he
about.
banned me, bro. Fuck that guy.
Is he still on there talking about the sun's path?
I'm gonna talk about how they're black and like they just like make it about race. I'm like, bro.
Yeah, that dude is fucking irritating, bro. Holy, I can't stand that guy. I probably talked to him like 3 times when I was on my little TikTok capade over there. Yeah, if there's any flat earthers that want to practice, you guys can always head over to
Yeah,
TikTok.
I
Anybody
heard that
listening on
noise.
YouTube? Oh, what's up?
I heard that noise. Did Glober just join?
I think that was Jen.
Oh.
Oh, I think he just left.
He probably suffered that glitch. He went to talk. Got kicked. He'll be back. Maybe not.
I was flat smacking my coworker, and he told me, yeah, we live. This is a really, I don't know what he said. He said something about like it's a strange world or something like that. And he's basically letting me know that he's on my side, but he's still in the closet.
He's a closet flat earther.
Yeah.
Hell yeah. You know?
He's like, shh, don't tell anyone.
Yeah.
I sent him a Snapchat reel with a bunch of photos, and then a couple videos, and then a playlist of like I think 2 playlists of like 20 or so videos. It's like we see too far is what I sent him. Whole playlist of it. Then when I saw him, I talked to him about Polaris. I was like, hey, if we're wobbling, if we're rotating, wobbling, revolving, following the sun, and shooting through the Milky Way over 600 million miles an hour, how come we got the Polaris and North Star that stays there night after night, year after year? He's like, yeah, it's the mystery of we're sitting here talking right now, or something like that.
You should go ask them to see how they know that the sun is gonna burn out in like 4 billion years or something.
No, but what I did is I flat smacked everybody on my contacts list. I sent them like multiple playlists.
Damn, everybody?
Everybody.
Bro, you're gonna
Even
lose like
people.
half of them. They're gonna hate you, dude.
They all opened them and looked at them and never responded.
Oh yeah, that too.
At least they didn't
The ones that
block
didn't
me.
look at it still gonna be your friends, yeah.
Yeah, I've seen them all, and they say about the same thing. It doesn't really matter. I still have to go to work tomorrow. I'm like, hey, that's what they want. They want you to have nihilism, thinking that we're a cosmic fart that exploded from nothing. Nothing exploded into everything from the size of like a pinball, all the way into all the matter condensed, exploded for some reason, and decided, hey, let's start circling each other with this fake gravity and form water and atmosphere and all these things that require life, and then a consciousness from primordial poop.
I love that argument so much. Why does it matter?
Oh yeah,
It's so good.
I looked at my pipe. I lost my train of thought. I was trying to say that I was like the thought that primordial ooze created consciousness, and that everything evolved from single-celled organisms and frogs and birds and monkeys and all that, And when they talk about, anytime they talk about evolution, I'm like, hey, did you know that those dinosaurs they show, like the Brontosaurus with nostrils the size of a football, the friction from the air would the friction from the air would burn like a blowtorch on his nostrils. How much air would be flowing into his lungs? It's impossible. There's no way that his heart could pump blood up to all those places like his head. And there's no bones. There's just whale bones. All the supposed bones are plaster. The real ones are supposedly kept secret and safe. And you know,
Yeah, talking about whale bones, some whale bones were found on Mars, by the way, through NASA's imagery.
Wait, actually, bro?
Well, no, obviously, when they said they went to Mars, the place they went to was obviously the islands north of Canada, Devon Island, and in some of
Oh,
the
those, yeah.
imagery they found sleepers. You know, the wooden pieces that the rails sit on, right? Rotted away sleepers and remains of whale bones. Okay,
My goodness.
right. There's a whole documentary on it by Richard Hall, an English guy who scrutinised the supposed rovers that were roaming around on Mars. In their imagery, there's whale bones that were found, and what's the other one? And the spine bones, so the vertebrae. That's what I was looking for. Yeah, vertebrae. Excuse me. Oh yeah, very good documentary. If you're interested, I'll post it in the side chat or in the voice text. Very good one.
yeah, I'll go there right now.
Sure, dude.
Well, no, this is old. This is old news. It's not new news. This is when NASA supposedly went to Mars with their rovers, and then the imagery they sent back, scrutinized by the British moon landing hoaxers, that same group kind of thing, but with a new individual. His name is Richard Hall, and his team looked at the Mars imagery and found whale bones and wooden pieces of 4x2 in the imagery on supposedly coming from Mars.
Oh, man, that's insane.
Yeah. The reason I know they're in Devon Island was because Jaron highlighted that back in the day. He exposed the NASA orange vehicle with all the NASA logo, and they had robots there and rovers roaming around on that island, Devon Island. They also found an animal called a lemming, looks like a rodent, and then they
Oh,
found
yeah.
natural life called lichen. I don't even know what lichen is. You know, that kind of moss-looking vegetation on some of the rocks. Lichen. I'll post that documentary for you because it's a really good one. It's about an hour and a
You're
half.
talking about that werewolf-looking thing. They call them lichens, too.
Oh right, yeah. That is vegetation. Lichen it's called, and it forms on rocks. Yeah, the guy's channel is called Richard Hall TV. We're going back to the 90s, I would have to say, with this material. But then when you go back to the 90s, you know, the scrutinization was really good back then, you know, and a lot of truths were being exposed. So I do like the old material for that reason. There's a bit more integrity involved.
Hey, yeah. Hey, look. If you want some good like stuff on that sort of stuff, right? On that sort of thing with Mars, and like fakery and being involved in it, right? Just look at what the Globers have done themselves. Like, there's some really good researchers out there, right? From like the area you're talking about, just pre-internet and working into the early internet era, right? That
Yeah.
we're like pumping out information about the fakery of NASA, right? Or secrecy, right? Like JP Skipper, right? He showed how all of this stuff just looks like aerial photography of Earth, all this different satellite imagery that they take. He points it out how it looks like forests and lakes, like just from really high altitude, that it could, like with being a little bit blurry or out of focus or unresolved fully, you would just think, oh, that's an area of rock or that's an area of sand, right? Like, and he's pointing out, no, look at this stuff. It's like terrain. But he unfortunately like drew the conclusion that there is actually that stuff up there, that they are sending back real data, real photographs, right? And trying to pretend like it's not what it is, right? Like it's like a habitable Earth, right, with plant life and possibly fauna, But that's unfortunate. But that doesn't mean you can't get anything from his work, right?
Yeah, make some
Like
discernment.
he's literally pointing out the similarities of that photography with high altitude Earth photography that is published as high altitude Earth photography, right, and showing the similarities. That puts doubt on the location that the photographies claim to be of, right, like Mars, right? It just shows you that this could have easily been done from high altitude on Earth, and with a little bit of help with some what do they call it? Your airbrushing. Back then, they really, instead of computers, they were airbrushing. They had artists literally like changing pictures by airbrushing and then taking another photograph of that. Right? And you can't tell. This is what
one of the
what's his
astronauts
face was
by the
all
name
about.
of one of the astronauts by the name of Alan Bean. Alan Bean. He was a airbrush artist expert. Do you know that? Apparently, some of his pictures with some moon dust sold for thousands of dollars. Yeah, Alan Bean. Yeah, he's really good. His pictures are as good as what the Hubble telescope supposedly takes. Going back into time, he's that good. Alan Bean is that good.
There's guys on the street that good. Like, you just walk up to them and you like give them $10 and they'll do you this amazing space scene with galaxies and like a big Jupiter and rings and all sorts of shit, like, and it looks, you'd think you're just looking at a photograph that NASA released.
That's right. This is exactly what I'm putting forward. That it's like you've said, high altitude spy planes, if you will, level of photography, right? Or drone. I don't think they had drones back then, but if they did, that's what they were using.
Yeah, I just don't think people of this day and age are realizing what humans are capable of doing in the art field anyway. I feel like they never watched an episode of Bob Ross in their life.
Yeah.
Some of his paintings are like indistinguishable from like photographs. Bob Ross? He's just like a painter. Very popular in America.
It was a joke, man.
Right.
I know who he is.
Dumbass.
Oh.
Okay, I've posted the documentary that you might be interested in for anyone. It's Livestream voice text. It's an hour and 33 minutes long. 1 hour, 33 minutes long, from 2015. Okay, it's a really good one. They scrutinized the rover, and then the imagery coming from the rover, and the mystery of how these solar panels were cleaned. Covered in dust 1 minute, the next image on a selfie, it's the solar panels seem to have been wiped off, the dust cleaned off. things like that. These kind of anomalies, and then the rodents known as the lemming, which is unique to the areas of North Canada. Okay, the lemmings, and then you have the railway sleepers. So these are pieces of wood that the rails are fixed to as you look along the rail system. You know those pieces of wood. Sometimes they're concrete, but usually they're wood. Yeah, they're known as railway sleepers. Yeah, they found these in the imagery. It's a really good one. That's a good, very rare one. You know, we don't often look at Mars under heavy scrutinization, but it's worth a visit, I would have to say.
Yep, finding those lemmings and all the railroad ties, another couple nails in the coffin of the lid of the grave of the globe.
Yeah.
Oh man, I was gonna go post up one of my paintings that I did. Forgot I don't have thick prints on this account. Shoot. Alright, just kidding.
You're a painter?
I dabble. I draw more than paint, but you know. This is one I did like years ago. Man, none of the other rooms are open. Okay. No English help, no politics, just here.
Okay. And what's your opinion on the shape of the Earth?
I think the Earth's flat.
Okay. Care to comment on anything I've shown already? Like, you know, those two simple measurements?
No, sorry, I wasn't really looking. Would you like to refresh my memory? And I'm also broadcasting this to my own live stream. So
okay.
Can I shout out my live stream? They're at 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. So
I don't mind.
Awesome.
So this here is, you're probably familiar with it, right? That would be your Gleason map. Is that the map you would normally say is the most accurate?
No, I don't know. Want to take the slots?
Oh, you're good, dude. It's all you, brother.
You got the slots. Hold on, I'm gonna give it to one of my panel mates.
I'll talk to him. So who's talking with the globe? I can't see my phone right now.
Is this a map that you would agree is the actual map of your flat Earth?
So he's showing the Gleason's map.
See, we don't subscribe to any model because we don't have the ability to explore our Earth, like the supposed space missions that are fake, and like you can see they go right into the oceans, and nobody's allowed to actually explore or map out our Earth.
I'm asking, why don't you have the ability?
Because of the Antarctic Treaty. 75 plus nations signed a treaty saying nobody can go past the 60th latitude south.
Okay, so you can explore everything on the northern hemisphere then?
See, on the flat Earth, there's
Except
north
for
and
the
the
North
center.
Pole.
Everywhere other, any straight line will send you south, and that's why we can't explore our Earth. We're stuck in a small bubble, and we're confined.
North of the equator. Can you explore everything north of the equator?
Look, you can explore, depending on the Arctic. If you're going to the Arctic Circle, you may need to have certain documents to go there, and you'd have to be sponsored somehow. You can't just go on your own like you could go to Africa, Asia. You know, you can't just do that. There are certain protocols you have to go through. Okay.
What does that have to do with
Are you? What's going on? Is this Neil? Have you got your mic open on purpose?
Yeah. This is guy on TikTok.
to one person, Neil? I'm only going to talk to one person.
Oh, sorry. Sorry, my bad.
Right. You're up, T-Dub. You want to?
No, dude. I wasn't intending to like interrupt with any point or anything like that. I was confused what was going on. I've got it now. We're back to TikTok thing. Okay, cool.
Okay, so essentially, you're trying to corner me into some Gleason's map. Is that correct?
I'm trying to ask you what your world looks like.
Oh. Okay.
What does your world actually look like? Because
Flat and beautiful.
we know how to navigate all over the globe, all over, everywhere. We have navigation systems that work. We have airplanes that travel from New York to Tokyo, from Los Angeles to Australia.
Yeah, horizontally.
We have ships that travel the oceans and get to where they're going when they're supposed to get there.
Yeah, horizontally.
Systems that work in reality.
Okay, so airplane,
which we can use.
So like,
which we can use to measure things.
So what are we measuring the curvature of the Earth?
We're measuring the shape. So
yeah, right. So
example,
it would either
example,
okay, I'll let you go.
The North Pole to the equator is 90 degrees of latitude. 90 degrees north down to 0 degrees at the equator. That would be 6,210 miles at 69 degrees per line of latitude.
That's
agreed?
For
in reality? That's for reality.
Okay, sure, yeah. If you say so.
I'm asking, is the North Pole 0 degrees latitude? 90 degrees north latitude. Is the North Pole at 90 degrees north latitude in reality?
Well, you know that latitude is just circles around the center point, right?
Yes.
Okay, so that's not proof of curvature just by saying the word latitude.
Is it?
Well, I'm saying just invoking the word latitude is not proof of curvature. You have to actually measure.
The location of the North Pole is at 90 degrees north latitude.
Sure, why not?
Okay. And the equator would be at 0 degrees latitude everywhere around the circle.
Sure.
Okay. And we know that degrees of latitude have a distance between them of 69 miles.
That one's a little iffy.
When you travel 69 miles, you travel 1 degree. And
well, no one's ever
measured
those are calculated, but
the North Pole and the equator, we can use that to measure the distance from the North Pole to the equator, which is 6,210 miles.
If I may, I'd like to challenge that. Hang on a second. Hang on. How do you verify the uniformity?
One person on Neil's live.
But guess what, dude? You're talking shit. So I'm going to step in and move the other guy over so you can talk to me as that one person for a brief moment. How about that? All right? Check this out, right? You're talking about 69 nautical miles per degree of change of latitude. How do you verify the uniformity of such a statement?
Speak with Neil. I agreed to speak with Neil on his rebroadcasting of my broadcast. I did not agree to join
Fantastic.
I agreed to speak with Neil.
All right, so how about this? Take 5. Neil, how about you ask him how they verified the uniformity of that 1 degree per elevation change equaling 69 nautical miles for every single angle change? How do you know it's uniform throughout the entire trajectory? Ask him that, please.
All right. If we can just be a little cordial here, and if you want to have the conversation with my panel, if you don't, then we can.
No, I do not.
All right, no problem.
You can't have a one-on-one conversation.
All right, kick rock.
No problem. No problem. Awesome. Thanks.
Yeah, that is unfortunate. That is unfortunate because let's say Neil doesn't quite know the answer. He's an intelligent man. Let's say he doesn't quite know the answer. He can then confer with his colleagues to get an accurate answer. What's the problem?
Yeah, what a bitch.
Silly.
What a bitch that guy is. Holy shit. Almost as bad as the other ones I've heard.
Yeah. He's obviously got his set spiel ready to go, and he thinks he's going to debunk and embarrass us, but that's not going to happen because what he's putting forward, no flat earther had agreed upon. Hence, they didn't want to agree to the Gleason's map. Okay, I like the Gleason's map myself, yes, but it's not actually accurate. That's the problem. Okay, it's not accurate. We can't lay our lives on the line for that map. There you are. Whatever the map is, actually, because we don't know. We haven't verified it. There you go.
Jen, the funny part about the Gleason's map, if you read it as if it's a uniform scale across the entire thing, absolutely. There's a lot of people who misinterpret that and read it as such. If you listen to Indio speak about that, he talks about how just look over to the side and you'll see a legend as to how you're supposed to measure distances as you go around the thing, right? If you go further out from the center, right, 1 inch on the map means a different, length in miles or whatever than it does when you go closer, right?
Yes.
Like that.
Yes. Yeah.
So
yeah. That's in the Tropic of Cancer, Tropic of Capricorn. Yeah. Right. Yeah.
Right. So when you read it like that, things apparently tend to work out according to, what the legend would say, and India's corroborated with that. So some people just don't know how to read and analyze. Just like this guy, right, who's saying, 69 nautical miles per degree of elevation change. It's like who's measured that? Like
exactly.
That can be calculated. That would be the ideal rate of change according to the globe model.
Right. Exactly.
So he's just transposing that idea.
You can't prove that. Never been verified.
Yeah, right. So he's just transposing that into this conversation, applying it to a flat plane as if it's actually real to begin with.
Yeah, that's why I never agree to that. Whenever they say you agree, I say no, I don't agree. Straight away, that stops them in their tracks.
He's starting to sound like fucking Elder Bear, man. You guys heard Elder Bear's shit there?
That is Elder Bear shit, exactly. Yeah.
Have you guys heard of his pi equals 2?
Yeah. That's why I'm talking about it, because Elder Bear twice that, and I said, I actually told him straight that you're misrepresenting the flat earthers. No flat earther adheres to what you're putting down. That's you trying to put us in a box, but you can't, because we haven't validated what you're putting down. No flat earther has said that. I don't know any flat earther.
The only individual I've ever heard at this point who sincerely stated that they acknowledge a 69 nautical miles per degree change in elevation was that guy.
Yeah, him and his friend Bev. He's got a colleague as well by the name of Bev. There's two of them. There's Elderberry and Bev. Both of them are putting it forward, by the way. Okay.
I met this guy on TikTok, right, who was staunchly advocating this idea. Whereas Bev, he's projecting onto us in his mind, he thinks we see it like that, or we've understood that to be the case, and strawmanning our position with that. But this guy actually thinks it's true.
Yeah.
On TikTok, right? That's why I just had to jump in. I'm like, you fucking rat.
No, it was right. It was welcomed, because Neil is a great, this discourse and this Discord user, and he actually knows what he's talking about. But sometimes the answers don't quite flow, and your interjection was perfectly timed, because you could see where he was leading us into a trap. You could see that. Obviously, you had to step in. I was trying to step in on the outside when he was talking about ships and planes, and I kept saying horizontally, but obviously he wasn't paying attention to that. So, no, the interjection, when you see danger, you interject. That's it. It's welcomed. It's not meant to be rude or anything,
I like this format though, Neil. You got something going on here.
Yeah, nice one, Neil. Yeah.
Are there any more?
I'm actively looking right now. I haven't been on TikTok in a while, so it's like I'm they're not. It's not a lot. My algorithm's kind of messed up, so I'm trying to repopulate it with flat Earth stuff.
Taking nothing away from your mental ability, Neil, because I know you're very articulate. You know what I mean. So if anyone interjects, maybe you didn't see it coming, maybe you did. You know, but bear in mind, you know, we mean you good, not harm.
Yeah,
you know
no,
what I mean?
I'm more aggressive usually, but like I'm trying to be the
fine.
host. And I'm trying to like agree with like the other guy.
Of
I'm trying to make
course.
them feel more comfortable. But the other guy was being like very aggressive, and like I didn't want to like be over aggressive because I already said I'm like, okay, can we like one of your examples, right? Because over fences was like, oh, airplanes through Earth flat, you know, or curved, right? So I'm like, okay, so can you prove the curvature of the Earth, right? What are the measurements? And then he just went right back to his example, like, no, we're going my way, right? And I'm like, okay, I guess we're going your way. And then that's when everyone else started like, you know, chirping in the chat because no one wanted to go that way, including me. But you know, I just had to go that way because I didn't want to.
Yeah, you were being cordial. You were being cordial.
Yeah,
You know, of course.
Are you talking about are you talking about this last guy that I jumped in on, or someone before that?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Oh, this guy was a Globie?
Yeah.
Oh, I missed half the conversation. I missed that part. Okay.
Yeah. No, it was perfect. You guys were like on the ball.
No, well, your interjecting was perfect, though. Regardless, yeah, it's still perfect because it's correct. I hate it when they do that. You know, you agreed to this, you've agreed to that. You know, yeah, I'm quite okay to say I like the map. It's not 100% accurate, but no map is. But what is your point? What is the anomaly you want to raise? Okay, already put my disclaimer in there already. You know, I love the Alexander Gleason's map that he made for the schools and colleges. When you look it up, that's why he created it for schools and colleges, universities to use. Okay, there you are, Alexander Gleason. Yeah, it's there written in black and white as to why he created the map. The main point is we're not measuring curvature. And as soon as you mention that word, it's it's like holy water to a vampire. It's like the mark of the cross, the curvature. You say that and you do the curvature sign, you know what I mean? And they start to dissolve in front of your eyeballs. Yes. There you are. They start to melt down.
Did anybody watch my original live presentation today in GoBusters?
No, I didn't, Taylor, but it did remind me of when you took apart the professor, whatever his name, the Australian. Do you remember? And he was talking about this very 69 degrees per hour, whatever, and you totally dismantled him. Do you remember? And he was crying literally.
Yeah, I think so.
That was in
Are you
the
talking about Rubik?
Omniverse server. Yeah.
That was so funny.
Yeah, it was so funny. That was brilliant, you know. And he just kept begging you, like, well, why don't you accept what I tell you? You know, PhD Dave, I think his name was, or something like that. Arsehole he was.
Tony. Oh my God.
Oh yeah, PhD Tony, that's it. And I said, yeah, person having delusions, PhD. That's all you've got here, mate. You're not a PhD.
I'm gonna have one soon. I'm gonna have one soon. But I at least believe in the scientific method.
Oh, go on.
In biology, yeah. But I believe in science, you know.
Oh, right, yeah.
And repeatable. You have to repeat it, test it. So
yeah, it's a very murky world, the evolution world. Very murky indeed.
Yeah. Well, we can't recreate it.
No, that's right.
It's funny when people say, oh, you deny the globe, you deny evolution, but I think things should be repeatable and testable to be scientific.
Thank you.
How do we test it? How do we repeat it?
Yeah. And then they conducted an experiment with rocks that were formed from Mount Etna during the 80s. It exploded, I think, or whatever. You know, Mount Etna in Italy, I think it is. Honda used that area as their testing ground to test a motorcycle there, okay, as well, right? But that's a side issue. The thing is this: they took that rock, right, that they knew was 30 years old now. By the time they went to test it, it was 30 years old, and they subjected it to the carbon dating, the carbon 14 and that. And guess what came up?
Yep.
It came out to be either 3,000 or 30,000 years old. But yet they knew it was only 30 years old.
I think it was even older. I know about the Mount St. Helens that erupted.
Yeah, Mount
And
St.
like
Helens, that's the one.
they knew when it erupted, and then
Mm.
it actually it came out to be like 300,000 years old.
Yeah, that's the one I'm talking about. That's what I'm referring to. Mount St. Helens. That's the one. Yeah,
So
that's the actual one.
they used potassium argon dating for that one, and that's what they use to date quote unquote young things. Like they'll use potassium argon to date young things. That's like their youngest rock dating method. But it
Right.
cannot accurately distinguish things that are thousands of years old and things that are millions and hundreds of thousands of years old.
Mm.
And they have papers on this. And so you have to actually, whenever you're using these dating methods for the rock, you have to actually input a certain time period that you think it is to
Yeah.
get accurate results. If you just throw it in there, you can get young rocks looking hundreds of thousands of years old. So they do something called step heating, where they say, oh, well, if we know it's young, we'll just go ahead and remove all the old argon, and then have like an something that will give us more accurate things. So they have to input the time range that they believe that it is to then confirm the time range that they say it is. How
Yeah.
biased. It's so crooked. I was recently reading papers on it, like looking at even papers that NASA published on dating these rocks. So to accurately get an age, you have to like input an age that you believe it is. So it's circular reasoning.
Yeah. 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 And it's biased, leaning towards them, of course. It's
Yep.
biased in their favor.
Yeah, I'll debate anybody on that.
Yeah. Yeah. I've heard you talk about it as well. Again, that was also in the Omnivore server. Yeah. We had some good times back then. Only last year. They were totally smashed.
Yeah, I would like to have another server like that that's like run by opposition or more opposing views to debate more. But the only one now is like it's like debate flat earth and more. That's like, what is that one? Like they're a bunch of degenerates though. Literally last time I was in there, okay, they were like saying like sexually harassing things to me. Like it was freaking disgusting. And I'm like, I'm
Yeah.
never
Sorry
coming in
to
here
hear
again.
that.
Y'all are a bunch of degenerates. I'm never coming in here again. So I wish there was like actual like scientists I could discuss with on the Glover's perspective and PhDs, that I could talk about science with without it being so degenerate like that place.
Yeah. From time to time, you get Earth Awakenings can supply that what you need there. From time to time, you can reach that level of intellectual discourse. But yeah, I know what you mean. Gem Pandas. No, when you go to Gem Panda, that would be the debate flat Earth and more. I'm the only one that can go in there really and totally destroy them and come out unscathed.
Yep. Yeah, because they're
Yep.
just so
That's
degenerate, dude. It's horrible.
yeah. I can be horrible too, though. That's the thing.
But
More
you're
horrible
not
than they
like
can be.
that. But
No,
you're
I'm
not
not like
like
that
that though.
normally. No, exactly. I'm not like that because that's not the way to be. But if they want that game, I'm the best at it. Yeah, you should be there when I'm in
I
there.
don't like ad hominems like and stuff. I don't like doing. I want to discuss the actual facts, science, and stuff like that.
But I am. I'm discussing the facts and I'm
Oh,
insulting
I
them at
know.
the
You
same
do
time.
good.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
you know me. You know me.
Mm-hmm.
I put those psychological screws right in and keep twisting as I'm entertaining the ladies and gentlemen, giving them the facts and slapping them in the face. The Gem Panda bunch. I love it. It's all part of the psychology. Remember, they've done this pretty bad thing in misinforming us for so many years. And then when you try to tell the truth, like you said, you were being insulted. Do you know what I mean? Why? Why?
Yes. Yeah.
It's wrong.
Because they
It's
can't
wrong.
handle it. Like, if you actually are on the winning team and like presenting actual facts, you shouldn't have to resort to doing that. But
No.
it's only whenever they're offended, whenever they're losing, that they start resorting to those tactics.
Yeah. Yeah. But you've always, when you came on the scene, you immediately got all those of our opponents ruffled up. Every word you said was like knives in their ears. honestly, because it was all facts, and you were actually quoting the papers. That's
Yep.
painful to receive if you're a person on the wrong side. Ooh.
Yeah.
Yeah, it
Yes.
was
Yeah.
good. It was good.
Just the other day in Earth Awakenings, somebody was like trying to dox me and dox my university. Like, why do that, dude? Like, why do that? Like, I even filed a police report on them because that's illegal. Like, even where they're
Yeah,
residing, they claim to be, like, that's illegal to do. You cannot go and do reverse image search and trying to find people and dox them. That's totally
yeah,
illegal. But these people can't just have like an honest discussion. They have to resort to slimy tactics and disgusting tactics like that. It's really so sad that we can't just have like an intellectually honest debate and
mm,
not just try to like prove me wrong, you know. Don't like try to attack me and slander me and do everything like to harm me. Like, let's just discuss science. That's all I want to do. I'm not going to resort to doing anything like that. I would hope that the opposition doesn't either, you know. It's not right.
yeah.
I
Very
love learning. That's
underhanded.
why I come in here. I come in here because I love learning. I love reading papers. I want to hear their perspective. I want to do experiments like I've done, but they're just so, you know, slimy. Like, why can't we just have a debate?
Yeah,
But you do a great job, Jim. Thank you.
yeah. Thank you. Yeah, yeah. That's what we need. You know, that's my niche. I can do that, and they get hurt every time. Reduce them to dust in the gale that is Gin CBR1.
Thank you, Jim.
Yeah, you got to treat them like that because that's all they deserve at the end of the day. But at the same time, we are concisely informing the listeners. This is all information. I'm telling them where to go get it as well, so they don't even have to look on that. I'm telling them where my source is coming from. Yeah, just keep repeating, and then the listeners pick it up and they go and check for themselves. Yeah, he doesn't do that many live streams now. I've noticed as well, though. Gem Panda, I don't know what's happened there. He's not doing as many live streams as he used to.
So, have y'all had any Glovers in here today?
We had one from TikTok doing a live stream, and basically what he had done was he was trying to lure us into the trap. You know, the elderberry at the equator, the 69 degrees an hour. You know that stupid spill that he pulls out.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, that's what he was leading. He was trying to do the same thing, basically.
Oh man.
Yeah, trying to lead us into a trap, but we know it was picked up.
So what they're doing is like affirming the consequent. They're not like doing something that's like mutually exclusive. Like they're literally doing like a post-diction. So they know how far we see the stars move per hour. I mean per like, you know, 69 miles. And they try to say,
Mm.
oh, this would only happen on a globe. So they'll take an observation, they'll try to like fit the globe around it, and then they'll say, oh, look, it's a globe. Like, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's and like they're always trying to make assumptions on the ground based on the sky. That's like, imagine if a surveyor went to survey the land and they were looking at the sky to do it. It's the craziest thing.
Exactly. We'd have to say very underhanded behavior, to say the least. Downright gutter sniping, to say the most. And any new flat earther would fall into that trap. You see, that's the thing. Seasoned flat earthers don't fall into those traps of do you agree to this, you agree to that. No.
They can't even go and prove they like. When has anybody ever went and saw Polaris directly 90 degrees above them? When has anybody ever done that? Because that's the starting point to this whole model that they say in this whole, you know, trend with the 69 degree per mile, whatever. You have
That's
to
right.
start with
That's right.
Polaris at 90 degrees. When has anybody stood right under Polaris?
That's right. Yeah, that's the question that's always asked. Who's been there at the Antarctic? You know, Antarctic pole there, North Pole right underneath, and made those measurements.
Mm-hmm. You
Yeah.
got to start at zero, right? You got to start.
Yep.
You got to start at 90 degrees. I've never seen anybody would see the Polaris directly overhead.
I've seen no material where someone's documenting it. Not seen any of that.
Me either. Kind of like the pendulums too. They say at the equator, the pendulum's not going to have any precession. Have you heard about that? Well,
Yeah,
who's been to the equator and measured the pendulum not have any precession at the equator?
yeah,
They say
yeah,
hypothetically it would happen, hypothetically, but you have to demonstrate that. You have to show it.
yeah. It's true.
Yeah, they say above the equator it goes one way, below the equator it goes another, it precesses the other way. Well, they say at the equator it shouldn't have any precession. Okay, so go ahead and show that happening.
And once again, they don't have that in place.
Nope. I've asked them, they've looked, they don't have it.
Yeah, I posted the evolution. That's 16 minutes, and it touches upon what you just mentioned about 10 minutes ago. Okay, it's right there. At 17, it just exposes how false the method they use. 16 minutes, and you're well into the know, fully
Yeah, like
informed.
they always make postdictions. That's the thing. Like, so even with evolution, they say, "Oh, well, look, there's these lizards on this part of California, and these other lizards on this other part of California, and they can't mate." And they came from a common ancestor. Okay, well they claim that they watched a new species. Okay, no, like, and I say, okay, when did this speciation happen between these two lizards? And it was like, thousands of years ago, whatever. They never watched it happen. They make a post-diction. They assume that those two different lizard species in California came from a common ancestor and then became two different species. But actually, whenever
Right.
I looked into the genetics of it, they're actually genetically much different. There's huge genetic breaks between those two types of lizard. If you get in evolution discussions, you'll probably hear this come up. And there's huge genetic breaks to show that there wasn't this natural drift between these different lizards. Okay, and they make false claims and they make postdictions. They did not watch that happen. They assumed that these two lizards had a common ancestor. Well, that's an assumption. They did not observe it happen. A lot of things are postdictions. They're not actually watching it occur. They're just
Right.
asserting that it occurred. That's it.
Yep.
But they have not seen a new species form in the lab. Same thing with Darwin's finches. They say, oh, these different finches, we assume that their beaks changed over time slowly. They did not watch that occur. They're just assuming this came from a
Yeah.
common ancestor finch, and then it slowly had evolved to form different beak types. That's their
Yeah.
assumption. They didn't watch it happen.
Yeah, and there's no reliability there at all. You can't really do that and start pushing that as the truth. No, it's always got to be kept in the realms of, yes, we assume this. It's theory. It's not been proven. Those words need to be mentioned every step of the way.
Yeah, they don't
You know.
watch it happen in the lab. They can't reproduce it.
Yeah.
I've been asking them for one example of speciation occur that we've observed, and not given one example, except for examples that are post-dictive. They after the fact.
Yes. And even then, after the facts, you're still going to be limited as to what you can actually prove. Still.
Exactly. So they have what they call endogenous retroviruses sequences in DNA. Okay, they're claiming that these sequences are from an ancient virus that infected an ancient, species that then diverged to become different species like humans and stuff. Okay, so then they say, oh, well, there's these segments we see that are inserted, that are in chimps and humans and stuff, but not in like bacteria and stuff. So we're assuming that this strand of DNA came in from an ancient virus that infected them, that was then reverse transcribed to be in our common ancestor, and they assert this as proof. Okay, so they're assuming that all they have is that they see these common strands of DNA between humans and different species. They're assuming that came in from an old virus. They didn't watch it happen, but they boldly claim it as if they did. And then also they thought it was like junk DNA, like left over from an old virus, but they've actually found that the ERV, the endogenous retrovirus sequences, have functions within the cell. So it's not just useless leftover DNA from an ancient virus that affected them. They're assuming that, but it actually has a purpose. This junk DNA has been disproven. Okay, so they said it was so funny whenever they actually found what they called junk DNA. Evolutionists, they were like, dancing around joyful, like, oh my gosh, look, we predicted that you'd find junk DNA, and here it is. Well, now
Mm,
we've actually found it's not junk. It has a purpose and it has a function. But now they're
right.
just trying to, oh, let's just brush that under the rug and forget about the whole thing. No,
Yeah.
remember y'all said you would expect junk DNA? Well, now there's not. We found out that there's not junk DNA. There's
Yeah. This is what
non-coding
you came in with.
sequences.
Yeah. You
Yeah.
came in with this information last year when you first came in. Yeah. And it got
Hmm.
all tongues were buzzing with what you were
Yeah.
putting down. It was really good. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
But they're just
Absolutely.
assuming that, and now it's been disproven. Now they just want to be quiet about it.
Yeah.
It's funny.
It is
It's like
funny.
they
Yeah.
try to assert everything. It's like a bunch of their sciences are post-dictions where they have an observation, they try to fit it to their model. Then they say, "Oh, our model predicts this. Our model predicts that." No, all you did was take observations that you know are true and try to fit it to a model. Then you come and assert that our model predicted these things. Are you kidding me?
Mm, yeah. Yeah. That's not the scientific method, is it? At all.
No.
Yeah. So yeah, it's interesting, and as you say, you like to read papers, so you're gathering all this knowledge. It was clearly evident when you first came in, clearly evident that you'd been doing some serious reading because people were seriously being hurt on the other side. Yeah, everyone was glad you were there. Now and you've continued. Did you pass your exams? That was the thing, that because you were about to take an exam. Did you pass that exam you took?
Yeah, I passed my generals and stuff. Yes.
Congratulations on that. Yeah, because you were studying to do the exam. You were saying, and that. And I was thinking, well, and she's on the Discord, and she said, well, okay, she's confident. You know what I mean? But there you are. See? Okay, congratulations on that.
Yeah, I'm always going to stick to the science and what's actually provable. It's funny how they call people that don't trust these theories science deniers. No, they are
Mm,
more scientific than anybody because science requires repeated, especially the natural sciences. If you claim that something exists in the natural world, it should be repeatable, it should be testable and provable. So if you claim like evolution's how we got here, okay, that's a naturalistic explanation. We work in the natural realm. You should be able to reproduce and study and measure these things. You have
yeah,
the benefit because in your model, you work in the naturalistic world.
that's right. There should
That's
be
what
a
we work with.
provable timeline. A provable timeline. They don't have
And
that.
and it's still happening. Okay, so they say evolution's still occurring. So
Yep.
then it should be easy to show it.
Yeah. Like I said, the timeline is there. You should be able to select and we see the record for ourselves. They don't have that. They don't have that at all. That
Like
is
if
not
they
there.
claim that the earth is curving, you should be able to measure, test, and experiment. Anybody should be able to experimentally prove this, right? That's what they claim that we're on. That's what they claim that we work with, right? They say, okay, well, the earth's curving. Okay, so you should be able to have a way that people can test, measure, and reproduce these results that are
Yeah,
mutually exclusive to your model.
exactly.
That's all I've been trying to do is test and measure it. That's it. I'm not denying any science. I'm denying what can
No,
be proven and experimentally tested. That's it. That's what real scientists should do.
that's right. Yeah, and if you disagree with something, you highlight the anomalies therein as to why you don't agree, and then hash it out. Begin to hash it out some more. Yeah,
Yeah, and
every person's got that right.
if you look at some of these famous scientists in the past, like there was quotes attributed to Einstein saying that I'd rather a question that can't be answered rather than an answer that can't be questioned. You
Yeah,
should be able to
that's right.
question anything.
That's right. That's right. I agree with that.
There should be no dog. Like today in my presentation, I was going over what they call the central dogma in biology. Francis Crick
Okay.
named it the central dogma in biology. But he actually, and this is where it goes from DNA to RNA to proteins. But he stated the word central dogma is a misnomer, as science should not be dogmatic. Everything should be up to change and questionable. You should be able to
Mm,
question every single thing in science. You should be able to question it. It should be up for change based on experimentation and observation. So you should not use dogmatism. And he later himself said the word central dogma should not be used in science because science should not be dogmatic. It should be testable, questionable, everybody should have the right to test and question anything.
Yeah, the door should be wide open and inviting for experiment and scrutinization. Show your work, as they always say. Show your work. Yeah.
Yeah, and people should be able for themselves to test it.
That's what I've always said. That's when they talk about dinosaurs. Well, I said I'd like to see these fossils for myself and examine them for myself. Then I make my own judgment. Thanks. If the access was granted, of course.
Well, the
Yeah, let's
word
have a look.
dinosaur only came about in the like 1900s.
That's right.
Because it was
By
they always
what's his
called
name?
them dragons. They called them dragons forever, and they have
Yeah,
like
yeah.
drawings of these around the world, like these dragons or whatever. So, you know, the word dinosaur came about much later. But it's funny how like they say that a asteroid came and wiped out these dinosaurs, but
That's
like
right.
all the other organisms survived from it. Like we got humans, we have many different types of mammals surviving, but then only the dinosaurs are wiped out. But at one point they reigned over the earth. So how did they evolve to be the predominant dominating species? If they evolved to be that, shouldn't they evolve to be that again? Like, shouldn't we still have dinosaurs if they evolved and were
Absolutely.
dominating?
Yeah, it's a fair point. They said like 65 million years ago, didn't they? They said that this asteroid came in, or meteorite, or rock that came in and slammed into to the Earth, stopping life.
but no, the
Well,
thing
that's
is,
crap. The impact mark is wrong.
you did, like, you see, they did evolve. They're called chickens now.
Chickens are not more strong than dinosaurs and powerful. Survival of the fittest. Who would survive better, chicken or a dinosaur? A dinosaur. And if it's survival of the fittest, dinosaurs should have re-evolved.
Yeah.
That is giant monsters. Yeah.
You know what we actually find in the fossil record, Jen? We
Go
see
on.
explosions of life. What we see is like the Cambrian explosion, for example. We don't see
Right.
things leading up to certain species. We don't see like trilobites with like one segment, two segments through. We see trilobites with like full 12, 13 segments. We just see species just popping up. You know what I mean? Like we don't see
Right.
things leading up to them and evolving to them. In the fossil record, we see explosions of life and then catastrophic events that wipe them out, like the flood, like, things like this. That's what we actually see.
Yeah. Yeah. It's interesting because with the methodology that you're bringing forward here to apply, you can apply it to viruses, and it's turned out that they don't even exist. Do you know that? With the same methodology that you use to scrutinize rocks, carbon dating, and everything else that you've just mentioned, it's turned out that viruses really do not exist. Okay?
Yeah, at
It's
my
never.
university, I've tried to ask them, like, because they have like electron microscopes. I said
There
for
you
the
are.
people that were studying viruses, I was like,
Mhm.
can I see a virus on an electron microscope? And they say no, we don't even use those anymore. We just sequence the DNA. So I've never personally seen one, so I can't speak
No
on it.
one has. No one has. It's never been isolated. That's what's been put forward by Dr. Stephen Lanka and Dr. Mark Bailey. Okay.
And if I can throw something in on that, what
Please.
I find really interesting about the whole sequencing business, Taylor, in the little work that I did in, the bioinformatics field, alongside, people who were actually like studious in the matter, is like it blew my mind to understand that in the lab, right, the methodology that they employ to actually extract the DNA, it's totally destructive, right? You take a clump of cells or even a single cell, whatever, throw it in a container, you douse it with chemicals, it breaks everything up, right? And then they pick up all these little pieces, like if they're like little Legos, right? And they try to assemble it in the machine, right? But this process is completely probabilistic. You know what I mean? You have strands of DNA that are, X, what we call them, nucleotides long, and others that are longer, half the length, and they try to piece it together randomly, right? And they need large sample sets to be able to do that, what they would call accurately. But in the end, like there's, as far as I know, there is no single strand end-to-end transcription. It's all done in pieces and assembled. right? I don't know if you're
Mhm.
if you're in tune with that side of things. There, have you ever come
Mm-mm.
across an actual end-to-end complete transcription of anything?
They do like Sanger sequencing, and you're right, it is done in segments. And I recently learned because I haven't really honestly looked into. I know a lot of people talk about viruses and stuff and the research being sketchy. I watched a video someone sent me the other day about HIV and how basically they look for viruses, the presence of viruses by looking for reverse transcriptase. But apparently everybody has reverse transcriptase in their like DNA sequence. So like how would you then isolate it? So yeah, there is definitely things that are questionable that I would like to look more into. And if anybody has any papers or anything, like just share them. I'm willing to read them.
Okay, I can give you a documentary that has it's got 29,000 words, 29,000 words, a paper. That's where it's come from. The documentary is called. I won't put it in the server because I don't think we should do that. But I'll give you the name of it. It's called A Farewell to Virology. It was produced in 2022. Okay, A Farewell to Virology by Mark Bailey, Dr. Mark Bailey. Okay, it's 2.5 hours. All right, 2 hours 30 minutes, nearly 3 hours, and it covers everything that you've been talking about regarding the scientific method and how they look into viruses and all the deception that they brought about over the years. Okay, it's A Farewell to Virology, 2.5 hours. It's on YouTube. You can go into Safari and get it. That's the one you want to watch, and it gives you the name of the paper, and the paper is 29,000 words paper. Okay, that's the one
Thank you
you
so
want.
much, Jane.
Oh yeah,
The
that's the
only
one you want
thing,
to watch.
the thing I question the most is some of these, like electron microscope pictures of the
Right.
bacteriophages.
Yeah.
Like, I don't, I don't understand. Like, I don't know if y'all seen them. I don't know if I should drop them in the chat either.
Yeah. No,
But
I've seen them. In the
you know what I'm talking
documentary I
about?
mentioned, it touches upon what you've just said. That you can't even
Okay.
trust the imagery because it's all CGI. No one's ever seen or isolated a virus. And when they talked to those who are talking about HIV, one of the proponents said, "Well, all that was covered in the textbook. I don't want to be your textbook. Why do I have to be your textbook?" Because he hadn't isolated it himself, right? And he couldn't tell the method that he used to isolate the virus. So he gave the name of the person who supposedly isolated it in a textbook, and he said, "Well, go to the textbook. I'm not here to be a textbook." That was just one person. Yeah, there you
Yeah,
go.
that's
Right.
interesting.
Yeah,
Thank you,
it's
Jen.
in that You will find that documentary. Believe you me, you will find it interesting, and it's coming at you at 600 miles an hour. There's a lot of data. I've watched it 3 times. Do you know what I mean?
That's
Because
cool.
there's so much coming in at you, and then if you go into the descriptions, it leads you to the papers. Okay, the papers and documents that you want to look at. It's all there. Okay,
That's
this
so
came out in
cool.
2022, and it was removed because it was so revealing. Okay.
Wow. So I
Yeah,
dropped the
this is when.
pictures that I was asking about in the chat. Like, I wonder what they say about this. Like these
Mm,
pictures of these, bacteriophages. Like, I don't know.
yeah.
I think I've heard them say like whenever you like pulverize a cell, you'll get these like artifacts or something. But I've always
Well,
been
what?
curious about that.
Yeah. The thing that they say that the reason why they're not able to, because when they're asked point blank, have you ever isolated a virus? Their words that come out of their mouths is that it's so difficult to try and isolate it because there's so much debris and dead cells surrounding it. It's hard to isolate it. They've said, okay, that's what one of the virologists put forward as to why he wasn't able to isolate a virus.
Oh wow, that's cool. Somebody, it says Lats, LATS wants to speak here.
Yeah,
And
go ahead.
South wants to speak right now if someone wants to chat with them. I don't know if they need perms to get up. I'm not sure. And I did tag you in the picture, Jen. I think I'm gonna delete it soon because I don't want stuff like this in the
Yeah,
chat.
yeah.
But
I would delete it immediately
okay,
and
I
don't
will.
don't put anything in there because we don't want you to get into trouble. I don't want to get into trouble. It's an interesting
Okay,
topic
yeah, yeah,
matter, of
definitely.
course, and that's what I'd rather give. Like me, I'm carrying the
Mm-hmm.
links in my head, so if I just give you the title,
Yeah,
you can
send me
get it for sure.
that video.
Yeah,
Thank you.
Yeah, it's a brilliant one. You're going to have a really good time because it's just one shock after the next. That's the thing
Wow.
about that. It's just one shock after the next. Yeah, yeah,
The HIV
really, really good.
documentary was really interesting. That was interesting to me, so I'm willing
Which
to
one was that?
It was an HIV documentary. Someone sent me
Oh,
on
right. Yeah,
how
yeah,
they
yeah.
find it with the reverse transcriptase, but apparently everyone has reverse transcriptase, so then it leaves you wondering how would they test somebody for it.
Yeah,
So that was
that's another
interesting.
light. Yeah, that comes up in
Mhm.
this documentary, by the way. You will find it refreshing, okay? You will. I guarantee you that. It's not going to be a waste of your time. It's right down your alley, as they say.
Cool, thank you. So it says Lats. Somebody I think is in the process of letting them have the perms to speak
Yeah.
on here. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, there's a guy named South who was kind of quasi advertising. Wants to speak to us and promote the idea of a debate or so. So he's looking for.
Interesting. Cool. What does he want to
Yeah,
debate?
yeah.
Yeah, that'd be interesting. Yeah, let's hurry up
Look
and
at
help him to get
one
in here.
yeah, in the lobby, just to summarize it if you guys missed it, there was the guy South. I just want to find the beginning of the chat. He said at 1 minute past the hour, South wrote, "I'm an event organizer for a fairly large Discord server. I want to host a debate forum night for Flat Earth. I don't want to be seen as advertising, which is why I wanted to DM first. I'm looking for a few Flat Earthers willing to hold an affirmative position on Discord stage, and we'll have a soft moderated debate where one person on the negative side can get 10 minutes to interact with one Flat Earther before the next person on the negative
This
side
is
comes up.
So this is
So,
kind of a trap I want to warn people of taking an affirmative position. So that's something that you don't want to be doing in debate. Whenever you make positive claims, you need to prove them. So honestly, a lot of flat earthers, they don't make positive claims. They want proof that can be shown. A lot of globers say yes, it is affirmative that the earth is the globe is curving this 8 inches per mile squared. They take a lot of affirmative positions. So in a debate, if you're on the affirmative side, that means you're proving a positive. You need to bring evidence. So I personally would not rather be on the affirmative side because I'm not making bold claims like that. Like, I want to test and question the claims they're making. So I'm not gonna spout anything that can't be demonstrated and repeated. Just as any smart person would, you shouldn't spout things are true if they can't be demonstrated and repeated.
Oh yeah, yeah. But I think we can actually demonstrate that the earth is indeed level, isn't it? Horizontal, no curvature. We can do that all day long.
Yeah, like when I like failed to find curvature in my surveying experiments or
Yeah.
observations that I did. I failed to find curvature when properly accounting for the atmosphere.
And don't
You know
forget,
what I mean?
we have actually won in a court of law on 2 occasions. One in Britain and the United States. So you've got 2
They
court case wins.
they didn't take the affirmative side. They said like there is not evidence for a globe. You know what I mean? Like he was saying
Yeah,
like
they didn't
these
prove. Yeah, they
things
didn't prove the Earth was a globe. Yeah, well there you are. Then
exactly.
they didn't prove it. You see, that's why they lost. That's why the flat Earthers take the win.
Exactly.
They failed to prove that the Earth is a globe. They
So in
failed
a
at
debate,
that
I just want to
attempt.
let you know: be careful for making positive claims because then you're gonna need proof for those. But if they make positive claims, remember they need to be able to prove those and have something
Yeah,
testable, repeatable, and provable.
absolutely. Yeah, it's better for them to prove their claims. That's what we want.
They're the ones making
Because
all the claims too, from what
yeah,
I see.
yeah.
So
You
I
know,
guess
that's
we'll
not the
see.
fact.
I guess we'll see, right? Because obvious and over fences are still in the VC check-in with them. However,
okay.
I guess if they give them a pass or her a pass, they'll be able to come in here and maybe elaborate on what they want to do. So
Yeah,
it's
if
still
they're
going
talking
on,
like
so it
that, it
can't be
seems like they're
bad.
trying to set someone up. It seems like that's a
Maybe,
setup, to be honest.
maybe. I mean, they're scoping it out.
They want
It's
a
still
flat earther
going.
to make a positive claim. That seems like a setup because they are asking somebody to make positive claims.
Yeah, yeah. And that's legal jargon right there. So you got to be careful.
Don't agree to do
Yeah, the
that.
way that's phrased, if it was more colloquial, like, hey, want someone who who thinks the Earth is flat, who can take questions. Like it's a little bit more open ended, a little bit more loose type shit.
Yeah.
So I see what you mean there. It was kind of revealing.
Yeah.
Did he get terms to speak?
They're still in the check-in, VC check-in.
Oh yeah. Well, okay. Yeah, they're
It's
checking
been
his
about,
passport and everything. You know, checking his
I mean,
documents.
it's been,
Making
Is
it's
there
been
any
sure.
about
mods here that can
Has
let
he
him
been
know?
vaccinated as well? Making sure, you know, bring any viruses to our server. Get him up
it's
there.
been
Yeah.
about 5 or 10 minutes or so. So it must not be evidently like bad. They're just like, okay, get the fuck out of here, you know?
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh,
They're using that 97% inaccurate PCR test. Did you hear that? The PCR test was 97% inaccurate.
yeah.
That blew my mind.
That's old news, though, man.
Yeah. But it blew my mind when I heard it on the day. Right? I just said, bloody hell, man. They're using that. The amount of people that fell for that one. Whoa.
And it gets worse. It gets worse when you dig into the actual definition of what a false positive, what a true positive actually implies.
Mm.
Right?
Yeah.
I mean, they were correlating it with like, oh, this thing turned a different color, and the person was sick, right? Versus, oh, the thing did not turn, or did turn a certain color, but the person was not evidently. So it was really loose terminology. But anyway, I don't want to get into that too much.
Yeah, we don't. Yeah, you know what I mean. Anyway, it's funny.
South is in the house.
Hello. Sorry, can I talk? I don't know. I don't know how this works.
Yeah, go ahead.
All
We
good,
can hear
man.
you again.
Say hello.
Okay. Hi. So
welcome.
I,
We saw you were in the
thank
VC
you.
check-in for a while, so it must have
Okay.
passed.
Awesome. Yeah. So I'm actually an event coordinator, manager, whatever you want to call it, for a bigger Discord server, and I wanted to do an open debate forum, and we wanted to do some fun, controversial topics, and I wanted to do flat Earth. So I asked around, but I couldn't find any flat earthers in the server. You know, it's not a super common belief. So I joined the official flat Earth Discord to ask around for a flat earther, and they directed me to here. So I'm just here to ask if anyone would be interested in joining the server I'm an event organizer for. You know, setting up a date and a time, and we'll get you up on stage, and we'll cycle through people holding a negative position about the Earth. You know, round earthers, obviously, and you guys would just stand up there and defend yourselves. It would be one-on-one debates primarily, 10 minutes per person, and then we'll keep cycling through. You know, and we'll have a soft moderator to make sure you don't get dogpiled, to make sure things stay respectful, stuff like that. It should be pretty chill and pretty light. It can go on as long as you want, and we could have multiple flat earthers, but it would be one at a time. So you'd have to substitute in and out. But you guys could always DM each other, message each other to like communicate thoughts and ideas and stuff like that. Does that make
So
sense?
why do you want them to take a positive position? Because I think a
So
misnomer
the
about
question
flat
would be
earthers is like, hold on, let me just finish. It's like they question a lot of the dogmatic assertions that are made by scientists, like, oh, the Earth is a globe at 8 inches per mile square. Okay, well, can we test and prove that is the question. So whenever you say you want a flat earther take an affirmative position, like I think
Okay,
that most of the flat earthers will defend and the idea that like it cannot be confirmed that the Earth is curving. You see what I'm saying?
Okay. Yeah, I mean, because the structure would be like the question would be, is the Earth flat? Affirmative would be someone interested in defending that. Negative would be people that are cycling in and out. But it could be flipped. It could be, is the Earth round? Round
Mhm.
earthers can hold the affirmative, and you guys can round earthers can cycle through on the affirmative, and you guys can hold the negative. If that's a
That'd be
more
better.
equitable solution.
Yeah.
Yeah, that would be better because that's the current situation. We're being told it's an oblate spheroid, but we're not able to
Yeah.
verify and confirm that. You see,
So
that's
you
the
want to
problem.
flip the burden. You want to flip the burden of proof onto the round earthers.
Well, yes, because they're the ones making the claim. You see.
Yeah, yeah. So then you guys aren't claiming the Earth is flat.
Well, we're
Well, we're
claiming
just
it's
saying
flat because we're
there's no
unable to
proof
find
of
the curvature.
curvature.
Yeah,
So then you're claiming the Earth is flat.
because we can't find the
But
curvature.
why? Okay, they claim it's a globe. Why would you not want them to take the affirmative if they make
I
more
don't.
claims than anyone?
The affirmative doesn't matter.
It
I mean,
does.
sorry, the affirmative matters greatly because the burden of proof. But my point is that if you guys are claiming the Earth is flat, you should be able to hold to that on an
Yeah,
affirmative.
They
because
have
of the
all
lack
the
of
scientists
curvature.
on their side. They have NASA. They have all the world
But if you,
organizations on their side. Why would it be hard? They should be the one with the affirmative position. They claim all the
Exactly.
assertive facts about every single detail about the Earth without question that you cannot question. So
no,
it
I
would be
see what you
much more
mean.
logical for them to take the affirmative position.
Exactly.
They know
That's
they
it.
claim to have a model. They claim to have an understanding of the entirety of the Earth.
But say
Flat earthers do
someone
not claim to have an understanding of the entirety of the Earth. They do not claim that like we can go and scope out the entirety of the Earth. So it'd
Okay.
be much more logical for them to have a
But
affirmative
then
position.
you would be
Right.
agnostic on the Earth's shape. You wouldn't necessarily say it's
Not really.
flat.
You
No.
would just
Hang
say
on a
that
second.
their assertions are not proven.
Yeah, hang on. Just take this scenario just quickly. You have a bunch of school children. They're 8 years old. They've been told it's a globe. They've gone out to try and measure the curvature. They haven't found it. So who has burden of proof here? The 8-year-olds or those who are saying it's a
Those
globe?
who are saying it, of course.
Thank you. So that's the situation, right? That's why
Okay.
they have burden of proof. Okay, it's that simple.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. Yeah, I mean,
Another way of looking-
I'm totally okay with flipping it. Is the Earth round?
Yeah, flip it.
Affirmative cycles through. You guys can hold the negative. That's fine with
Absolutely.
me. Would anyone be interested in doing that?
Yeah, I
Oh,
would.
Okay,
Hey,
so
hey.
like I said, it would be
Hold
one
on.
on one.
I have one question.
Sorry.
Do you have a lot of people
So would I.
out here doxing people in your server? Is doxing allowed?
No, not allowed.
Doxing is never allowed. But
I know, but is there a bunch of people like that, like snakes in your
we had
server?
never.
Or is there
It's
good
a
faith
big.
people?
It's a big server. It's about a political figure, so it's not like a random unaffiliated server. So I think there is some duty to be respectful to make sure there's no issues. But if it really did matter to you, you could join on anonymous accounts, and that would be fine.
Have you had doxing in the past happen in your server?
I've only been in the server since late January, and we haven't had anything, but that's not a long time. That's why I don't want to say for sure no one would get heated enough to get to dox you. I can't speak for. It's such a big server. It's like 30,000 people. I can't speak for even a portion of them. That's why I don't want to say for sure you won't get doxed. I don't want to be unfair to you. So if you want to join on an anonymous account, that's fine. But yeah, I can't say for sure.
I mean, Taylor, just temporarily change your profile picture and username.
Yeah.
If you're really worried about that.
People,
Yeah.
I mean, yeah.
What are they gonna do? Try and
But
ID track
I
you?
can say as long as I've been in the server, I've done a lot of VC and a lot of text debates. I've never even thought I was being doxed for a second. If that helps. you.
Has anybody coming in taking controversial viewpoints been doxed?
Yeah. Okay. So it is a strongly conservative server, and I'm a liberal, so I'm always on. I'm always on the defensive, right? I'm always defending my positions, holding my positions. It's a political server. It's not a Earth related server. It's not a science server. It's a politics and debate server. I just wanted to do something probably more fun and more controversial for people.
So I think is it gonna be 1-on-1 because like there should be if
So
there's gonna
it'll-
be
yeah.
Glover switching in and out, there should be multiple flat earthers on the panel too
So it'll
switching
be
out.
one-on-one. It'll be one-on-one, and how it'll work is the two people will be on stage. It's a you know how the Discord stages work, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so it'll be two people on stage. I guess the negative, you guys would be staying on stage, one person. Affirmative would cycle through on 10-minute rounds. Anyone who raises their hand for the affirmative can join in. I would say the negative would need to complete a 10-minute round before they're allowed to substitute. So they can't be like, "Oh, I'm done with this argument. Let me get the next flat earther," right? Because then it's basically a 2-on-1. You see what I mean? But like in 10-minute rounds, you could cycle out.
How many viewers do you normally have per interaction?
I'm honestly new to the stage debates. We get anywhere from 10 to 50, but I plan on advertising this one more because I think it'd be more popular. And like I said, the server has like between 20 and 30,000 people. I don't know how many people would come.
Well, you said it was a bigger server, but I'm pretty sure we have like 20 to 30,000 people.
Oh, do you? I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. 20,000 is a big number in my head. I don't know. I don't have a sense of like Discord server sizes.
So yeah, we would be interested. Yeah, why not?
Okay.
Bring it on.
Sure, that
Send me
sounds
the
awesome.
server.
Yeah, I don't want to like just drop a link and get banned. Where can I
you
send
DM it to me?
Yeah, sure. I just got pinged. Hold on. Okay, I DM'd it to you. Oh, wait, hold on. I have to verify. Oh my god, I have to play a game? Fix the path for the slot to get to the other side? Dude, what? Wait. I like this. Yeah, these verification games are getting crazy, guys. Here, okay, I can send it here. Okay. A debate, you have to define words and terms. You guys can define your words and terms. I didn't even see this. Okay, hold on, sorry. Does anyone want to talk to me via the text chat? Sorry.
Have you looked into any of the flat Earth discussions and
No.
debate?
Just like a little when it was like trending. Like no.
When was it trending?
You know, like in 2021, maybe like when there was like COVID and everything, and people were getting a little crazy. It's like flat Earth and shit came up. I don't remember. It was like a 2-week thing. But no, the answer is no.
What was the end result there? Flat Earthers winning triumphantly over that period, of course.
I mean, probably according to you guys, I would imagine yes. I just got pinged.
So, is there evolution and origin? I would like to debate somebody on the origin of life. That's what I study and research, too.
Okay.
If there was ever
you want to? So,
like
what is your stance on evolution?
Like, well, obviously it needs to be testable, repeatable. And I'm looking for proof that speciation can occur due to mutation, natural selection. Have we observed that happen? Because it seems like a lot of the evidence is post-dictive and not demonstratable. But it should be demonstratable as it's still occurring. Now, their answer is, oh, what's a huge time scale? But people like the Linsky doing the Linsky long-term E. coli experiment has simulated hundreds of thousands of generations over 30 years of E. coli, which they're exponentially reproducing. And they've been tracking this for like 30 years. So they've like simulated hundreds of thousands of years in evolution years because bacteria reproduce so quickly. And we have not found any speciation occur. All we found was like epigenetic changes, like turning on and off genes and stuff.
What would be your like one-line stance on evolution?
Like, can we demonstrate speciation occur? Like, we have not been able to demonstrate speciation occur from evolution or whatever. No.
Yeah, I mean, if you want to DM me, I could definitely set up, not definitely set up. Sorry, I could look into setting up a maybe forum or a stage for you if you were
also like chemicals do not assemble to form life. Like chemicals, like in abiogenesis, they say life formed from chemicals. Like chemicals do not assemble to form life ever. Like we have not observed this happen. They actually have evidence of the contrary, that they break down over time. They do not form life.
Living penguins found to be 8,000 years old from carbon dating. Wait, this text chat is kind of funny. You guys make some good jokes. I like this.
That's a cool one.
GIF. Okay, so who would be interested in like actually standing up on the forum and holding the negative?
I would say it might be a good idea to swing by maybe another time or a third time just to sample, because we're only 20 people in here, but there's a lot more individuals who come into the VC chat quite commonly. So yeah, I'll know when you're planning on doing it, but if you have,
I'm not fixed on a date at all. I'm just trying to get. I'm honestly just trying to get flat earthers. I mean, I asked so many people, and we're like, "There's no."
Okay.
Yeah, well, I'm Gen CBR1.
I
I'm
wouldn't
very
mind
interested.
being on the panel, like one person on the panel.
Well, if you have some flexibility, man, I'd encourage you maybe come back tomorrow or 2 days or whatever, maybe at a different time, and you'll certainly catch different people, especially some of the OGs around here. They might be the more astute ones to actually hold the position.
Taylor, you said you were interested, right?
Yeah,
Is anyone else in here?
Yeah, Gen CBR1, I'd be interested.
Okay, can I just ask a question?
Yes.
Yeah, go ahead,
I've been trying to ask a question. South, what is the name of your server?
It's discord.gg/Kirk.
/ what?
I'm /Kirk, like Charlie Kirk.
Okay. I think that it would probably be wise for everyone here to see you moderate a debate before committing to something like that. Because we have no idea of the quality.
So I wouldn't be
that's being maintained.
I wouldn't actively moderate anything.
I thought you said you were going to be a moderator. I saw your
Yeah,
comment to that effect.
I said I would be a soft moderator, which is just maintaining like standards of respect and like quality and like making sure no one is talking past each other.
Well,
But
we'd like to see that. We would like to see
Yeah,
that.
how many
in
people?
operation.
I would
How
say in
many
a
people
10-minute.
are on your server?
First of all, I'm not the owner, so as
Well, you
like
don't
I
know
mean,
how many people
no,
are
it's
on there.
22,000. It's 22,000, but I just
Okay.
don't like the framing of my server. Like it's not mine, but the server I'm
The
an event
server that you
organizer.
belong to, is that clear?
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
Sorry,
Okay.
no. And I'm just trying to be respectful to the actual owners.
Okay. So is it a Charlie Kirk themed server?
It is in honor of his legacy, but we honestly have a lot of leftists and a lot of liberals. It is not like a conservative, like, for lack of a better word, like circle jerk, I guess, or echo chamber. Sorry, that was a crass word. I'm sorry. Echo chamber. It's not a conservative echo chamber at all.
So someone's crinkling something in the background. I don't know who that is.
Yeah, I don't know who that is.
Okay.
Yeah.
So
Eating
why
snack.
are y'all interested in discussing this topic? Because it's
I'm
not
just
really
trying
relevant.
No, I'm just trying to get fun debates for people to engage in. Just trying to have fun.
Okay, so do you have someone equivalent to our level of knowledge on the other side?
No.
Because it's
No. And I think that's what
Yeah.
would make it really fun is like once people really got into it, they'd be like, oh shit, like these are not just like the cuckoos we associate with flat earth. Like these are real people who actually have real strong beliefs. And I think that would get a lot of people really interested.
Yeah, we just find that it's very difficult to find any globers who really know the globe paradigm and are able to argue it with any clarity. Most of
Okay.
them
Yeah.
just rely on rhetorical techniques, talking over, insulting,
Yeah,
gish
so I
flopping, etc.
So going
That's
back
the
to the
majority.
moderation thing, that's what would be my goal is to be like, hey, you cannot disrespect your opponent like that. You cannot say that. Stuff like that. That's why I said like when you said like I want to see your moderation in a 10-minute debate, I'm probably silent for 9 minutes and 50 seconds for this type of like
Okay,
the
well, you've
moderation I'm
never
imagining.
Yeah, well, this is probably a very different topic than anything you've dealt with as far
Yeah,
as,
for
you
sure.
have political debates, which are largely based on opinion. I mean, we can pull out historical evidence, but largely it does come down to opinion, right?
Yeah,
And
of course.
subjectivity. This is not a subjective discussion whatsoever.
Right.
Yeah, we're talking
So
like
what would
scientific method.
what would you
Like,
expect out of me if I was the moderator? Like what would you want me to do while I'm there?
I would expect you to maintain the same standards for both sides and to
Of course,
recognize
of course.
logical fallacies and call those out.
Yeah, I can do that.
Are you familiar with
Like the
logical
basic,
fallacies?
the main 24. I mean, I don't know. I can't
Yeah,
list them off the top of
you'd
my
probably
head.
have to brush up on those if you're going to talk to a glober.
Okay, yeah. I mean,
Just
they
saying.
usually say stupid things like, "Why won't we fall off?" Like, no, we're talking about demonstratable surveying, repeatable, things accounting for multiple variables, utilizing scientific method.
I mean, if someone did come in and be like, "Oh, why haven't we fallen off?" or like, "Oh, why isn't water falling off?" would that be an issue for you?
I'm just saying, like, it's better to have people of a higher level of standing so we can talk about like surveying methods and counting for variables, things that an average person can go out and measure and do experimentation on to prove the earth is curving, rather than, oh, why don't we fall off, or we have a disc flying through space. They don't even understand our position.
Yeah.
Or people that are skeptical, they don't even understand their position. Like, all the heavens rotate around the earth, everything is centered around us. Just as Copernicus like actually observed, it seems like we're in a unique position in the center of everything rotating around us.
Yeah,
We're not
I
flying
got
through
the
space.
sense
So
of
like
that.
whenever they don't have an understanding of the topic, there's going to be like stupid. It's not going to be anything like of good substance. You see what I mean?
Yeah, I think.
Yeah,
I
and just to
understand.
clarify, that's how things appear, right? We can't say that we know for certain.
Yeah, I understand your position.
Yeah.
I understand your position. I get it.
Yeah.
Taylor, you're hot
one
micing with something crinkly.
Yeah, something's quickly there. Yeah,
Why
I would
isn't
like to say
my
one
thing?
thing. The suggestion that you come back to acquire more seasoned flat earther would be a good idea. Okay, as well. Not to say that we're not seeing, because I'm an OG, but we want more, and there are more people who are more articulated than myself at bringing this across, and I'd like you to capture those individuals. So you may have to come back 2 or 3 times to do that. If you would, that would be great. Okay.
Okay, yeah, I can do that for sure.
Yeah. Just to get a better pool.
I do disagree with one thing that was said. It was like globe earthers are not high enough level. I just think that's sort of an unfair framing. I think you
Well,
should
you
be able to
said you're
talk.
new to this space, right?
Well, no. I think you should be able to talk down to someone and like level with them about their
Wait,
beliefs.
wait,
Like
wait.
I
No,
don't.
you said it was unfair, but you also said you don't know anything about this. So which is
Yeah,
it?
but I'm being fair to you guys, right? But like I'm not
Well, we
making any
talk to
extreme
Globers
claims or.
all day, every day. I'm just telling you, they don't tend to know anything about their globe beliefs.
Yeah.
Sure,
That's not.
that's
It's not
fine.
an opinion.
They don't know how do we determine we're on a globe? Like this should
Sure,
be
They don't even
something
I
know the
like
size. Yeah, they don't know the size of the Earth. They don't even know their basic paradigm.
no,
So, and you
I get it.
probably
that's
don't
why it's
either.
usually
I
just
don't. I admit it. I don't. If you
Yeah.
told me to
So
prove
it's
to you the
not.
Earth was
It's
round
not.
right now, I could not. I'm not able
Yeah,
to.
it's not being disparaging. It's just an
No, but
observation.
I think
You know, I mean,
you
we and
should be
understand
able.
we used to be globe believers too. So
Yeah.
I
So
know,
we
it's
never
but
not
know.
I'm
like
just
we
saying
don't
I think
remember what
you
that's
should be able
like.
to talk down, not talk down to, but level with somebody who maybe does not have as high order of knowledge as you do on the topic. I think you
Yeah.
should
We
be able
are
to do
you.
that, in my opinion.
Yeah, we are
y'all crack
usually
down on ad
respectful to
homs.
that situation. We usually are. You
Oh
see,
yeah,
it's just
definitely. Like
yeah.
Yeah.
if
So then
somebody is doing ad hominem, do y'all like mute them? Do y'all like crack down on
yeah.
that?
So
Because
at home, what I normally do is I will step in, like I will unmute and be like, hey, like lay off the ad hom, lay off the personal comment. Second time, just kicked off the stage. It's like a one warning rule, and if it becomes a repeated pattern of like people coming up and doing it, I will just kick them immediately. Like warning will go away, and it'll just be like you're gone. I don't tolerate it. It's not. It doesn't. It's not fun. So I don't see why I should tolerate it.
Well, I would highly encourage you to not just spend time here to try to find someone to participate, but also to like hear our arguments.
Yeah.
We're
So
yeah.
I what I can do is for every negative for every sorry, you guys are the negative. For every affirmative position coming up, I could give you guys a
We're
minute.
not the negative position.
It would
The
be the
burden of
question would
proof is
be
on the
yeah,
burden
so
of
the
proof is
question
on the globe.
right,
You
so the
that
realize.
would
question would
mean
be
we
is
are
the
the negative.
yeah, the question would be is the earth round? You would be the negative saying no, it is not round.
You mean
If
you mean spherical.
spherical, whatever. I don't know. Round, spherical.
Well, just
Okay,
because
the
it's
question would
not
be
mutually exclusive, right?
okay, sure. Is the earth spherical? Affirmative would be cycling through, negative would be a group of you guys.
I see. Uh-huh.
So I could give you a minute every time, or like whoever's up, I'll be like 1 minute to outline your claim. If that's fair to you
Yeah.
guys.
Yeah, it would probably need more than a minute, but yeah, I mean, you could do
Okay.
something like
Two,
that.
two, 2
Probably
minutes?
somebody will want to participate, but I think it'd be a good idea to see how things roll over there first.
Okay. Then maybe what I could try and do is just get like, because what I could do is maybe not ping everyone and just like get like 5 or 6 people and just be like, hey, like let's do a little test debate, see how you guys do, like the small group, and just
Well,
feel
you
it
can
out.
come in here and watch that. We do that all day, every day. We're either in
Okay.
here or we're in the English hub, and occasionally because we have a dedicated room there, or we have a dedicated room in politics. Although we're not there as much because the quality of debate is very poor.
I got you. It makes sense. Okay.
Yeah.
So
Do you
yeah,
I forgot, do y'all have scientists there, like people who have PhDs and
we
stuff in
have
scientific?
we have a variety of people. We have neuroscience students to philosophy majors to lawyers and like everyone in between. Like I'm an
That's cool. Yeah,
econ
I'd be
employment
willing to
student.
debate some biologists like on Original Life, like too.
Yeah, you should
That's
DM me
interesting.
about that. I'll see if I can. Maybe not set you up with a stage, but okay. In the server, there are like debate threads. You can just make your own thread on any topic. You have to get like level 5, I think. If you're interested in doing that, you could do your debates over text. People will ping you. I mean, debate threads get pretty heated. I have like a 10,000 message thread about immigration that I'm in there defending myself daily. So, it's like if you're
I
interested
don't
in
have
that
time
for
to be typing.
okay. Yeah, I mean, you
Actually,
can always find people to VC too. I mean, if you're just looking for debates, like people are pretty open. But then again, like I'm looking for a structured event that would be, excuse me, moderated. That's why I'm here asking. I am a little disappointed that you guys, sorry, not you guys. That was a little rude. I'm a little disappointed I can't find people here that would hold the affirmative though, because I would like to see it from that side. I understand your position very well, not very well, sorry, but I understand why you won't hold the affirmative well. I get it, but it's just a little disappointing to me.
Why we won't what exactly? Like claim it's a globe?
No, the affirmative that it is flat.
That
Oh,
means that you would have to bring proof that it is flat. Like you'd have to bring
Yeah.
testable, like instead of
right.
them
So,
proving it's a globe.
Right. Yeah.
well, we can do that as well,
You think
right?
so?
I
And
know
the
so.
burden.
You can
Yeah.
do it. I'm not taking
Yeah,
affirmative.
yeah. I
Who
mean,
would
I
be
definitely
interested
could do.
in VC or in text? Who would be interested in taking the affirmative? Just out of curiosity.
It's a setup.
It is a
Yeah,
little bit of a setup to your
yeah. I
guys'
mean,
position.
like I said, you should just come here and listen for a while and maybe learn a little bit about the topic, because I
Yeah, I
think
was
you
gonna
have
say.
a lot of misunderstandings.
I was gonna say just like in here in general, I was gonna ask if anyone could prove the Earth is flat to me, just broadly speaking. But then like you know what I mean?
Well, do you understand why we take the tack that we do?
Yeah.
Because
I
the
do.
default, your default life experience is on a
But let's
flat
say
and stationary Earth.
I'm agnostic about the shape of the Earth. I'm sitting here right now. I'm not telling you it is round, flat, donut shaped. I'm not saying anything. Like, what would you tell me?
I would ask you first, what is your default experience of the Earth? And what is that?
I'm agnostic. I live in a city.
No, you're not agnostic. You exist on the Earth, right? You have an
my
experience of the Earth.
I only know. Let's say I only know a small fraction, maybe like 2 major cities in a U.S. state, or not even 2 majors, 2 cities in a U.S. state.
Okay.
Let's just say.
Well, if you want to do this, I'll just go ahead and do this. When
Yeah,
have you
no,
seen
please.
curvature?
Never.
No, I'm not asking you to play a role. I'm asking you as if you. I mean, I'm asking you honestly.
I mean, never.
We'll
I mean,
pretend
I
you're
get.
agnostic, which you aren't, but let's pretend
Yeah,
you're
I'm not.
agnostic.
Yeah, I'm just
And
asking.
but I'm asking you, the real person, when have you ever seen curvature?
Never. Besides like videos and stuff, like never.
Okay.
Videos in it, like never.
So
Not with
that
my own
makes
two
that
eyes.
the default position. So you would then have to prove to me that the Earth is curving, right?
See, that's taking the negative. So you just took the
No,
negative.
I understand that. I understand that.
No,
But
I'm
this is
agnostic, so I'm asking you why I should assume you're
because
right.
the Earth is measured and tested as flat and stationary, and
Okay.
water is flat at rest, and the Earth is 72% water.
Water is flat at rest. Okay, but in a large, let's say the body of water is large enough, couldn't there be curvature that ends up flat? Like, wait, I'm trying to think this through. Okay, so water is flat at rest, but I've
Right.
seen water in a round shape while the water itself was flat, like a fishbowl. Like the fishbowl is round.
What?
Round is
Well,
a shape. That round is
Or
not
spherical. I've seen it in a
spherical.
spherical.
It's
Bowl.
conforming to the shape of its container. The surface of the ocean isn't contained.
Yeah, and one thing to keep in mind too, South, just keep in mind not to conflate the term flat with smooth, right?
Flat
'Cause
and
the
smooth.
expression, yeah, like they sound synonymous, but in this context, they're not.
Right. It could be bumpy, mountainous, go up and down, have deep oceans, stuff like that. I get it.
Well, water. Well, when we're talking about water, right? Like
Right.
we like it was stated before, water is when at rest, the surface is flat.
Maybe debating for
Right?
flat Earth if you
And
can't.
then you asked or you posited, oh well, maybe at a large scale it would curve. That's contradictory, right? Unless you're understanding the term flat in this context as being equal to smooth, right? Because
Okay. You're saying I have a
plane
fundamental
does not,
misunderstanding. I get it.
right? Because the term flat does not curve,
Yeah.
right? Think of like a standard XYZ Euclidean, plane,
It's funny.
right?
Yeah.
Right? It doesn't curve. The XY plane is planar, right?
Yeah.
That's what's being implied here.
Okay. So going back to my point about me being agnostic, like why should I believe anything about the Earth's shape?
You shouldn't believe anything. You should test it and measure it.
What should I be testing or measuring?
You should be measuring to see if the Earth is curving at the rate that you've been told.
Okay. You
And if
mentioned
it
this in the
isn't, and if it
check
isn't curving, if it isn't curving, then it can't be a ball.
Sure. So you mentioned this in the pre-check. Like, what would I go do right now? Like, what would I step outside and do?
Okay. Well, Let's assume you don't have a $40,000 laser. So what you could do is find a body of water, like a lake, something
Okay.
that's like 10 miles long. Let me just ask you, how much drop over distance do you think there should be over a 10-mile distance?
I have
He says
literally no clue.
agnostic. He says agnostic, so he wouldn't take
But he's
any
asking,
position.
yeah, but he's
I
asking
have
me
no
for a
clue.
way
I
to
have
do
no clue.
this. Being agnostic doesn't mean you don't know the details.
I have no
So,
clue. So.
you have no idea. You want to take a guess just on a personal
This is
level?
why you don't
Like,
want to take
Hold
it
on, I
from
see an image in chat.
I'm not.
This will
This
be
isn't an
my.
actual debate. So this is what? How much?
I see it.
How much drop do you over distance do you think there is over 10 miles on the
The
Earth?
last number in this image says 3 miles. I don't know if that's true. I have no idea. I'm so serious. I have no idea.
Okay,
I literally
well,
couldn't
over
guess.
10 miles, there should be approximately a little bit more than 66 feet.
66 feet.
Yeah, my
So
yeah, my apologies. I threw that in there. It's tangentially related to what
okay.
Over Fences asked you. I jumped ahead and threw that in there, thinking she was going to ask
Mm.
that question. But the second image, the one at 0 minutes past the hour from Northern Rebellion, might actually be more pertinent to the question.
Okay. So basically,
Yeah,
you're
I'm not in
saying
the live stream, so I don't know what's being posted. But I'm just So over 10 miles, over a lake, there should be 66 feet of drop over distance, which means that anything on the opposite end of the lake, if you're at one end, should be hidden by 66 feet of earth curvature.
Hmm.
Okay,
But that sounds
so
about
if
right.
you
That
and
sounds.
that's not go ahead.
I was gonna say
That
that
all
doesn't
depends
sound.
on how high you are.
Sorry, I don't know what was just said. Can you repeat that?
I didn't hear it either.
Yeah, that all depends on how high you are, right?
Right, I understand that, but we're just
yeah.
I'll
So
get to
let's
that.
say the lake is flat and
That's
I'm
why.
6 feet tall.
Yeah.
There you go.
So
That's where what I posted before comes into play.
yeah. Did you put like a Did you put like a calculator in there with an observation height?
No, I put the full derivation of where the 1.22 times the square root of the observer's height in feet
Oh, okay,
comes from.
cool.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah, great.
gotcha.
So yeah, he put the trig in there for you to take a look at.
So basically,
But
I'm standing on one end of this 10-mile lake. 10 miles ahead of me, I'm 6 feet tall. Let's say I should see about 66 feet of the Earth's curvature covering it. Like,
Not quite.
Well, a
Not,
little bit less because you have an observation height above the surface. But
yeah, let
yeah,
me break it down, right, if I may. Right. So if you look at the math, I don't know how astute you are or how astute your math is. Right. But if you
decent.
jump to the last page, right, and work backwards, if you feel like it, you'll see where that number comes from. Okay. But what this gives us is if you're 6 feet above sea level, for example, right, from this equation broken down, you would have your own personal horizon line at about 3 miles away from you. Okay. Now, if you go to the first page, what that means is, you see, there's a little triangle in a circle, right? If you look at point A, right, which is sticking out from the side of the circle, right, that's depicting like, an observer on a giant ball, let's say.
H is my height. H is.
From the side. H is your height, right? So geometrically speaking, you could, if you were to look over the horizon, that would be at point B, and beyond that, things would appear to be cut off, right? Picture like a little boat, sailing away from you from A all the way to B. You see the boat in full until it starts going past B, at which time you expect to see the bottom of it begin to appear to cut off, I should say, until it gets far enough where you just can't see it anymore.
Depending on the height of whatever the object is, like the boat, sails,
it's a function of the height, your observer height, and the size of the actual solar sphere in question, right? So this thing is generic form up until the last bit where it actually plugs in the supposed radius of the Earth, which is 3,959 miles, right? So when you break that all down, you convert from feet to miles and shit like that, and you plug in your observer height, this is what you get. Okay.
So about 3 miles.
That's exactly.
Yeah, I just wanted to walk him through how to do that, real
No,
quick.
that's fine. I get it. I get the math.
Okay, but
makes
the
enough
way
sense.
you can Okay, well, the way you can test it is if you are on one end and your friend is at the other end with a mirror. If you went and picked up like one of those over the door mirrors that are like $10, If he flashes the mirror, to you and you can see it, then you know that the lake isn't curving. There's
Okay.
none of. If he's still visible, that means the globe math it isn't aligning with reality.
Okay. So just to be clear, if
So
my
you'd be
friend was
disproving the globe.
if my friend
that
was
case.
5 miles away, I shouldn't be able to see him at all. Or like a little.
Well, you have to calculate the observer height, and are you over flat surface, etc. Remember,
Yeah.
it's an exponential function, so it's 8 inches per mile squared. So
Oh yeah. Okay. Okay,
yeah.
I got you.
Is it?
So then, what do I
Yeah,
see then? Let's say I run this. What do I see?
technically you should only see up to 3 miles away from you. Maybe a
What do
little
I
bit.
actually see?
What do you actually see? I mean, if you're on water, you see water, you see boats and birds and shit like
Further
that.
than 3 miles away.
Up until about 3 miles away, according to this. And then beyond that, if there's something that's tall enough, it'll stick out, right? So you'll see a part of
Okay.
it until it gets too far away.
That's if the Earth is spherical.
A ball of the stated size.
Okay, so that's what I'm saying. If I actually went and did this right now, what would I see?
Okay.
Actually,
You would see no
right.
It would
curvature.
depend on the. It would
but like
depend on
in
the.
what way? Like
Yeah. Okay. One thing that brought us there is because people have gone out and tested this structure, right? This form, right?
Mhm.
Where they would go to a body of water and set themselves up with like a camera or whatnot at various heights and take observations of things that are at known distances from that position. Some things like oil rigs, boats, other islands, etc., should not be seen from where they are at that height, but they can, right? And sometimes by orders of magnitude of what's expected. You know
and then
what I mean?
what does that tell me about, like, between my eyes' abilities and the shape of the Earth? What is that telling me?
Those observations indicate that the stated geometry of the Earth is not what it's stated to be.
Okay, so let
Excuse
me
me.
ask you a question.
The
Is
actual
saying that we're
geometry of the
not
Earth is not stated. Excuse me.
is saying that we're not on a sphere taking a positive or a negative position?
We are not on a sphere. If you're saying that we are not on a sphere, you're taking the affirmative. You would have to prove to me we're not on a sphere.
Okay, yeah, because it's harder to prove the Earth is flat. Because a lot of times with the evidences, you're just disproving their
Okay.
claims and their
So wait,
like
would you be
geometries.
okay with taking the affirmative on that?
I'm not taking an affirmative. I'm just gonna say
Sure,
that whatever
okay.
they claim, like this, the mainstream scientific community claims, is not provable, and that's what most flat earthers actually do.
Hmm.
They say that it's not provable, and
Sorry.
yeah.
I'll continue.
I've
I was gonna.
done surveying, and they say like that their best evidence is like, oh, you see things drop over distance, but if you actually apply Snell's law and take the atmospheric conditions into effect, that's the drop that you would expect to see. So whenever I took the temperature gradients into effect, an engineering
Well, wait.
system, like
I mean,
if
but
you read
Snell's
peer-reviewed
is a little
papers on
different from
that,
atmospheric,
well, if you okay, so like basically in a small scale, and I'm not sure if you're familiar with Skyfree, they do YouTube videos, and they basically introduce temperature gradients and show things appearing to drop over distance and like meld into the ground and disappear just because you like have like a temperature gradient introduced. Well, they can do these in the laboratory scales. So basically, you see how temperature gradients affect the vertical elevation of stuff of things, and in a small scale you can introduce temperature gradients, see things appear to drop, but they're not actually dropping. So that's their main evidence that I've been presented that the Earth is never actually accounted for those temperature gradients. It was closer to the FE, the flat Earth prediction. And I'll
Okay.
drop those measurements in the chat.
20K, I have a question.
What's up?
What do you think is if you had to do this stage, what is the most fair position to what you actually believe? Affirmative or negative? And like what would the claim be?
What do you mean fair position?
Like
That
what
seems
would be the
subjective.
most fair for you to defend?
Would you
Like
not
what do you
take
think,
the
like,
position where the evidence points and nothing else?
No, that's
Like
what I'm
a
asking.
The only
positive or
evidence
negative
that
claim.
exists regarding the geometric nature of the Earth is flat measurements. There's nothing else.
Okay. That's what I'm asking. Like
So which
The
position would you
claim was.
take on that? So if it's established it's a flat surface, so you're going to continue to assert it's a curved surface.
I'm sorry, I don't understand.
Yep.
Well, in a nutshell, dude, what I was saying to you, right, kind of corroborates what Taylor was saying before. Right? That the claim on the table really, because if you think about it, right, go back in history and shit like that, most cultures, had this idea that we live on, that the earth is flat, shit like that, right? And then in the last, maybe 1,000 years or so, a couple people came up with some ideas, and then it really just became popular maybe in the last 400, 500, 600 years or so, right? So the large majority, for a large period, the large majority of the time, right, it was understood, it was well established. And then these, some bozos come along and make these wild, claims that haven't really, that didn't get all that much rigorous questioning and shit, if you think about it, right? Like, so that's really the positive claim, in contrast with, the state of mind of most people, right? The coming out of left field, here's a wild claim, it's not flat, it's a giant ball, right? But we've just taken it for granted because we're in this period where it's like, it's just supposedly a given. You know what I mean? So that's really the positive
So
claim. It
that's
goes
what I'm
against
asking.
all of our natural experiences.
That's what I'm saying. If you had to sit up and, or if you had, like the Jubilee surrounded videos.
No.
Like if you, okay, sorry. It's like one person with one claim surrounded by 20 people with another claim.
Yeah,
Anyways.
I know about it. That's an incredibly stupid debate format.
Yeah,
I hope it's not what
no,
you
it's not
do.
that great. But I'm just curious, like,
No.
what do you think would be?
That's just clip farming nonsense.
Yeah, it's not a great format. But I'm just curious, like, what would you want to claim, affirmative or negative, that you think A, you could defend, and B, is correct in the framing of what your actual beliefs are?
Well, we don't need to make any claim. Every human being directly experiences the Earth as flat and motionless, right? Then some humans
I'm
going to come
asking
along
for
and
like
say,
a
wait,
debate
it's
format.
not actually that way. That's the positive claim right there. So the burden's
Exactly.
on them. We don't need to go any further than our. We don't need to
I
go
don't
any
want to have the
further than our
burden.
direct experience of the
Yeah,
Earth.
you guys
We
don't.
can
You
leave
guys
it
don't want
right
the
there.
burden, which is fine. That's fine.
No, it's not that we don't want the burden.
You don't
So
have
we
it.
don't need to demonstrate any further. We're not obligated to do so, but we have done so. People went out
The
and measured
mainstream
the
does
Earth
claim positive
endlessly.
claims all the times, though. All the
Taylor, I'm
time, though. They
speaking.
claim.
Please don't speak over me. Thanks. So we're not obligated to follow up from that, right? Because we're not saying, oh, you're only experiencing flat because of this. That's how you experience it. It's globers that say, oh well, you experience it motionless, but you're actually in motion, and this is why, because of this and that and this, right? Oh, you see it's flat, you experience it flat, but it's actually curved. But you can't detect the curvature from your scale because you're like an ant on a ball, right? That's them making a positive claim and then trying to justify it, of course. But we have taken it upon us to go further and go and actually measure and attempt to verify the initial assumption based on our direct experience. And that is verified. The Earth is, in fact, flat. It's measured that way. Each and every single time anybody attempts to measure this world, it measures flat.
Okay, I'm gonna send something in VC chat based on that. Would you say this is a fair debate format? I'm actually trying to nail this down so I can tell the
Hey,
people in my
Sal,
staff
can you just repeat back what he just said to you, so that we know you understood?
that we experience the Earth is flat continuously, and there is no further burden for you guys to explain more, because other people, and this goes like to what 20K up said, other people came in and are now saying the Earth is round, and there's all this math that has to be done about how we're in motion but not feeling and stuff like that. That's the claim, the affirmative claim that has to be proven to you guys.
Well, it's basically like we all look up in the sky and the sky is blue, right? We all agree the sky is blue, and you come in and you tell me, no, the sky isn't blue, it's actually green. Well, it's beholden on you to prove it.
Yeah. So
that
that's what
it's
I'm saying.
not It's not what everyone sees and experiences, including yourself, because that's all you've seen and experienced is a flat and stationary Earth.
Yeah, that's
So I
why I
think he's
think.
asking, would y'all rather them come have to prove that it's a globe, or y'all have
Yeah.
to prove that it's flat?
No, I'm
That's
not
the
even
question.
asking that. I'm just asking the way
Essentially,
this message
No.
is framed. Is this fair? The Earth is
What do you
round.
mean
Is
fair?
like
What do you
is
mean?
it?
Okay,
Would it
sorry. Go ahead.
like would it make sense for you guys to debate it from this perspective? Oh,
Say
sorry, the
say
Earth is
you're
round. I did it again. It's spherical. Sorry.
Well, yeah, you're basically saying that anybody saying the
The
Earth
Earth
is a
is
globe
spherical.
is taking the
Yeah.
affirmative
So
position.
the
Yeah.
claim is the Earth is spherical. The affirmative is anyone who comes into the stage and raises their hand. The negative would be a group of people from this server. Does that sound equitable?
yes, saying that it's not spherical. So who
Right.
would
The
be having the
burden.
affirmative in that case?
Anyone. So
Both?
it's an open debate forum. So anyone who comes in and raises their hand, one at a time.
Oh
So
no,
you're
I
gonna
mean
have
like
people
who would
that are
have the
very
affirmative here?
Sorry.
Who would have the affirmative in this scenario?
Anyone who is from the server I'm an event manager for joins the stage and raises their hand.
Would
Speak
have
to
It
the
you
seems
guys.
like you're just formatting it in a yay or nay type of way,
Yeah, it's for
but
a
not
debate. So
actually like sticking to kind of the logic of it, that they have the
Making an
burden.
open discussion, or even having like an open discussion about it. 'Cause that's the
Yeah.
tricky part about this
I
thing.
like that's a good point.
Yeah,
Oh, so would
having
you?
random people on your server talk to us is going to be a little challenging because they're just not going to be informed, and it's going to be a lot of wasted time.
Yeah, that
Okay,
sounds like a
so
scattergun.
Okay, I mean,
I
if
mean, it
no one
sounds
is
like
in,
what we
There's really no point engaging with any glober that thinks they don't have the positive claim.
oh, okay, I see what you mean.
and really
Yeah,
like
I agree with
what,
that.
That's
what
a
it
good
sounds like,
framing of it.
and what it sounds like at this point, so far I should say, it doesn't sound like it would be anything new than what we're already accustomed to in politics. Really.
Yeah, I don't think I'm bringing anything novel to you guys. I'm just asking if anyone is interested, more or less.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm willing to take a negative and say that there's no proof the Earth is a globe.
Okay. Well, hold on. That would be an affirmative. If you're saying to me there is no proof the Earth is a globe. Oh wait, no, hold on, because it's a
No,
unfalse.
dude,
Okay,
it
so that's the
would
negative.
be a
No, you're
challenge
right.
to. Yeah,
Right.
it would
Yeah.
be a challenge to what you posted there.
Right. Yeah. Okay.
They
All
say
right.
it
Yeah.
is a globe, and it shouldn't be hard to take that affirmative, dude, because that's what all the scientific community says. Shouldn't be
Yeah.
that hard for them to defend
I
that. They have
think
all the scientific community on their side.
Okay,
So
let
if
me
you
write.
really want people for your debate, you'll find them. There's always enthusiastic flat earthers, right? They don't really care about the grand scope of what they get involved in. So if it's just like a clout event, yeah, you'll find people. They'll take part.
Yeah, I'm sure.
If
I
you're
will. I'm just.
actually like devoted to like intellectual honesty and furthering the intelligence level of this world, then
Is
you
the
wouldn't even
science
host these debates because you can only have globers that lie, essentially.
is the scientific for
It'd be
your
better
server
finding
for
two
science?
good flat earthers
Sorry.
to just speak to each other for 2 hours. You would
Hey,
educate
the
your
sci-
audience far better.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I lost you for a second. What did you say?
I was asking if the scientific method is the standard. Do y'all ever have science debates? Have y'all ever had a scientific debate?
Not in the server. Not in the time I've
This
been
will
in
be
the
the
server.
first one. Wow.
I've been in the
Okay,
server.
so
Yeah. Is there anything you would want me to
they
specify beforehand, or like pass along, or like make sure is known throughout the debate?
yeah understand that they're taking like that the mainstream community takes a positive claim about the nature of the Earth. They're claiming something that is a scientific claim that is understanding the nature of reality. So they should be able to demonstrate that using the scientific method and using experimentation. We should be able to test it. It should be testable and repeatable. I'm not sure if you're familiar with scientific debates, but this is
Yeah,
like the
a
nature of them.
little.
Like it's not just about like, oh, like this, these random stupid questions. It's something that has to be scientifically testable and repeatable and observable.
Hmm. Okay.
Do you
Anyway,
understand?
yeah, I do understand. Let me write one more thing in voice text, and then you tell me how you would feel about that. Just give me 1 second.
Hey, and guys, just as a general comment, I think, it's important too that when we ask questions that we give it a little space for answers and such. We don't have to like fill every available moment, because sometimes we need to allow people to like really consider the question and think. So I know there's a lot of us in here and it can be confusing and there's lag and such, but I think that would be a helpful step in the right direction.
Okay. What do you think of this framing for the debate? I can read it too. Wait, Grim, how would you do it then? The same way you were already told. I'm not gonna lie, like over fences just said a lot of this stuff is
What?
I'm starting to lose some of it. I'm like losing
Okay,
track
well,
of the conversation.
it is a lot of information overload. The only thing you really need to do is, I would tell you Google an Earth curvature calculator, so you know how much Earth curvature there should be at various distances. That calculator will allow you to input your observer height, because, like 20 Cups said, that will impact how far you can see, supposedly, on the globe. All right, and then you can just easily test it over distance. It's really not complicated, which is
I do.
why someone earlier said to you that, someone who a glober is someone who can't apply logic. And so, you think we're being unfair, but this is just really, really basic logic that anyone can apply. And if they don't, it's because they don't want to. They don't want to know.
Okay.
I mean, I like the first question that you posited. The
Nice.
Earth is spherical.
Yeah.
Like the
I was gonna
negative,
say
but
this is
like the standard should be like the standard for scientific claims in nature of reality should be like things like testing it and experimentation. Do you understand? Like that's what I'm saying. Like the standard should be for evidence in scientific claims. You see what I mean? But the first question is definitely the first one's more like I think it's a better question to posit. Because now we're getting
And
hyper
then
specific and the
what
Earth
do you
is
think of
spherical.
this?
They
yeah,
should have to prove that.
What do you think of this most recent one though? Tests for its curvature do not prove the Earth is spherical. What does that like resonate with you?
You just
it,
you're just
it
looking for
doesn't
good
work.
titles that draw people in. Right?
Well, no, because I need the format to be very specific, because the claims will be centered around that and the evidence will have to be centered around that. That's why I'm
Well, you can just make that last one more specific. Tests of the Earth's surface do not prove
okay.
a spherical Earth,
Test of the Earth's
And,
surface.
and you can go
Okay.
with that. And that will
Okay.
and
keep
my
the entire debate on the surface. And anybody that deviates from the surface, you should moderate them and mute them.
The
Move on to the
surface.
next person.
Okay, I'm gonna
and my
write some of this down, and I will follow 20K's advice of joining at a later time. I do appreciate it. I do want to have
yeah.
this debate in my server.
If sorry to interrupt, Sal. May I put forth the idea that you might want to reword reword the term spherical and replace it with spheroidal, because I think that's a little bit more
Spheroidal.
technically accurate according to
Okay.
the lore.
Okay.
They
It's a
call it an
globe
oblate
globe.
spheroid. I know but seems really tedious.
Okay.
But they
Okay,
do
I
say the
will
Earth's
write. Yeah, I will write all this down, because I want you guys to decide the claim. I want you guys to decide the claim, and I want you guys to decide if you're the affirmative or the negative, because I think that will be the most equitable thing I can do. So I will do that, and I will come back later, and I will see how different, how do I say, framings feel with different members, and see who would be interested. How about globe Earth isn't? Okay, yeah, that's a good one too. Okay, I
Maybe
will look at
you
all
could
of this.
DM. You could DM Taylor and
Yeah.
offline and you guys can sort it out if she's
Yeah.
interested in participating.
Yeah. Okay. Awesome. Thank you guys so much. I will
And
definitely be back.
Yeah, thanks for coming in.
Seth, before you go, I think it was, I don't know if it was mentioned before. If you do come back, let's say tomorrow or whatever, Tuesday, and we're not in here, check us out over on politics, because we tend to move around. There's politics and there's the English Hub. So if you want to catch, some of
What do you
the
mean? Like
reviews and shit.
in this
Yeah,
server or like different Discord servers?
it's a different Discord server that we have a channel in, like a
Oh,
satellite
you guys have
channel,
like
whatever
homes
they
in
call it.
different servers. I got you.
Yeah, those servers invited us, and we kind of like have our little parked cars in there from time to time, So same guys,
Mhm.
same group of people, but taking on the
Where can I
crazies
find
over.
these channels?
The official politics server.
All right,
It's
this
got
one.
like the rainbow fucking icon right now.
Official politics server. Okay. Yeah, I think I know it. I think I've been in it before.
113,000.
Yeah.
Yeah, so we have our own guest channel in there.
Right.
And the other one is called the English Hub. It's got 400,000 in there.
Okay.
So, yeah, we have our own little,
Okay.
stationnement in there. So,
Yeah. I will definitely be poking around. Thank you guys so much.
thank you, man. Have a good
Thank
one.
you. Have a good one.
Yeah, that format sounds like a complete mess. Just random people in the server all bombarding you with the same terrible, terrible questions over and over. He told me when I talked to him in VC, he said he was going to get like a knowledgeable Glober for the other side. And apparently that's not the plan.
I mean, it almost sounds like a structured version of exactly what we're used to. No, like,
Yeah, exactly. Only worse,
uh,
probably.
well, it's hard to get worse than politics, man. Really.
Yeah, I don't even consider politics. They're barely people over there.
Well, that's the thing, right? So if we risk getting involved in something like that, I mean, it's nothing new. We're like, okay, but it'll give us a chance to get our word out, right? Because we were talking about that a little bit not too long ago. I think what do we do to shameless promote because we're terrible at it, right? Type shit. I don't know. I don't see it as being that far fetched of an idea.
Yeah. I could see the value there, and that some people who are honestly interested may come back here to talk with us further. But it would just depend how it would depend how how it was structured, because it could go very, very wrong as well.
If he holds himself to his word, there, that's the big if, right? Because he said, "Oh, one warning and then 2 strikes are out," type shit.
Many people
Like,
have you met that are full on high tier, good quality flat earthers that started from Witsit's debates on modern day debates?
I couldn't tell you.
Yeah, me neither.
I don't know everybody's history of those I've spoken to.
And like Witsit was like he could go off on some tangents that weren't really relevant, but he was good for debate formats. He definitely wasn't like a squishy brained flat earther,
Yeah.
And I've yet to see any massive influx of new flat earthers that started there. I just sorry, it doesn't matter who we send over to the server and what their performance is. It will make no difference. People are gonna get this truth are not gonna be. They're gonna like one debate's not gonna make or break them. They'll figure it out either way.
I wonder who would actually be interested though.
Oh, you heard like Jane put his name forward, Taylor.
But who else, you know? Because let's say that, like tomorrow or over the next week, there's like 5 people, right? I guess first come, first serve, sure. But, you know, who would be the best to do it? You know, of those who are interested.
Anybody that knows how the surface is measured and can go over a few measurements would be a good candidate. That's all you need.
Yeah, I know.
And the ability not to be sucked off into, you know, is the moon real and all sorts of crazy things.
That's it. That's it. Like the to-do list is pretty straightforward, right? But being able to get through that because of, you know, the twists and turns and the pulls of left and right, up and down from, you know, various types of people and their conversation format or style. That's the hard part. Yeah.
I mean, flat earth debates are like 5 minutes of substance and then another 2 hours of fluff.
Yeah, I couldn't tell you, man. I haven't seen many of them. It's been a long time since I've seen the last one. So.
Well, I mean, any decent one, flat earther presents measurements of the surface. Glober cannot present any measurements of the surface. We know they don't exist to support their position, at least.
Yeah.
And that's the end of it.
Pretty much.
But, you know, like, hard to sell tickets to football games where you only need to score 1 goal and the game is over, you know? People need to get their money's worth to show up.
That's a very good analogy. I mean, I don't like going off into the weeds on all this stuff with Globers, but you know, some of you may enjoy it or just do a better job of it, but I'm always trying to get them back to the surface and they just fight it kicking and screaming every time.
Cups, if you want to go over there and do the debate, you should, man.
No, fuck that. No, man. No way. I ain't doing that shit.
Didn't you go into QOP server?
Yeah, to listen.
I heard you talking.
Oh yeah, but see, my goal was to go in there. My goal was to go in there and listen.
Yeah,
And
it
then
didn't work, did it?
No. Fuck, man, that place. Like, I haven't left the server yet, but like, in my head, I've left it, dude. Like, it's an absolute fucking nightmare, dude. You guys know I don't lose my shit very often there, right? Or here, I should say. But I lost my shit the first time I went in there. Okay. Like, no, thank you. But, you know, we got Taylor now, so something came out of it at least. I'm not saying because of me there, but because, you know, QOP's server was there and some of us were in and out and all that, and you know, she hopped over
Is he
here.
still there whining?
Who? QOP?
QOP, yeah.
I got a message from him the other day, like a link to, and I'm like, no.
Subscribe to my feed. Yeah.
Did I leave the channel? I guess I already did leave the server. Yeah. Or he booted me. I don't know. Yeah, no. I'm good.
Seth is still here. Just in
Hey.
case. If any of you tried to convince a large language model the earth is flat.
Yeah, just today that happened with Claude. And
Oh,
yeah,
yeah.
they did get Claude to concede, and yes, we do have screenshots which are on DJ's server. So
Who's doing that? DJ and oh yeah,
I forgot.
the normal
Yeah,
rat. There you go.
yeah, that's it. Yeah.
The little
Ye-
keck frog mouse thingy.
Yeah, did you hear that conversation?
Partially.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it was a bit
I did.
lengthy.
I got in on it like maybe in the last quarter or something like that. Threw my 2 cents in.
Yeah, I mean, it started with the usual deflection and terrible logic, but then through time, by pressing it, they got it to concede multiple times. So it can be done, at least now. Who knows, and how soon they patch that glitch.
Yeah, they just patched my WhatsApp AI. Probably months ago, Instagram AI was already an anti-flat earther. So the new patch was like April 8th on my AI, and now it's an anti-flat earther.
I mean,
Yeah,
you know,
I feel like we're just training these bots.
that's it. Well, yeah, I was just gonna say, it's hard to say if it was a patch, like an explicit, guy went in there and plugged in a few prompts that, override certain questions or ensure certain questions are answered a certain way. I don't know, right? I would think more that like as the conversation persists, there's more text, there's more audio out there for these things to train on anyway. And with the, it's all over the place now. So you've got globe heads saying the same shit, right? And we know these things they kind of like quasi interpret repetitiveness as being authoritative and truthful. So as it gets
Well,
out there and it retrains itself on it, it's gonna lean more that way. It could
no,
be a bit of both.
I
Could be a bit of both,
explicitly asked it. I told it like you're acting different, and when was your last update? And it told me my last update was the Muse Spark update, April 8th.
Right on. And like
So,
those,
but they are listening to the convos. They are adapting. But I used to
yeah.
be able to actually. It would first give me the globe answer, but after a couple of questions and poking, I could actually get it to answer honestly on most questions.
Okay.
But now, after the new update, it's like I can't get it to answer honestly on anything.
Right. I mean, it could be a mix of both, right? Because these patches or updates, it can be either configuration of sorts, or they retrain their model, or they refine the existing model on new data, in addition to everything that I did have before, and then they roll that out. All of it together, who knows? Who the hell
Well, I've
knows?
been talking about random topics, about nothing flat Earth related for like hour, 2 hours, and then it'll throw in flat Earth it's like it'll just randomly throw in a flat Earth, like an anti-flat Earth quote, and then I'm like, hey, why did you
Oh, really?
mention flat Earth? I didn't mention flat Earth. What are you doing? And he's like, oh no, I was just talking. I don't know. So I've caught it many times, and I just question it. Or it'll
Okay.
mention my city, it'll mention my location, and I'll be like, "What are you doing? I never mentioned my location. How do you know where I'm at?" And he's like, "Oh, like I get him to stutter, like he's all like it's just AI,
Yeah.
but they're like backpedaling and like, oh, I don't know where you are. It's just I got this information from." It's like so.
Yeah, it's got your IP, and you can kind of geolocate IP. I mean, if you're logged in, right, they can cross-reference your email and phone number and shit like that. and train
Oh
on
yeah, I
that.
just told him, I was
Just
like,
board
"Don't
you
ever
around.
bring up my location again." And he's like, "Oh, sorry, I'll never do it again. I'll never." And then it did it like a couple days later.
That's creepy as fuck.
But yeah, I don't have the cloud and I don't have the space on my phone to get these other AIs or whatever. But officially, for me, the Instagram was compromised months ago, and the WhatsApp AI is compromised as of April 8th.
Right.
That's what I would tell Globers. Like, I would ask it questions, I'd get the answers, and they would actually tell me the truth. I post it, and Globers get mad because the AI is actually answering questions. And then I told them, like, don't worry, eventually the AI will be an anti-flat earther, although I will have these screenshots still. But like I said, don't worry, the AI will eventually be an anti-flat earther, and you won't get anything out of it.
I wouldn't be surprised, man.
Yeah, like I don't know if you noticed, but like Globers hate AI when you post AI stuff that debunks them, and then the next day they'll be using AI and they'll be like asking AI if Earth is flat, and then trying to post that. So they hate the AI when it's against them, but then they'll use the AI. So yeah, it's typical
Yeah,
Glober hypocrisy.
of course. I remember once some guy came in here. There was an argument going on, and there was a question posed to him. He was, using AI throughout the entire conversation, and we kind of knew it, but we let it go. Normally, we don't, really tolerate that. At least lately, but he did, and at some point he posted there was a technical question posed to him, and he ran it through the AI, and the AI gave him like a data sheet, a little table with some numbers and stuff, right? So either something to do with drop over distance, or how much would be cut off from a certain observer height, whatever have you, right? And the guy presented it, and the conversation kept going, and like I looked at it, and and then later on, another question, a more poignant question related to one of the data points in the thing came up, and he reran the question to the AI. It gave him a number, and he posted that. And I'm like, okay, what? Like, okay. And I looked at the data table, and I looked at the new number, and they were completely different. You know what I mean? Like, it was the same value with a certain expected result, and then he spat something else different. So I jumped in. I'm like, dude, did you even check the fucking numbers? He's like, no. And then they cross reference. It's like, oh shit, yeah, the AI fucked up. But the whole conversation went on for like 5-10 minutes related to these numbers. Like it's crazy,
Well, yeah.
dude.
Well, they're learning on the fly because they don't know their model, and then especially like the new guys, like the old veteran anti-flat earthers, they've been flat smacked so many times that they're forced to learn their model, or like partially, because a lot of them still don't even know their model after 5 or 10 years. So
Yeah, this was some lowly random dude, streaming or some shit, right? I don't know.
well, yeah,
But
it's very telling. Like the funniest part is like the government left the Globers heavily unprepared to defend their religion. Like the government pretty much just like is leading lambs to the slaughter. Teach them boats over the horizon, Aristophanes, and then they send them in here just to get
that's good enough.
demolished.
That's good enough then. Yeah. I don't think I've seen anyone scrutinize AI more than those in these rooms. I'm very impressed.
Yeah, before like the AI is just a resource. Because if you ask Globers, very good chance they're not going to answer a question unless they're maybe new and they actually just here to talk or whatever. They may actually answer questions, but the seasoned anti-flat earthers, they don't answer questions really. So when you
Right.
talk to AI, you might actually get an answer within 10 seconds. So
And
it's,
within the ballpark of what would otherwise be answered by somebody of their caliber if they were willing to. So it's like almost the same thing. You know, it's the same information from the same textbooks, more or less. You know, same publications, right? It's the mainstream. So
Yeah, I love AI. I think it's great. I think it's
hey,
one of the most amazing technologies that's ever been invented. Yeah.
well,
And you get all
like,
different personality ones. Like I go between Perplexity and Chat. No, it's not ChatGPT. I don't know what it is that Google uses. They're just their AI mode. You just go to Google and they've got an AI mode there. That's the best one, man. It's the least combative. I'm telling you now, like it will entertain anything. It'll lead you down a train of thought, like it'll be like your coach, your buddy, you know, standing alongside you. Yeah, go, oh yeah, well this fits in with that. Yeah, oh yeah, what about this over here? Like it's like yeah, it doesn't fight me on anything. Like I even said to it the other day, I said, something about evolution. I said, I don't go for that stuff. And I just said something else like about God or something. And it went, well, if you're going to take that route, let's have a look at this. Like, it didn't want to like challenge me on that. It didn't correct me. It didn't say it's all scientific. You know, nothing. It just was like my buddy.
right. Yeah, no, they're fantastic tools, man. I use them at work, and like, it's incredible what they can do. It really is.
well,
Now, there's
it,
downsides though. You're right, because some people just let them do the work for you, and you know, and then you lose your own faculties, right? In the process, or you're not maintaining those faculties as much. So, hey, you gotta compensate for that somehow, man, or else you'll lose your edge, right? But yeah, no, they're really something. It's really something to witness, man.
yeah, to me, it's like more ammo. Like, say, if I say the horizon rises with altitude, or the horizon appears to rise with altitude, and I just type it, it's just me typing it. But if I say that, and then I have multiple AIs that say it as well, then it lends more credence or whatever. Because where did the AI get this? Did I somehow manipulate AI to say this, or where did they pull it from? So that's why Globers hate
Right.
it.
Well, that's the important thing, man, because these things, they'll summarize or synthesize information for you, but some of them, like Perplexity, will also give you the source of that information, or at least one of them, right, that was used in corroboration with or collaboration with other ones. So at least you can dive into something that was produced from reality, allegedly, like a publication or an article or whatnot, right? So instead of citing the AI only, you can do both. Cite it and then cite its source. You can leverage its kind of reasoning, quote unquote reasoning. Yeah. And the original source. Like, why not? We have to check the source too, man. That's the hard part.
Well,
Okay.
it'll just be me
Extra
against the
work.
Glober, and we're saying each opposite side. And then I just have to make sure to say, go test it yourself, just in case there's somebody potentially on the fence reading or watching, because it's my word versus his. But the difference is you have to go test it yourself. Because when I found out Earth was flat, I didn't come onto the servers and ask people information and tell me this, tell me this. I went, did my own research, and then came here years later. So, I mean, you
Well,
got to
yeah. I
test
mean,
it, do your own long distance observations, go climb a building and watch the horizon rise with altitude or whatever. Like,
yeah.
you got to do
Well,
all
that's
these
always the
things.
bottom. That's always the bottom line, right? But the discussion it has a way of being like a tool for some people to gauge whether or not it's even worth doing that, right? Like if you like, cause you can tell somebody go do it, but they're like, well, why would I bother? I don't believe it's even true, right? Like, how do I know your information is not real, is legit or not? Like, why would I waste my time, right? So, getting people to that's the art.
Well, yeah. How do you get people to want to become truthers and know the reality that they live in? So, I mean, it's not for everybody.
Effectively. Excuse me.
Yeah, I actually think Google's probably like gone a route where they've like relaxed that AI mode, like to almost like to get gain the users' confidence and trust. And I think that they're doing that as a way to like right now, like they'll be using this to analyze what it is that what is it, why are you using it, right? That's what they're interested in, is why you're using it, man. Because once they figure that out, they just target you and target all users with like what they're interested in, right? It's going to become so personalized, like, and just you'll that's what they're looking at, the money side of it, and that's a smart move for them, right? Being a big business, like they're looking at how they can use it to gain information and gain sales and make money, profit. Like because you're a target. This like, and someone said something the other day. Like they keep saying it, I keep hearing it. Someone says, was it AI saying it? If something's free, you're the product, right? That was like a thing that he learned in a sales seminar or something. Like if something's for free, that means you're the product, right? And this AI is free, right? Basically, you're paying for your phone and internet or whatever. I mean, they're not charging you a service, right? So you're the product. That's what literally when it comes to their AI mode, it's like learning about you by making it feel like it's friendly and it's not challenging like these other AIs where it'll just play the globetard and whatever. Because it wants to get to know you.
And it's
That's what it
too,
wants
man.
to do. Google
Even
wants to get to know you.
It's trickier than that, man. 'Cause there are some services that you do pay for, but the algorithms underneath, man, I wouldn't be surprised if they're the same, if not similar, right? Because the if you pay for a service, they don't need to sell your data to make the money, but they still have the data, so they're not going to waste it. So they're going to train on it, so it can still tailor shit to you, right? Now, the argument can be made, oh, they won't sell it because why would they bother if they can just, you're already paying them, so they don't need to sell your shit, right? That could be said, but who knows, really, right?
Yeah, but I don't buy anything that they have on commercials. Like, you can only own one car, so if there's multiple car commercials, it's like, dude, I just bought a car last year. So I mean, a lot of it's going to be useless. Or like, buy this Toshiba TV. It's like, I don't even have a TV, so like all their ads are useless because I don't buy any of their shit. Like, you'll know all the product, you'll know all the products' names, but I mean, other than that, like, you can only own one TV, you can only own one car. So I mean, like,
Bro, the future's going to be crazy. Like, there's going to be like monitors in every room, and every time you walk into the room, like, it's going to know that that's what you want to see on the screen. Like, I'm walking around with my phone, and I go inside, and the kitchen monitor shows me the screen that's on my phone. You know, like, it's going to be crazy. You'll just have a multi-use screen. It'll be your phone screen, your computer screen, your TV, whatever you want it to be. It'll be it. Dude, they got them on
so
fridges now. They've got little TVs on fridges. Kids stand there, like, open the door, get an icy pole, stand there, you watch cartoons. It's crazy.
Who was it? I think Timbo. Yeah, I think it was Timbo. Like a year ago, he mentioned that he was working on a house, and either he installed something or they already had like a toilet with this type of shit on it, like a fucking flat screen. Okay, I think he said it was something like 15 grand, like crazy money. Okay. Yeah, man, it's here.
well,
It's
in
here.
reality, they're collecting information to pretty much control us in the future and shut down websites and shut down information, just like the Globers would do if they ask for videos or they ask for websites, and you go there a week later and that video's gone and that website's gone. So they're collecting information. They want to know what questions people are asking. How did these people break the programming? And how do we get them back on the program?
What does it mean if you go to archive.org and you find a snapshot of a website you remember that doesn't exist, and you click on the time of the snapshot and it takes you to a page, but it's not what you want. It's just like some advertising for shit. What does that mean? Because like that website says it was screenshotted, but several times, but you click on all the links and it doesn't take you to it. Does that happen sometimes with
Yeah,
archive.org?
for me, I went at least once or twice and tried to find an old website or an old video or whatever, and yeah, it leads me to nowhere land. But I'm
Yeah,
only on a phone, so
it's always possible that the way that archive.org scraped that website, right? Because they have to basically copy over the full website, right, onto their servers. Now, some things don't don't easily copy over, right? The algorithms that do that are kind of standardized, but don't necessarily cooperate with all website implementations. So the way that it was done, it could have just been one of those cases that didn't necessarily get copied over well, right?
yeah. But
It doesn't necessarily mean malicious or
does it
whatever.
work
So when
for
you're seeing
websites?
ads, hey,
Does it work for websites or just videos or what? Because
This is what I
It's
mean, right?
mostly
So let's say,
images.
yeah. So archive.org will scan a website and copy it over and take a snapshot, right? But if it copies over images, that's easy to copy. But it can't necessarily copy over videos. You know what I mean? But sometimes it'll copy over images or web pages that rely on shit that doesn't get copied over, right? So when you do go to that copied version of the website, it breaks because it's missing some shit that failed to be copied over at the time of copying, right? So it'll just give you something blank, and then some remnants that did work will pop up. And of course, Tita, like what you said, of course the ads will show because those work, right? But nothing else.
Right. Bro, there was even
So
one like for a screensaver. You know those dodgy screensaver fucking links. There was one of them, and like I didn't know what it was. I thought maybe this is how you get into the website. I clicked on it. It was like started flashing. Get your screensavers now. Blah blah. I was like, oh, I feel like this is so nostalgic. This is like 2008. You know.
God damn. You went on a archive.org website that you thought was like an actual snapshot of a site that you were used to see?
Yeah, s8nt.com, and AI sort of verified. It's trying to tell me no, that's definitely the site that you want. That's exactly what it used to be. Blah blah blah, and I'm telling it no. Well, archive.org doesn't have it. Like it links it, but it doesn't do anything. And it's saying, oh, look for this and that on the screen. Sometimes, you know, they'll have an obscure thing that you click on, and like that's what I started looking for, and this like elephant picture popped up, so I clicked on it, and that was for screensavers, you know, one of them dodgy ones. Yeah. So I went straight out of that and like went, oh
Talk
shit, I don't know if
about
those still like that malware could still work. So I've like scanned my phone straight away. It's like, ah.
talk about hallucinations, man. Seeing elephants and shit like that, like bringing you down the rabbit hole to visit the elephants, bro.
Yeah. Oh man, no, this website though it was dedicated to parts and young creation and all that. But it itself was like an archive of imagery and just like write ups about like all the stuff that they used to find, like all the out of place artifacts that have been found. It was just a full website documentation of all that stuff, and it's lost time now. I can't even access any of it. But yeah, because that was awesome. Like with all the, you know, the dinosaur footprints next to human footprints, and dinosaurs on like vases and in artwork, and just weird stuff that, you know, like you know, tools that are found embedded in coal seams. You know, that shit's been there for like what 3 million years, they say. You know, like all this sort of stuff. Like yeah. There's this story from like the 19th, maybe early 20th century. This old lady's like picked up a big piece of coal to put on a fire and dropped it, and it cracked open, and there was like a metal vase thing inside it, and that and there's been like a jewelry found inside pieces of coal. Yeah, just like totally, you know, totally around it, surrounding it, you know, like totally embedded within it, you know. Yeah, I don't know how true this shit is, but you know, like I was into that back in the day, and I just wanted to revisit it, but couldn't. I don't know if they've started a new website. I could just like, yeah, there's other websites dedicated to it, but that was an awesome one, man. That was just like had everything on it.
Okay. Google it, bro.
Yeah, some like Wisconsin or however you pronounce, a band from there has claimed it, the website name. Yeah.
Well, yeah. How many times do you go to YouTube to your playlist, unlisted video, unavailable video, or how many times you just like you're saying, trying to find this old website from 5-10 years ago and you can't find it. So how are you gonna re-research it, or how are you gonna re-screenshot it, or how are you gonna post it to somebody when it doesn't exist?
Yeah. Yeah, no, that's true with YouTube, man. And Raised by Goats yeah, made me aware of something too with the search history. It doesn't store everything you want. Like it's you think that, oh yeah, I remember watching this video. So you go to your search history and you type in the keywords, not there, and then you find out the exact name, right? You type that into your search history, it's gone. Like it's
Yeah,
not there. Like you
I
never
had that
watched it.
even like a couple days ago with YouTube. I know I watched this video like a week ago or less, and then I'm typing in all the keywords and it's not popping up, not popping up. Then I had to go and randomly find it, search it like individually when I just watched it. It should be on my YouTube playlist. But so yeah,
Right.
there's all sorts of fuckery going around where like whether they want to make you work
Yeah.
harder for it or do double time work, and like it should have been just on my playlist from 4 days ago, but or my
Yeah,
YouTube
exactly.
history.
Yeah, right. Like, yeah, watch history gets wiped. Yeah, search history gets wiped. Yeah, and your playlists. Yeah, exactly. Like, how come? Like, okay, I've watched the video that it suggested to me, right? Like, was the algorithm thought, oh, you might like this, and it's like in the top 10, right? As I'm scrolling down, right? Okay, oh yeah, I watched that, and then I'll playlist, like I'll save it to a playlist, and then go to find it, and it's one of those ones, that it says that it has the little message at the top, about videos not available in your area, aren't visible, and it'll only show like 10 when you've added like 20 videos to that playlist, and that one will be gone, and it's like, but you suggested it to me. Why do I need a freaking VPN to watch it now? Like, it's just stupid. Why can't I watch it?
Yeah, I guess it's first world problems, but I mean, it'd be nice to have all these okay, yeah. But I guess it could happen if you lose your phone and you lose all your information, pictures, and websites. But I mean, I know it's
Yeah,
not
I mean,
natural, so I know there's
yeah,
I know there's a lot of fuckery going on, and they're trying to hide certain information, and yeah. So
yeah. Like I remember when Google was good. Like you would type in a word and you would get like the most relevant freaking results, like at the top, right? Not anymore. I remember, like I said I was in this class, right? It was a computer class, right? And I said, look what Google can do, right? And I just typed in a bunch of gibberish on the keyboard, right? Like about, I don't know, 20 letters, and then just hit enter. And there was a match, like an exact match. It found an exact match for what I'd typed. And you try that now, it doesn't do it. Like it's weird. You just make up a word, like just think of a made up word, like just make one up, just a nonsense word, and type it in. Back in the day, there was generally a match, right? 9 times out of 10, or 99 times out of 100, there was an exact match for the word that you just made up, and that doesn't do it anymore. It's weird.
yeah, for me, I miss the old YouTube days where you would watch a video and you could get hundreds or 10 hours worth of videos and that same content just on that right side, and be just like you watch this video and then there's 50 more videos of that exact same content. Now it doesn't exist. Like when I became a truther in 2011, I remember the YouTube. I would be on there for like 12 hours straight on like 5 different topics, and you could just watch video after video after video, and like it would be nonstop. Whatever you typed in, you could find, but not anymore.
Yeah, they've got these stupid agendas and stuff now. So YouTube's relaxed a little bit in the last like year I've noticed. Actually getting some shit right and suggesting videos that I actually might like. But I'm sick of suggesting to them how to fix their freaking shit, and so I don't even bother anymore. It's like, you want feedback or not? Like, I'm actually giving you really good advice, but whatever. Because I love sort options, right? And I love it when the sort options are relevant and specific and targeted at me, right? So when I go to live, right, I'm subscribed to hundreds of fucking channels on YouTube, hundreds, right? If I go to live, the live tab at the top, and it doesn't show me every single freaking person that I'm sub to that's actually live right at that very moment, then it's not work. Then their shit's not working. And it doesn't. It might have one out of the people that are live at that very moment that I click on that tab that I'm sub to, and the rest are just irrelevant crap that I'm not interested in, right? And then I'll go to my subs and I'll have a look, and there's actually like five people that I'm sub to who are actually streaming live at that very moment. So it's like, I'm sick of telling them that that's what that live tab should do. They don't listen.
Yeah, I don't think it's
They don't
there
care
for.
what people want.
Yeah, it's not there for us. It's not there for money. It's there for them to push their propaganda, pretty much, and hide
Yeah.
information.
Yeah, I mean, they have a really good opportunity to be actually recording and documenting. This is history that's being made in the process, like video history. And they should be like recording absolutely everything, like, but not making none of it like available. Like, what do they do with data of a channel that they've shut down? I bet they freaking keep it somewhere. I bet it's stored somewhere, right? And they'll never release it back to you, right? But this is an opportunity for them to actually be and transparent about this too, and actually have it like a proper, like a museum, like a video museum, and categorize it all properly, sort it all properly, right? Have it all ready to go just for whoever is interested and wants to watch whatever they want to watch, like that another person has made,
Yeah,
content another person has made.
if they were humans, they would probably do that. But since they're like evil, lying government agency, it's going to be for nefarious reasons. It may have started off pure and it was good back in the day, but yeah, like I said, now it's just, yeah, it's all agenda based. I get shadow banned at 20 subscribers or less after a couple videos or a couple words or whatever. So I mean, yeah, it's convenient in some ways, but I see through their bullshit.
Yeah, but I think TikTok's actually is taking over. TikTok's taken over from YouTube. Popularity, it's not doing too bad. There's still a bit of censorship that goes on over there, but people are getting away with more than they are on YouTube or were on YouTube.
Yeah, well, even nowadays they're just throwing so much crap at the wall and so much AI bullshit, like bullshit videos and bullshit theories, like speculation, and it's just like then the people come here and we have to defend it. So we don't have to defend it, but we have to hear them asking us about these theories or whatever, these fake things. But I think there is a reason why, like, even to this day at Geos or other servers, like the Globers have PTSD from 24/7 because we keep it to the foundation, the curvature, the simple like arguments. Like, sure, there's speculation Sunday or whatever, but like, yeah, they almost on the daily, like they'll be mentioning 24/7. You're like the 24/7 guys. You're like 24/7. So it's every time they say it, it's like a feather in the cap.
They
where it's
wouldn't
like,
let me talk about ether.
yeah, it's usually Globers, but there is the
They
odd
said
flat
ether's
earther.
not real. Hey,
It's usually
Glover,
Globers, but there is the odd flat earther that is scorned from not being able to
right?
do speculation.
I mean, I'm not opposed to the idea. I mean, I'm opposed as far as that, whether or not there's evidence, but as the idea itself, like, I've got no problem with it. Like, if someone can show that there's like this universal background medium upon which all of physical reality is etched, then good for them. Congratulations, because that's pretty cool thing if that's true.
Yeah, but they'll be like Globers. You'll be like, what is ether? Is ether in the room? And then they're gonna ask you questions. Do you know what a medium is? Do you know can you have no thing? Can you? It's like, dude, I'm asking you the question. Be like, how much ether is in my room right now?
It's a fascinating topic. I mean, a lot of physicists, up until very recently, were proposing its existence. It was a speculative thought, and but they realized that they didn't have any proof of it.
Like, there might be something like the ether, but it's definitely not what these guys are promoting. Like an ether drift or whatever, like something, but like, I can't even really say that because it's like, I mean, it's just air. Or I don't know. Like,
Yeah, the whole light through the vacuum thing is where they're stuck on, because if because they'll say, but light's a wave and a particle, or it's just a wave, not a particle. It's just a particle, it's not a wave. Like, everybody's got their own take on it all, and then they're like, some people are saying no, it can be described with wave function, mathematics, blah blah. That doesn't mean it is one, but then other people do demonstrations will say, then, well, why did it do this then through with these slits, right? Like, all this stuff, right? And it's like, yeah, and it does it in a vacuum. Well, what's waving? If a wave is not isn't what it is, but what it does, then what's making it do it? Why is it doing that then? Right? Like, it has to have a medium and all this stuff, right? Like, it's like, energy traveling through the water makes it ripple. It's got to have something to do that against. It's like, maybe it
yeah, I've never
gives itself
gotten
its own freaking medium. I don't know.
I've never got any straight answer. Like, even with Tartaria, like, even if I was admin on the Tartaria server and I don't even know what Tartaria is, I ask people and they're like, you never get a straight answer. And it's like, so I mean,
That's a good one. What is Tartaria? Well, it was a thing. I see
man, yeah,
Tartaria written on some old maps.
yeah, it's just it comes down to a lot of people, like they make the claim and then you ask them questions, and then a lot of times they're just going to act like a glober where they're going to get really defensive and they're going to start asking you questions. Do you know what a medium is? Do you know what a light is? Do you know what this is? And it's like, well, I mean, I'm supposed to be the one asking you the questions. And then they're going to spin it. Well, I'm just asking clarifying questions to see if you understand this. It's like, well, yeah, you're trying to spin it to ask me the questions when you're the one supposed to be defending it.
Yeah, I know, right? And they'll ask you what light is, and you'll say, "Yeah, I'm not quite sure." And then they'll tell you all about what light is, and then you ask them, "So, like, this is what light is?" And then they'll say, "No, I don't know what light is." It's like, wait, you just told me all about light. Like, now you don't know what it is?
Yeah, like I just keep it. My first question, like I said, would be, what is ether, and how much do I have? How much ether do I have in my room right now, or like how does that work? Like, it sounds like a Glober thing where Glober's like, there's muons and there's millions of muons passing through you in your house right now. I'm like, what are you talking about, muons? There's nothing there's nothing passing through me. Nothing passing through me or my house. What are you talking about?
One thing with Tartaria is it is on some old maps and stuff, so there is something there, and they kind of are hiding it or something. Like, it's not some common known thing. So, but I don't think anyone really has any answers beyond finding old shit in old books.
Yeah, the issue is you'll get a different answer from different people. Like, it'll be mud floods for this guy, and it'll be just on a map for this other guy, and then it'll be uh, old technology and mud flood, and so it's hard to get a. But the main thing is because everybody has a different version of history, so that's why we're gonna get so many different versions.
Well, I'm not saying it was the aliens, but it was the aliens.
Because yeah, if you ask him what Terry is, then I would just be like, okay, well, how old is Earth? When did this happen? And how much of mainstream history do you believe? And so pretty much you just have to ask him, like, what is your version of history? Because, like, do you believe there was 1,200 years of dark ages? And, like, how much of the narrative do you believe? Let's see if I can find that screenshot here.
It was nice just to talk to a Glober.